Chapter 1 Many years later as race tre tiring squad, Colorel Orali Aaron Burdia was to that distillery at Arene his him to discover ice. At that time McAfeet was a village OT20 adobe muses, built on bar asterisk OT a river OT clear water TTZT ran along a OTGX, lished stones, which were tight aromaus, like prehistoric eggs. The world was so recent that many lack names, and in order to indicate it was Nsari to every year during the Morin OT march of family OT ragged gypsies would set their tents village, and with a great OT and kettledrums they would display Rue inventors. First Trey brought the magnet. A heavy gypsy with an untamed sparrow nards, who himself as Melchiades, put on a TX, LD public demonstration OT what he himself called the eighth wonder OT the alchemists OT Macedonia. He trom house to Tnus dragger 2 metal ingots. Everybody was amazed to see pots, pars, tongs, braziers tumble down trom their places and creak trom the desperation OT rails and screws trying to emerge. Even objects that took a long time trom they had TMN certain most went draggered along in tubular contusion behind Melchiades magical iris. THNGS have a light OT to your own GYCEY with a harsh it's simply a matter OT their souls. Jose Arcadio Buendia, whose unbridled imagination always went TX, yon genius OT nature even TX, yon miracles and magic, tmug me that it would to make use OT trat useless inversion to extract from the OT the earth who was an horst man, ward him, it won't work tore that gut Jose Arcadio Burdia at that time did in the OT so he his mule and a pair OT goats tore the 2 magadas dingots. Ursula Iguaran, his white, who relied on those animals to increase their domestic TL, dims, was unable to dissuade him. Very SCL, and well have gold earn up and more to pave FMRS of Tnus, whose bar percent replied. For several months reworked Nard to demonstrate truth OT idea. He every imite OT region the riverbed, dragging the 2 iron ingots along reciting Melchiades' demantation only in doing was to unearth a suit OT 15th century armor WT *CH had all OT its pieces soldered together with rust and inside OT which tomorrow was OT in Ernemus Jose Arcadio Buria TRE tour men OT has managed to take the armor apart. They inside a skeleton with a copper LCX kit containing a woman's hair ruins in March gypsies returned. This time they a magneting glass TTE size OT a drum, which they exhibited as TRE latest discovery OT the Jews OT Amsterdam. Placked a woman at one end OT the village and set up TRE at the trons to the tent. For price OT live reels, null 100k into the and see the woman an arm's length away. Sires has eliminated this taw, Melchiades proclaimed. In a short time, man will able to see WTET is haps, ning in any place in world witment leaving his own use. A burring Rimru Asun brought out a startling demonstration with a jigriac magnifying glass. TMY put a pile OT dry hay in the middle OT TRE street art set it on tire by the sun's rays. Jose Arcadio Burdia had still tore failure OT big magnets, conceived the idea OT that invention as a weep, and OT war. Again Melchiades tried to dissuade him, but he finally too magnetized and colorial and tore the glass. Ursula wept in consternation. That morning was trauma chest OTTTET Ted put over an nire like OT privation and that she had buried underneath her an MPES OT Ecmasion to make use OT it. Jose Arcadio made no attempt to console Rare, completely absorbed in his tactical experiments with the abnegation of a scientist and even at the risk of his own life. In an attempt to SMW effects OT the glass on enemy TRCXJPS, he exposed himself to the concentration OT the sun's rays and burrs which into sores that a time to teal. Over TTE protests OT his while, who was alarmed at such a dangerous invariant, at Poiri he was ready to set the house on fire. Woodters on in his RCX, calculating the strategic possibilities OT his roval weem in a manual OT startling instruction BL clarity and an irresistible OT conviction he sent it to government. By numerous descriptions OT his and several OT explanatory skekres, by a messenger crossed the mountains, got lost in measureless lord stormy rivers, was on the GX, in OT under TRE lash OT despair, plague, and wild beasts or till he round a route that by that mail. In spite OT tack that a trip to the capital was little less than at that time, Jose Arcadio Buendia to undertake it as government him to so that could put on some practical demonstrations tis invention tor tre military could train them himself in art solar war. For several years he waited tor an answer. Finally, tired waited. Re-bemo de Melchiad's failure his project TMN gave him an versing print ris host. He got him back the doubloons and tore the magnifying glass, and let him in addition some Portuguese and several instruments navigation. In his own nam writing he set down a concise sentences stickies by Mork Herman which let Jose Arcadio so tzt he would able to make use tre astral n, tre compass, am the sextant. Jose Arcadio months the rainy season shut in a small room that had built in the rear the house so that no OAE would disturb his having completely abandoned his domestic obligators. Entire nights in the courtyard tre course the stars art he almost contracted stroke from triarch to establish an exact method to ascertain ren heat mame an expert in the use and manipulation his instruments. He a notion spock that allowed him to navigate seas, to visit uninhabited territories, to establish relations with Spliritbergs Whitman to study. That was in Udic the habit talking to himself, walking rough the rouse Whitman paying attention to anyone, as Ursula the children broke backs in the garden, growing banana, and caladium, cassava and yams, awima rcx, ts eglans. Sunrise, without warning for feverish activity was interrupted and was by a kind fascination. He spent several days as if he were bewickered, softly to himself a string tearful conjectures without giving credit to own understururg. Finally, one Tuesday in December, at Lurchum, all at he wait tormarai. The children would tor rest there lives the august solemnity with which Trier Tatter, devastated by his prolonged vigil by wrath his imagination, revealed his disconvery to trem, the earth is like an orange. Ursula lost it you. It you have to go crazy. Please go crazy all by yourself, she but don't try to put your ideas into mads the children. Jose Arcadio Buendia, impassive, did not let Rimzel Trinti eat by his while, who, in a seizure against the floor, built Aerotor OAE, he gathered the men in his little RCX, M, and he too with Maris that understand, the incivility returning to where one nad set out by consistently sailing east. The whole village was that Arcadio Buendia had lost his reason, when Melchiades returned to set things straight. Gave public praise to Iri Eligers a man who trom pure astromicals molation had evolved at Poritrat nat already teen proven practii, alf nup unknown in Macorio Erdil then, and as a proof of his admiration made him a gift that was to nave a produru in layers on the tutcher the village, tre lats, rati an alchemist. By then Melchiades had aged with surprising rapidity. On his tears to the same age as Jose Arcadio Buendia. But while the latter had preserved his extraordinary strength, which permitted him to pull down a horse by grabbing its ears, seemed to have been worn down by some tenacious illness. It was, in reality, the result multiple and rare diseases contracted on his innumerable trips around world. According to what he himself said as re to Jose Arcadio Buendia *le relperg Tim set the lats, rati, death him everywhere, at the cuffs pants, but reverticidurg to give him tre Tyrol clutch its claws. He was a tagitive trom all catastrophes that had ever mar *ind ted in Persia, scurvy in Malayan archipelago, leprosy in Alexandria, in Japan, bumnic plankton in Madagascar, and in Sicily, and a disastrous styprack in tre Strait Magellan. That prodigious creature, said to CX, Cess the Keys was a GMMY man, in a sad aura, with an Asiatic look that seemed to what Trier was on the otter side he wore a large black TTETMKED like a raven with widespread wings, and a velvet vest across which the patina tre entries had skated. God in spite his immense wisdom his mysterious breadth, he tzd a human burden, an earthly condition that kept him involved in tre small problems daily light. Would complain the ailments old age. He suffered trom most insignificant economic difficulties, and had stopped laughing a long time back because scurvy had made his teeth drop out. On TTET's suffocating ream-time the gypsy revealed his secrets. Jose Arcadio Buendia had tre certainty tried it was tx, getting a great triership. The children were by his fantastic stories. Orleano, ro rot have a pen more than 5 at tre time, would. Remerr him for rest of his life as saw him that aftereen, agarst tre metallic quivered line trom tre wiruo, light eared up with his deep organ ot imagination, while down over their toad tte grease that was being melted by the neat. Jose Arcadio, his older brother, would pass on ttzt worrierful images of hereditary memory to all ot his descendants. Ursula on tte other nard, rel the bad memory ot that visit, tor she had just as had carelessly broken a flask ot bichloride ot mercury. It smell ot devil, said. Not at all, Melchiades corrected her. It has been proven that tte devil has sulfuric and this is just a little neurosive supplement. Atway's didactic, he went into a leered exposition ot the diabolical properties ot cinnabar, but, Jersula paid no attention to him, alth0l4, the children odt to pray. That biting would stay forever in her mind lure xed to tte memory ot Melchiades. TTE riflementary laboratory in addition to a prolution ot tunnels, retorts, filters, sieves was made up ot a primitive water pin a glass with a lorg, thin wreck, a reproduction ot tre philosopher's egg, as still the Tmelselves had built in with descriptions ot the three-armed alembic ot Mary the Jew. And with those items, Melchiades led ot the metals ttzt to the 7 planets, Tormulas ot Moses and Zosimus tor Doten, ling the quantity ot gold, and as set ot rntes and ot great teaching that would Dimitros ro interpret them to undertake tre manufacture ot the stone. By the simplicity ot the formulas to double the quantity ot gold, Jose Arcadio Gandia paid court to Ursula tor several weeks so that would let him dig up Nlonial and reese them by as many times as it was to sl mivid mercury. Ursula gave in, as always, to her bands yielder than Jose Arcadio Gerdiat the 3 dublookens erlo a pan tust trem with copper tilings, orpiment, brimstore, and lead. Put it all to tx. Il in a ot castor oil until got a thick and pestilential syrup which was more like common caramel than valuable gold. In risky and ot distillation, with planetary metals, mixed with hermetic mercury vitriol ot cypress, put back to coke in tator lac ot any reddish oil, Jersula's precious inheritars was reddened to a large piece ot burned hog cracklings that was firmly stuck to tretx, dem ot the when the gypsies came back. Ursula had to tre whole ot village against but curiosity was greater than tear. Tor ttet time went about the town mockir gadetaneered mice with all manner ot musical instruments while a hawker exhibition ot most fabulous discovery ot nasian senis. So that ever your went to church by paying one saw a youthful Melchiades, with a new and clashing set ot teeth. Ttos remembered his gums that had been destroyed by his and trembled with tear at the ot the gypsy's supernatural power. Tear turned earl panic ran Melchiades out teeth, intact, aroused in their gums, showed them to the audience for an instant in which he went back to buy him the same decrepit man ot years past art put them back again ors more wit and the tall control ot his restored youth. Even Jose Arcadio Gandia himself considered that Melchiades had unmemorable extremes, but felt a palthy excitement ren tre gypsy explained to him a tone ot his false it's so simple and so perixdigious at the same time that overnight he ost all immersed in his ex prime ns in alchemy. Underwent a crisis ot humor. Did go back to regularly, and he would spemtre day waking through the muse. Incredible things are happening in world, said to Ursula. Right there across the river are all kinds ot magical instruments while we keep on livered like door keys. Those who had krnw and him the turdation ot were at much he nadkrand under Melchiades and Luud. At first Jose Arcadio Burdia Ted TM and a kind ot youthful patriarch would give instructions tor pla nirg and advice tor raising ot children and animals, columroth with everyone, in physical work, tor welder ot tre community. Circe his tl, used from the very tierst had been tte best in village, the Itmers had built in its image and it ted a small, well lignied livergamem, a dinirg in a shape ot a terrace with gaily colored flowers, to a nurtyard with a gigantic tree, a well-kept garden, a corral or goats, pigs, art wrens lived in peaceful communion. Only animals ttet were just in his house, but in the tire settlement were tight-eared cocks. Jersula's capacity to work was the same as that ot husband. Active, small, se/airy, that woman ot unbreakable nerves who at no moment in her light had tm to everywhere, trom don erdil quite late at night, always pursued by the sot whisper-eared ot stilt, started petticoats. Thanks to ot earth, the white and mud walls, the rustic, wooden furniture they had built themselves were always dean, are the old CMSTS kept cloths exhaled warm smell ot basil. Jose Arcadio Buendia, who was tre most man ever to be sent in village, had set platinum ot houses in a way that trom all ot trem oae could reach tre river and draw water with tre same at herd, and he had the streets with such sense that no muse got more sun than another during the rot time ot day. Within 2 years Macondo was a village that was more orderly and hard ttz and any kmwn until then by its sure red inhabitants. It was a truly happy village where no one was over 30 years ot age and where no one had died. Same time ot its town therefore Jose Arcadio Buendia had built traps cages. In a sport time retilled only his own house but all otis in the village with trup eels, canaries, eaters, and the common ots so many different birds became so disturbed that Ursula would plug her ears with so as not to ot reality. The first time that tribe arrived, sellered glass balls tore redakes, everyone was surprised that Trey had been able to tin that village lost in drowsiness ot swamp, and the gypsies confessed that they had their way by tre ot birds. TTZT Spirit OT Initiative in a time, away by ever OT the Magrids, TRE Astronomical Calculations, TRE Dreams OT Transmutation, and to discover the wonders OT the world. From a clean active man, Jose Arcadio Buendia charged Erlo a man lazy in appearance, careless in his dress, with a wild TMRD that, Jersula to trim with great effort a kicker night. There were many who considered him the victim ot some strarge but even those most ot his let work and family to tolo him when he brought out his calls to clear the land and ask the assembled grot for, to a way that would put in with the great Indians. Jose Arcadio was completely ignorari ot the ot region. He knew to tre east Trierlayan mountain chain and that on side ot the mountains was ardent city ot Riohacha, where in times to rat ne had been told by the first Orleano Buendia. Grandfather Sir Francis Drake had with cannons art that he repaired hem and stud them with straw to Queen Elizabeth. In youth, Arcadio Buendia his men, with wives, and children, animals and all kinds ot domestic implements, Ned crossed the mountains in search of an outlet to sea. Art after 26 months Trey gave up tre expedition rounded Makoru, so they would have to go it was, a route ttet did interest him, tore it null lead only to past. To the south lay the swamps, covered with an eternal vegetable scum and the whole vast universe ot great swamp, which, to what the gypsies said, nad are all limits. The great swamp in the west mergled with a endless extortion ot water there were soft skinned ttet had ted torso ot a woman, causing tre ruination ot sailors with a charm ot extraordinary breasts. Sailed that route 6 months they reached tre strip ot lard which tre mules that carried tre mail to Jose Arcadio Buendia's calculators, the only gx, civility ot contact with civilization lay along tre roar turn route. He handed out clearing hurrying to the same men who ted with him the tourding ot Makul. He threw his directional instruments and his maps Erlo A and under Ken, K the adverture. During first days they did come across any appreciable, knackle down along the stony bank ot the river to place years they had town tre soldiers armor, and from there they went into tre woods a path wild orange trees. At end ot the first week and roasted a deer, but they agreed to eat only halt ot and salt the rest tore the days ttet lay amid. With that to the ot naven to eat macaws, whose blue flesh had a harsh hard musky taste. Tren, for more than 10 days, tmy did see sun again. Tm groward mame sot and damp, like volcanic ash, and tre vegetation was thicker and thicker, and the cries ot birds and ot morkies more remote, and the world became eternally sad. Tre men on the exja1itio telt overwhelmed by Archeant in that paradise ot dampness and silurxen, going back to teep tower original sin, as trier toots sark into anols ot oil and there. Machetes destroyed bloody lilies and golden salamanders. For a week, all renounced without speaking. Trey went ahead like sleepwalkers through a universe ot grief, lighted only by tenuous reflection ot lumurta's insects. Tmir lungs were overwhelmed by a suffocating smell ot they could rot return because the strip that tmy were opening as went would close up with a vegetation that almost seemed to grow before Trier eyes. It's all written, J.C. Arcadio Buendia would say. TM main thing is to our always following his compass. He kept on guiding his men toward TRE invisible road so that TMY would able to get out OTTTET. It was a thick night, starless, but the dark rest was become erg pre-graded with a fresh clear air. By they hung up Tmir and slept deeply toward TTE tears time in 2 weeks. When they woke 14, with TRE's sun already high in sky, were speechless with fascination. Wore them, surrounded by terns and palm trees, WT*TE and powdery in TRE's silent morning light, was an aeromouse Spanish sleek to the star-marred. It had trom its intact masts the dirty rags ot its sails and TRE midst ot its rigurg, which was adored with orchids. Hull, with an armor ot and sot moss, was firmly tasted into a certus ot stones. The roll structure seemed to see and up its own space, ot solitude oblivion, protected from the ot time and the habits ot the birds. Earside, WRERE the expeditionaries explored with careful irient, was nothing but a thick ot flowers. Discovery ot the galleon, an indication ot TRE proximity ot TREC, broke Arcadio Bundia's drive. In a trick ot whimsical Tate to Knave searched for TREC without it, at the cost ot countless sacrifices and to it all ot without LCX, king it, as if it lay across his path like an insurmountable object. Many years later Colorel Orleano Burdia the region again, it was already a regular mail route, and the only part ot the stip retown was its bird outrame in the midst ot it tiled off poppies. Only then, confirmed that the story had MT's some product of his tamer's imagination, did TRE galleon had been able to get inland to that but Jose Arcadio did rot himself with TTZT when he tour percency ater tour days jury trom galleon. His dreams ended as that an foamy, dirty sea, which had not the risks and sacrifices ot adventure. Damn it! McNerdo is surrounded by water on all TTEDEA ot a peninsular McCordo prevailed tour a long time, it speared by arbitrary map that Jose Arcadio Buendia on his return from the expedition. He drew it in rage, evilly, exaggerating TTE difficulties ot communication, as it to punish himself ATE01 UTE lack ot sense with which had christened the place. We'll never get anywhere, related to Ursula. We're going to rot our way here without Tmeti's ot that certainty. Multor several more tons in small RCX, used as his lats, Rady, brought him to the eruption ot plan to move my Yorks due to a place. But that time Ursula Tut anticipated his feverish designs. With the implacable lat X, our ot is small art the women ot the village agares TRE tlitires ot their husbar %s, row were already prepare at tor move. Arcadio Buendia did rot KRNW at what moment or tmas ot what adverse tours his plan radbet enveloped in a web ot pretexts, decepts, intments, and evasions erdil it into but an illusion. Ursula watched him with inroent attention and even told some pity toward him on the morning him in back muttering about his plans toward as he placed his laboratory pia as in Trier original she let him finish. She let him nail uptums and put his initials on them with an brush, without reproaching him, but that he knew she nad him say so in his sot moralogues, that the men ot village would back him up in RIS undertaking. Only when he to take down the gur ot that did Ursula dare ask him what was dwarg. He answered with a certain bitteress. Sirs ERN1 wants to leave, we'll leave all by ourselves. Ursula did we will not leave, said. We will stay rear, twas we have had a son we have still not had a Dita said. A day's rot tm, ng to a place there is storm dead groward. Ursula replied with a satirmres, it I have to die or you to stay I will die. Jose Arcadio Buendia tut rot trot that his wiles will was so term. He tried to with charm ot his fantasy, with the promise OT a Perixeigis world WRERE. All or had to do was sprinkle some magic liquid on the ground and Polaris would true it whenever a man and where all manner OT instruments against pain were sold at bargain prices. But Jairsola was insensible to his clairvoyance. Instead OT goered around there asterisk-ing ATX. UT your crazy inventions, you should be ATL, UT your sons, at the State Inn, wild just like donkeys. Jose Arcadio wife's words literally. LCX, Ked out word out and saw the barefoot children in the sunny garden and he had the impression that only at that instant had TMY to exist, nrmv by, Jairsola's spell, occurred inside OT him tren, some asterisk am mysterious and detonative that him trom his own time and carried him adrift through an region OT his memory. Jairsola's sweeping TRE house, rich was sake trom tour OT life, with an absurd look. Contemplating the children until his eyes became moist art heathen with OT his Harry, a deep sigh OT all Ricky, said. Tell to come help me take things out of Jose Arcadio. The older OT children was 14 had a head, thick hair, his tatter's character. Although he had TRE's same impulse toward growth physical it was early evidiri that lacked imagination. Nad been conceived and during the difficult cross at OT the Mornaires, the OT Macdo, and parents gave our asterisk s to heaven tray saw had our animal teat yours. Orleano, TRE tearst human being to born in Macnairdu, would 6 years old in March. He was silent with Ron. Nad wept in his mother's womb and had TX, RN with his eyes open as Trey were cutting the umbilical cord, he his mad trom side to side, taking in the thirds in the RCM and examining TRE races OT TRE people with a tearless curiosity. Irreiterant to who close to at him, he kept attention cow and traded on palm which I coped as it were about to call a \xe under tremerx this pressure OT the rain, Jairsola did not intensity OT that again or till or day 10 little oral iron, at age OT 3, went into the at the moment she was taking a OTTL, iling soup from the stove and putting it on TRE table. The child, perplexed, said trom the dgme, it's going to spill. The was firmly placked in the center OT table, but just as the child made his announcement, it began an unmistakable movement toward the as it by some inner dynamism, and it tell and broke on the Ursula, alarmed, told her husband about TRE episme, but reinterpreted it as a natural phenomenon. That was way always was alien to existers OT his soul partly because he considered children as an OT mental insufficiency why, partly twas he was always in his fantastic speculations. But at arene he called the children into him unpack the in the he gaw them his rurs. In TRE small separator WN, walls were gradually, and varied by strange maps and fabulous drawings, re-taught Trem to read write and do sums, he to the ATL, UT wonders OT world, only his barring had extended, but forcing TRE limits OT his imagination to extremes. It was in that way that TX. YS ended up that in southern extremes OT Africa there were men so intelligent peaceful that their only pastime was to sit and therex, and TTZT it was to cross Aegean Sea on by jumping Trom island to island all way to OT Salonika. Those hallucinating sessions on OT the TX, YS in a way that many years later, a second before the regular army officer gave TRE Terrier Squad the command to tire, Colonel Orleano Burdias saw once more that warm March afternoon on which his tather had interrupted TRE lesson in physics STWD fascinated, with his in the air his motionless, to distant drums, and jurgles OTTTE gypsies, who were emerged to village once more, startling distant very OT sages OT Memphis. Trey were Rue gypsies, young men, and women roan new ori their own language, with oily skins intelligent tens, whose darks and music sowed a panic OT uproarious joy trough TRE streets, with parrots all colors Italian arias, who laid a golden eggs to TRE soured OT a tamarier, art a trained monkey who read merds, and multi-use macern that could at the same time to sew on buttons art redui fevers, art the apparatus to make a fair son torget his bad memories, and a to lose time, at and more. Inventors so ideous and unusual that Jose Arcadio Buendia must have wanted to invent a memory machine so that he nulled TMM all. In an instant they transformed the inhabitants OT Macondo Turo Trems Elves Ost is their own streets, dissed by the crowded fair. Holding a child by each hand so as wrought to lose TTMT1 in a tumult, into acrobats with gold-capped teeth jugglers with 6 arms, Succuted by tre me at ed breath ot manure sardals ttet the crowd Arcadio Buria went about everywhere like a madman, looking toward Melchiades so that could reveal to him the infinite secrets ot that fabulous right mare. Several gypsies, did rot understand his language. Finally reached the place where Melchiades used to set up his tent and found a taciturn Armenian in Spanish was hawking a SYRL4, to make oneself invisible. EB had drawn asterisk down a glass OT in one gulp as Jose Arcadio Buena else, went his way through TRE absorbed group that was witnessing TRE spectacle, and was able to ask his question. Him intrigental climate OT tis before reated into a puddle OT pestilential smoking pitch which OT his reply still floated, Melchiades is dead by news, Jose Arcadio Buru motionless, triurg to rise ATX, VE tis affliction, or till the group called away by other artifices, and puddle OT taciturn Armenian evaporated completely. Other gypsies later on that Melchiades had intact to the fever on at end that his TX, DY had been bound into TRE deepest part OT TRE Java C. The children had an RNWS. TMY insisted that take TMM to see the overwhelming novelty OT the OT Memphis that was advertised at the Entreme OT assert that, to what was said, TED TX210 and GED to King Monday THPY resisted so much that Jose Arcadio Buendia paid the 30 reals and them into OT tent, was ajarred with a hairy torso a shave red, with a ring in his MSER to paw iron chain on his ankle, over a pirate chest. When it was by the giant, chest gave ODT a glacial exhalation. Earside trier was only an enormous, transparent with Ionite interrel needles in which the light OT the sunset was broken up into colored stars. Disconcerted, knowing that children were waiting for an immediate explanation, Jose Arcadio Buendia ventured a murmur, its largest diamond in world. No, gypsy countered. It's ice. Jose Arcadio Buendia, witnessed understarting, out his TZND toward cake, but TRE jarred moved it away. 5 reals more to it, said. Arcadio Buendia paid put his heart on the and it tore several minutes as his heart tilled with tear and jubilation at TRE contact with Mice Terry. Witness crowing what to say, paid 10 reals more so TTET his son's knave that prodigious experience. Little Jose Arcadio refused to touch it. Orally M, on the other tent, a step forward put his on it, withdrawing it immediately. It's he exclaimed, startled. But his tatter paid RN attention to him. Intoxicated by evident OT the miracle, at TTET moment frustration OT his delirious undertakings Melchiades body, abandoned to act might OT the squids. Paid 5 reals and with his hand on the cake, as it gave testimony on the Holy Scriptures, he exclaimed, this is the great invention OT our time. Chapter 2 When the pirate Sir Frar-Eis Drake attacked Ryahacha in the 16th century, Ursula Iguaran's great-great-grandmother became so trident with a ringing OT alarm the OT cams that she rolled OT nerves and sat down on a lighted stove. The burns chammed her imo a useless white tore rest OT days. SM nulled only sit on or side, by pillows, and some Tim must nave happy eat to her way OT walkin', for she never again in public. SM gave up all Kirode's OT activity, with a ration that her toti gave ODT a siwy odor. Dawn would tyro her in TRE tour she did not dare fall asleep lest she dream OT English their attack dogs as they came through wearios of bed to netists metal tortures with their irons. Husbarkst, and merkst by WMRN had 2 children, the value of NIS store on Mediserps and in an attempt to alleviate terror. Finally he sold the business and the family to live far from the sea in a settlerary of Imeans mated in Dills. He built his wife a witness wordhouse so that pirates of Nadreem would nave no way to get in that hidden village there was a tobacco planter who Ted lived for some time, MN Jose Arcadio Cunraya, with WMM Ursula's great-great-grandfather a partnership TTET was so lucrative that within a few years they made a fortune. Cert Uri's later great-great-grandson of the native TL, our employer married great-great-granddaughter OT every time that Ursula Tmarn exercised over her husband's mad dias. She would leap back 3 years OT late curse the day that Sir Francis Drake Nat attacked Ryahacha. It was simply a way of giving some relief. 'Twas actually TMY were joined till death byeth that 'twas more solid that love, a common prick of conscience. They were cousers. They had grown up together in Tre old village that Ot Trier ancestors, with work and Tmir habits, had stormed into Ot finest towns in Tre province. Their marriage was predicted from Tre time they had come into the world, there to their own relatives tried to stop it. They were afraid that those two healthy Ot2 races that had over the series would suffer the Ot iguanas. Tura had already TMN a horrible preceded. An aunt Ot Idrisila S. married to an uncle Ot Arcadio Burdia, Ted as son like wearing baggy trousers and bled to death at a raverg lived rorty 2 years in the state Ot virginity. Tor he had grown up with a cartilaginous tail in Tre shape Ot a corkscrew and with a small tut Ot hair on the tip. A pig's tail that was never allowed to seen by any woman and that cost him his life when a bookter friend did him the taver Ot chopping it Odt with his cleaver. Arcadio Buendia, with whimsy Ot his 19 years, problem with a Sergal phrase, don't care it I have piglets as long as they can talk were amidst a Ot fireworks of brass that went on tour 3 days. They would have been happy trom then on it Ursula's mother had terrified with all manner Ot's sinister atl, ut prim, even to Tre extreme Ot advisum rare to ritus to consummate the marriage. Fearing that stout and willful husband would her while she slept, Ursula, Tor going to Ted, would put on a rudimentary kind Ot drawers that Motmer had made out Ot sailcloth and Ted with a system Ot criss-crossed leather straps and that was closed in the trunk by a thick iron buckle. That was lived several months. The day he would take care Ot his cox art sre would do treme embroidery with her mother. At night would wrestle Tor several in violin that to a substitute Tor the act Ot love, until her intuition got a wit Ot something irregular and rumor spread that Ursula was still a virgin a year after her marriage Tmas her was Jose Arcadio Buendia was TTE last one to mar the rumor. LCX, K at what people are saying, Ursula, he told his wife very calmly. Let Trem talk, Ste said. We that it's rut tray the situation went on the same way to 6 months that tragic surde when Jose Arcadio Buria won a Trump Prudwio Aguilar. Furious, aroused by Ot his bird, the loser away from Jose Arcadio Buendia so that everyone in the CCXK pit could near what was to tell him. Congratulations, snooted. Maybe that Mr. Ot yours can do your white a taver? Jose Arcadio Buendia Ciruli picked his rooster. I'll be right back, told everyone. TMN to Prudencio Aguilar, you go home and get it Tmas I'm to kill Yacht and later he returned with TTET Ted to his guard Tather. At the to the CCX asterisk pit, where Hall Tre town nad gathered, Prudencio Aguilar was waiting for him. Was no time to Arcadio Gerdius found with the Ot a bull and with the same aim with Udic the first oral Iarl, Buendia had jaguars in the region, pierced Ris throat. That night, as they railed awake over the Inca pit, Arcadio Burdia went into as his wife was putting on her chastity pants. Pointing at her he ordered, take them Odt. Ursula had D012, TATL, UT her husband's Yultor what napka ends, she murmured. Jose Arcadio Gerdia stuck thee into the dirt. If UTM are iguanas, we'll raise iguanas, he said. Gut there'll no more killergs in this town Tmas Otu? It was a June right, and with a RRMN, and they were awake to Likirgan Badger till dawn, indifferent to the breeze that passed through the with the Ot Prudencio Aguilar's kin. TTE matter was put down as a dual Otiter, but Ot Trem were let with a twinge in their 0M night, she nulled sleep. Ursula went out Erlo courtyard to get some water SRE saw Pertzircio Aguilar by the water jar was livid, a sad expression on his trying to in his throat with a plug made Ot esparto grass. It did rud Briergon tear and tur, but pity. She went to told her husband what had but he did not think Ot it. This just means that we can't start Tre wait Ot our conscience. 2 rights later, Ursula saw Aguilar again, in the bat room. Uzurg Tre esparto plug to wash clotted from his throat. On Nigan saw in the rain Jose Arcadio Burdia, and yet by his whiles hallucinations, went out Earl of the courtyard armed with TTE there was dead man with his sad expression. You go to tell, Jose Arcadio Buendia snooted at NM. Just as many times as you back, I'll kill you again Prudencio Aguilar did rot away, nor did Jose Arcadio Buendia de Throwenver slept well all to that. was by immersed desolation with which the dead man Nat coped at him tvalt the rain, his deep as yerm tor livingbull, the anxiety with which through tre roused tor some water with which to soak his esparto pllq. Must a great deal, said to, Jersula. You can see he's so ripenly. She was so moved that Rex time SRE saw the dead man on the stove she WTZT was mkintor, and trom tren on she placed water jugs all at the house. One night when he found him washing his wound in his own RWN, Jose ARM Ogandaya could no longer resist. It's all right, Prudencio, told him. We're to leave this town, just as far away as we can go, we'll never come back. Go in peace now. TTZT was how underx, KOT mountains. Friends OT Jose Arcadio Burua, men like him, excited, by TRE adventure, dis their houses 14, along with their wives children, to mad toward TRE land that R01 had promised them. Before left, Jose Arcadio Buendia buried in the courtyard at her other, the throats OT his magnetisur tiding CMS, trusting that in that way he could give some measure OT to Prudencio Aguilar. All TTET, Jersula along were a trunk with her bridal clotra, a two musettle, LD utensils, and TTE smallest with gold that she had trummed lay out any definite itinerary. They simply tried to in a direction opposite to road to Ryahatcha so that would leave any or meet any bull they knew. It was an absurd journey. At her 14 mortons, her stomach CORRL4, ted by more key meat and snake stew. Jersula gave birth to a son who had all OT his features human. STE had traveled halt OTTRE trip in a hammock that two men carried on shoulders, Tmaz had disfigured her and her veins Nat putted up like bubbles. Altman it was pitiful to see them with their sunken stomachs languid eyes, the children survived journey TTZ and parents, ard most OTTRE time it was for them. One after almost 2 years OTTMY first mortals to the western OT mountain range. From the cloudy summit they saw the immense aquatic expat BOT great swamp as it spread out toward the other side OT world. But TMY Evertown TREC one night, after several months OTBST wandering to Valtara way Trom last had met on Tmir Way, they camped on the banks OT Estoni River whose waters were like a torrent OT Trozenglass. Years later, during Second Civil War, Colonel Orly Arndandaya tried to follow that same route in order to take Ryahatna by surprise after 6 days OT traveling TTET it was madness. And nevertheless, Nigan on which they camped beside the river, his Tatars host had TTEOT shipwrecked with but their number had grown the crossing TMY were all prepared, and they succeeded, to die OT old age. Jose Arcadio Buena dreamed that night that Rigandera Mysi city with houses mirror whales rose up. He asked what city it was and they answered him with a name that he had never marred. TTET had meaning at all, but TTET had a in his dream, Makua. On Tola word they reconversed his men that they would revert and see them to cut down trees to make a clearing beside the river, at the coolest on the bar asterisk, and there they tore DED the village. Jose Arcadio Buruia did not succeed in deciphering TTE dream OTnesses with mirror walls until day he its deep meaning. He thought that in a near toucher tray would able to manufacture OT ice on a large scale from such a material as water and with trem build TRE ru rouses OT village. Macondo would know a burning platen, where NKNCX curs twisted with the heat, but would be charwai into a wintry city. He did not veem severe in his attempts to build an factory, it was at that time was absolutely enthusiastic over the education OT his sons, especially that OT Orleano, who Trom first had revealed a strange intuition toward alchemy. The latter, Raider Ted dusted ODT. Reviewing Melchiad's Rhodes, Serie MW, Wittrau the exaltation OT Renvelti. In prolonged patient sessions they to separate Ursulus Trom the debris track was stuck to the totem OT the JNT young Jose Arcadio scarcely part and while his was TNDY and soul with his water pi FP, the willful firstborn, who had always a pen TCO big for his age had a monumental adolescent. His voice had charged. An incipient fuzz appeared on his teeth lip. One night, as Idrisilla word Erlo TREMM where was to go to she fell to me at ed sense OT shame pity, was tearst man that SRE had seen naked at her husband, Ardri was so well tore life that abnormal. Jersilla, pregnant the third time, relived her newlywed terror. A rare ode that time a merry, provocative woman came to Tnus to tell with the Korea, new to read Tutcher in cards. Jersula to Sun Tmugan that his disproportionate size was something as unnatural as her cousin's tail ot a pig. Tre woman let out an expressive laugh that mused like a spray ot broken glass. Just tte opposite, said. He'll be very lucky. In order to confirm her brought cards to the muse allude days later herself with Jose Arcadio in a granary ODT kicked N. She calmly placed her cards on an old cardinier's saying TTET came into her while waited beside her, more bored than intrigued. Suddenly she reached out her and towned him. Lordy, said, sincerely that was all she could say. Jose Arcadio felt his TX, nest tilling with loam, a large tear, and a terrible desire to weep. The woman made no insinuators. But Jose Arcadio kept looking toward her all nig to 6m, tore the smell ot smoke that she had over her armpits that had got under his skin. To with all the time, re-walled her to his mother, for Trem never to leave the granary, and tore to say lordy, to him. One day he not started any more and went king toward her at her house, he made a formal visit, sit him in the living witness saying a word. At TTET moment he had no desire tore he found her different, he nearly tore into TRE image that rare smell brought on, as if were someone else. Drar ex collie let house in depression. That night, during TRE tri-tool time OT lying awake, he desired her again wit and a brutal anxiety, but he did rot ward that time as she had been in the granary but as had been that at ruin. Days later the woman suddenly to Tnus, was allure with her mother, and she had him come into the with TTE pretext OT stewing him a deck OT cards. Then she him was such that he suffered a delusion at her TRE initial shudder, he telt more tear than pleasure. She to that nig agreed. In order to get away, I heard that was iwatable OT going. But that night, in his burning bed, he understood so that he had to wee her, even it were rot capable. Got dressed by Teal, listening in the dark to his brother's calm breathing, the dry cough OT his tatmarin RNXT the asthma OT in the courtyard, the buzz OT TRE mosquitoes, TRE beatirg OT his teared, and the inordinate bustle OT a world that Ted rot until and went out into street. With all his teared he wanted it to be barred and not just closed as STE Tud promised him. But it was it with the OT his fingers the hinges yielded with a mournful articulate moan that let it rose an echo inside OT him. From Momri sideways trying to make a noise, he caught ITTE smell. Was still in TRE Tulway, WRERE the woman's three brothers had their in TTZT he nulled and that null determire in the dark rest as he telt his way along the hall to push OJ and the and get his so as to mistake he found it. He bumped AGAI1BTTREROISOT the Namux, which were lower than he nat and a man Ted snoring erdil then in his and said in a kind OT delusion, it was Wednesday. When he pushed OFP and the DCX, R, null prevented Trom scraping against the Erdvan suddenly, in the absolute dark rest, reorder stood with AH0 plus nostalgia that was completely in a narrower mother, another daughter WIT and rare husband and two children, R the woman, who may. MT have could have guided himself by the smell if the smell had rut been all over TRE muse, so devious at TRE same time so definite, as it had always on his skin. Did not move toward time, wondering in fright had ever got to that abyss OT abandonment, ran a with all its enema in darkness his was surprised, tore without crow erg, nad been expecterget. And gave himself over to TTZT and in a terrible state OT exhaustion he let himself to a shapeless place where his clothes were taken ODT he was reeved ATX, UT like a sack OT thrown from side to the other in udic his arms were useless, WRERE it RO longer smelled OT woman but OT ammonia, to end the race OT, Jersula, confusedly aware that Re was doing something that tore a very long time had to do but that he had imagined null really dorn. Rut knowing what he was doing because he did rut know. WRERE his teat were or his mad was, or teat or his head, and feeling that he no longer resist TRE glacial rumbler OT his keteries and TTE air OT his INTE stires, and tear, and anxiety to flee at same time stay forever in that exasperated silence that tertall solitude. Name was Pilar Termera. She had part OT that ended with TREDOU mim OT by rare tamely in order to separate from the man had at 14 and had Ryu to love her until she was 20. But Ro never made up his mind to make the situation public twas he was a man apart. Promised to follow to OT the earth, but only later on, when Re put his attires in order, and SRE had bet untired OT Tim, always him with tall SMRT. Blord and brunette men that her cards promised Tromlard and see within 3 days, 3 mores, or years. With her had lost OT her thighs, the tyrannous OT rare breasts, her habit OT tenderess, but she kept the madness the art intact. Maddened by that prodigious play third, Jose Arcadio followed rare path every night through the labyrinth OT the RCX, M. On a certain occasion he KNCX ked several times, that it had the TX. To crock the first time he would have had to crock until TRE last, and at an interminable wait that tore him. During the day, lying down to dream, he would secretly enjoy the memories OT rigged Ibitor. But came into house, merry, indifferent, chatty, did have to make any effort to hide his tertian, because that woman, WRNSE explosive trignanade that had nothing to do with invisible that taught him how to breathe trom within Cottrall his hearts. That taught him to why men are afraid OT death. Was so up in himself that Re did rut even understood the joy OT everyone ran his tather his brother aroused the muse hold with ruse that had in TRE metallic debris and had separated Idrisala's gold remedy had as a matter OT tact, at her putting in implicated days at it. Jairsala was happy, and she even gave thanks to God Tor invention OT alchemy, while the OT villagerlo the laboratory. Ardtrey served them guava jelly on crackers to celebrate TRE Werder, and Arcadio Buendia let them see Kreitzable with Rittenvert as it he nad just invented it all around. He aimed in Tront OT his older son, during past few days Ted barely put in the laboratory put TRE dry and yellowish mass in front OT his eyes Ard asked him, what did MK like to you? Arcadio answered Sin Rely, snit. His father gave a blow with back OT hand that brought out in tears. That night Pilar Turner put her compresses on the swellum, feeling a mator TX, till and cotton in the dark, she warded with him as it did rot through him, making an effort to love him without him. They reached such a state of intimacy that later, without realizing it, Trey were whispering to each other. I want to alone with you, he said. One OT these days I'm to tell everybody we can stop all OT this sneaking arua she did try to calm him down that would be tire. STE said it we're alone. We'll leave TRE lamp lighted so that we can see each eye as much as I want Whitman Naver to button and you can in my ear any crap you can think OT? TTE versation, that he felt against my rare possibility OT wild ove inspired a serene courage in him. In his darnest way, without any preparation he told everything to his brother. At tirst or liaro only TTE risk, TRE immerse possibility OT that his brother's adventures implied. And null understand the tassination OTTTESL2, jacked. Little by little Re became caught laminated with TRE anxiety. He wondered ATL, UT the details OT Damers, himself with a sutterier enjoyment OT tis brother, felt frightened happy. He would stay awake waiting for him until dawn and that to have it mom OT live coals, they would keep on talking until it was time to get 14, so that TX. THOT Trom same felt same lack OT interest in alchemy and the wisdom OT Trier Tather, and they took refuge in Solitude. Kids are out OT their Ursula said. Must have worms. She prepared a repugna and even tore them made out OT mashed which they th drar asterisk with erdricine stoicism, and sat down at the same time on Trier 11 times in a single day, some rose parasites that they showed to with great jubilation. Tor it allowed them to deceive Ursula as to the origin OT Trier distractiers and drowserns. Oraliaral, only by TMN, also his brothers as something OT his own, Tor on OAE occasion when the latter was explaining in great detail mechanism of love, he returned at him to ask, what does it feel like? Jose Arcadio gave an immediate reply, it's like an earthquake. 1 January Thursday at 2 o'clock in morning, Amar Antad was war any orn came into RCX. M. Jairsala carefully. SM was light and watery, like a ryut, but all OT rare parts were human, or liaro did rutridisexk muse lol OT-ble. Protected by contusion, went ODT in search OT his brother, who had been in bed sim 11 OCLCXK. It was such an impulsive TTET did not even have time to ask himself re could get him out OT Pilar de Raras he circled tour several miles, whistling private calls, until proximity OT Don torced him to go roam. In tis motors RCX, M, playing with TRE newborn little sister and with a face that with he louned Jose Arcadio. Jersula was barely rorty days rest ren TRE gypsies returned. They were same acrobats that had brought unlike Melchiad's tribe, Trey tut STNW and very quickly that Trey were Rut Terrell's OT but purveyors OT amusement. Even when they brought they did Rut advertise it toward its usefulness in the light OT man but as a simple circus curiosity. This time, with many other they brought a but TMY did Rot otter it as a tournament AL contribution to TRE development OT Trans FM. As an OT the bull had dug up last pythons to take advantage OT a quick flight over TRE houses OT the protected by the delightful OT disorder, Arcadio, and Pilar many rares. THPY were two happy lovers among the crowd, and TTPY even to that love could have feeling that was more and deep than a nappies, while but momentary, OT their secret nignies. Pilar, Royer, broke stimulated by enthusiasm that Jose Arcadio smwed in her companionship. She comest TRE form and the occasion, art all OT is sudden shat through a whole world on top of NMTBW you really are a man, told him. And since did rot what she meant, she hit out to him. You're going to a father? Jose Arcadio did rot their leave TRE house tour several days. It was enough tour to OT Pilar in kitchen to run and take in the laboratory, Udra RT tax OT alchemy nad come alive again with Jersula's Jose Arcadio Buendia rekniv his son with joy and initiated him in TTE's search toward the philosopher's store, which had teenily undertaken. Wanted to ream the TX, YS grew enthusiastic over the flying that went switty by the latmatry at window level carrier TRE Gypsy was driving its several children from village who were merrily nards, but Jose Arcadio Buendia did rot at it. Let them dream, he said. We'll do than are doing, and with more scientific than a miserable bedspread. In spite OT his interest, Jose Arcadio must OT the Tylus offers which to MKED like a GMRLY blown TX, dull. Did rot succeed in escaping trumped his worries. EB lost his tight and could not sleep. He fell into an ill humor, same as his father's TRE failure OT his undertakings. Such was his 1-4 EET that Jose Arcadio Buenda himself relieved him OT his duties in Latal, Ratri, Turking that had taken alchemy TTN much to heart. Oraliaro, OT course, Erderstoxi that his brother's affliction did not have its in a search toward philosopher's stom but he could not get imo his he nad lost RIS former from an complete and communicative he had tum witron anxious for solitude, bitten by a virulent ramer against the world, OAE nigta he let his as usual. But did to Pilar Turner's muse, but to is the tumult OTTR ilair. At about among all Kurds OT without a rehearsed in any OT he something TTET was wrought apart OT at all, a young gypsy girl, almost a child, who was weighted down by beads and was the most beautiful woman that Arcadio had ever seen in his life. She was in the crowd that was witnessing the sad spectacle OTTRE mantut IRI0 SRNKE tour having the Sotex to yet his parents. Jose Arcadio paid no attention. While the sad interrogation OT Snake Man was taking place, made his way the crowd to Iron Row, Gypsy Girl was, and reached Minter. He pressed against rare back. The girl tried to separate herself, Arcadio more strongly against her back. Trend she telled him. She remired motionless against him, tremblered with surprise and tear, unable to eviderm, and finally her mat and MKED at him with a tremulous smile. At that instant two gypsies put the command into his cage and him IRI0 tent. The was Koru acting show Armanst, Ro, gentlemen, we are to terrible test OT woman WM must have head chopped ODT every night at this time tor 100 and titty years as punishment tor having what snulled knave. Jose Arcadio the girl did not witness TMY went to her tent, WRERE they kissed each other with a desperate anxiety while Trey ODT tmear clods. The girl the corsets she had on and there she was, corroded into practically MTNNG. SRE was a languid little with ipiary breasts so thin TTET did even match size OT Jose Arcadio's arms, But SRE had a decision and a warmth that tore fragility. BNVERTHELESS, Arcadio to her Tmas TMY were in a kind OT publitant WRERE the gypsies passed through WIT and their circus did tmear business. Would even tarry by the game OT the lamp from the enter in a lighted TRE whole plaid during a pause in the caresses, Jose Arcadio out on Whitmet what to do, while the girl tried to inspire him. A gypsy woman with splurted flesh came in a snore time after accompanied by a man WM was MT of TRE caravan but who was rock trom TRE village eater, RDTX, TH began to undress and ironed OT the without two, woman LCX. Ked at Jose Arcadio and examired his magnificent animal in repose with a kind OT pathetic fervor. "My boy," she exclaimed, "may God preserve you just as you are?" Jose Arcadio's opinion asked them to leave them alone. Nubble lay down on TRE Guru, close to the passion OT the others woke Arcadio's fervor. On the first contact OT the girl to Tmorn this one with a disorderly crunch like TRE's sound OT Domi rose, and her skin broke out into a pale sweat and eyes with tears as TNDY exhaled a lugubrious lament and a vague smell OT mud. But she TRE impact with a OTCT reactor and a bravery that were admirable. Arcadio felt himself up into TRE air toward a state OT seraphic inspiration. WRERE his tear burst forth with an OT terrier at Midas that girlers and came out OT her mouth translated into Tur language. It was Thursday. On Saturday night, Arcadio a red cloth reared his mat and let with TTE gypsies. When, Jersula absentant she tore him all through village. In the remains OTTRE gypsy camp there was but a gubra * pit still smoking ashes OT extinguished X2D campfires. Who was there Lukim tor beads among the trash told Ursula that the niggle before Renad seen in tumult OT the caravan pushing Snake Man's cage on a cart. PE's become a gypsy she spouted to rare husband, who had not STNW and the sign OT alarm disappears. It's true, Jose Arcadio Gandaya said, grind him in his mortar the material that had ground 1,000 times reheated and ground again. That way he'll learn to a man Ursula asked WRERE the GYVEIs had goe. She went along asking follower wrote SNE had T-pen SMWN, snirking that STE still took time to catch up to Trem. SRE kept getting tart her away from village until felt so tar away that she did not return. Arcadio Buruia did not discover that his wife was missirged until 8 o'clock at night, let material warming in a OT manure and to what was with little Amaranta, who was getting Tnarstrom crying. In a few he got read a GROT4, OT men, put Amaranta in Hard's OT a woman row offered to nurse her, and was lost on invisible paths in pursuit OT, Jersula. Oral iron with Indian TMY could rot understeru, told them with signs that they had rot seen any or pass. At her 3 days OT TMY to village. For several weeks Jose Arcadio Buruia BT himself be overcome by consternation care OT a little Amar Aria like a he battened and dressed her, took her to be nursed 2 times a day, and even to at night the songs TTET, Jersula KRNW how to SIR4 on an urtain Pilar Terrera volunteered to do the household mrazur till, Jersula came back. Orleano, mysterious Iriatushan had with a misfortune. Tal de glow OT clairvoyance Ren Re sought her comment and he that in some inexplicable way she was to blame tore his flight and the consequent OT his mother, and Re harassed her with a silent and implacable hostility in such a way TTET woman did rot return to muse. Time put TNNGS in treer place. Jose Arcadio Buendia Ard his son did rot KMW exactly TMY to laboratory, dusting lignin the water pipe. Involved once more in the patient manipulation OTTRE material that had sleeping several months in its OT manure. Even Amar Aria, lying in a wicker basket, observed with curiosity TRE work OT rare tather and Brotmer small the air was by Mercury Vammers. On a certain occasion, months after Ursula's departure, things began to happen. An empty flask that had T-pen forgotten in a cupboard for a lortier and so peavy that it could rot moved. A pan OT water on the work table witnessed any tire order it tore a halt hour until it completely evos, rated. Arcadio Buenda his son observed Truas Fermino with startled excitement, unable to explain but interpret at them as predictions OT the material. One day Amaranta's basket began to move by itself and made an complete turn to the consternation OT our Liano, to stop it, But his lather did get upset. He put TRE basket in its place, tied it to leg OT a table, that Lorva waited divert was imminent. It was on that Kmazion that Oerler tiered him say, it you don tier of metals. Suddenly, almost 5 months after her disappearance, Ursula came back. She arrived rejuvenated, within a style that was in village. Jose Arcadio Buruia could barely stand her %ER impact. That was it. He LKRNW it was to he really it, tore during his prolonged imprisonment as he manipulated the material, begged in depth OT his that miracles should not discovery OTTRE philosopher est store, or TTE treeing OT the breath that makes metals live, or the faculty to convert any OT into but WTZT had just happened, Ursula's return. But she did not share his excitement. She gaw him inventional kiss, as it ted away only an hour, and she told him, look out the door. Jose Arcadio Buendia a long time to get out OT his GX, perplexity went out into the street and saw TRE crowd. They were rock GYLEIs. TTPY were men women like TMM, with straight TEIR dark skin same language and complained OTTRE same pains. THPY nad mules loaded down with to eat, ox carts with furniture utensils, pure and simple earthly accessories put on sale without any fuss by handlers OT everyday reality. TP came from the side of swamp, only 2 days away, were towns that receive mail every month in the year WRERE they were Tamilier with the implements OTLIVIR4. Jersula Ted Rot caught up with but STE had lound TRE route that rare husband Tud unable to discover in his search the great inventions. Chapter 3 Pilar Turner's son was brought into his grandpare's house 2 weeks after he was born. Ursula admitted him grudgy at why, only more by the obstinacy OT husband, null tolerate idea TTZT and OT his blood srowledrit, but he the condition that TRE child should never KMW his identity. Altmug he was given the name Jose Arcadio, him simply Arcadio so as to avoid confusion. At that time there was so much activity in the town, so much bustle and muse that care OT the children was relegated to a secondary level. TTPY were put in TRE care OT visitation, a Guajiro woman who had arrived in town with a brother in flight from a plague of insomnia that had been scourged their tribe for several years. Were TH to help that, Ursula the mon to help her with musamel chores. That was MW Arcadio MMR Arta came to speak Guajiro Spanish, learned to drink lizard broth and eat spider eggs witness Ursula's knowing it, for was busy with a promising business in cardi animals. Hetsked. TM had come with Ursula spread the of good quality of its and its privileged with to swamp, so that Trom narrow village OT pastimes it changed it to an active town with stores workstle, SS and a permanent commercial route over which first with baggy parts and rings and ears, swapping glass beads for macaws. Arcadio Bumia did have a memories by an immediate reality that came to more fantastic than vast universe of NIS imagination, GT all interest in the alchemist's laboratory, to rest the material TTBTTBD with more of manipulation, and word back to enterprising man of earlier days he Ted lay out OT streets and LCX Asian OT therus / muses so that no would enjoy privileges that everyone did not have. He acquired such authority the new arrivals that Turuations were laid or walls built witness consulted. It was decided that Small the one in charge OTTRE distribution OTTTE Lard Ren TRE Acrobat Gypsies returned, with Tmir Vagamard Carnival transformed now into a Jigriak organization OT Games OT and Cha, they were received with great joy, Tor it was thought that Arcadio would with but Arcadio did return, Roar did they come with a snake man, WRN, according to what Ursula Tnug height, was only one who could tell him a Tmir son, so were not allowed to camp in town or set in it in Tucher. Tor Trey were the Tmers OT and Jose Arcadio Tnwover, was explicit in maintaining that TRE old tribe OT Melchians, who had so to the growth OT village with age-old wisdom his tabulaus inventors, would always the gates open. But Melchiad's tribe, according to what wanderers said, Ted 011 face OT earth tray had gore the limits OT humankern village. Imarivated tor momri at least trom torment OT fantasy, Jose Arcadio Bendia in a short time set up a system OT order work WT *ch allowed tor ori or bit OT license, OT the birds, which, time OT the tou ming, nad made time merry with their flutes, and in their place musical and every they were wondrous made OT wood, Rich Arabs had traded for macaws, and which Jose Arcadio Ganda had with such precision that every halt town grew merry with the progressive chords OTTRE same psalm until it react. Ed TRE climax OT a reamtime TTET was as exact unanimous as an complete waltz. It was also Jose Arcadio Gurdiero decided those years tra TTPY should plant almond trees instead OT acacias on and witn't revealing it, a way to make them live toriver. Many years later, Ren Macondao as a field of CN houses with zirk roofs, broken and dusty almond trees still stood on TRE oldest streets, although RN or knew who had planted them. Util his lather was putting the town in order, and his mother was Imra asing wealth with marvelous business OT Karuad little R seen as one ish, which let muse twice a day strong sticks OT balsa or liar, interminable hours in abar doried lats, rati. Learning TRE art OT's silver work by his own /mentation. Had SMT so last that in a time the clothing ETT behind by his brother no lorger tit him he to wear his rethers, but visitation had to sew pleats in the skirt darts and pants, twas Orleano nad rot sequin TRE corpular COT TRE otters. Adolescrest had taken away OT and had made him silent and delirightly solitary, BLD, on the other NAR%. It had restored the expression that nad in his eyes he was so much on his in silver work that scarcely let TRE lats, rati to eat. Worried /ertas in rare witterwal, JC Arcadio Buendia gave keys to house and a little money, asterisking that needed a woman. But Orleano TRE mori on muriatic acid to some aquaregia, and he the keys by plating them with his excesses were hardly comparable to whose OT Arcadio Amaranta, had already TX. Gone to get teeth and still went ATL, UT all day clutching at the Indiars cloaks, stubborn in their decision wrought to Spanish but the Guajiro language. You shouldn't complain, Jersula told her who's barred children in reared tree or parents' madness. Art as she was lamenting rare misfortune, that the wild OT her children was as tearful as a pig's tail, or Liaro gaw her a look that wrapped mel her in an atmosphere OT untainty. Some Amy is retold rare. Jersula, as she did made a prediction, to break it down with her house whitely it was normal tor sumoi to be, Ming. Since at Stragers came to at GH Macondo every day witn't arousing suspicion or secret dias. Nevertheless, beyond all logic, Orleano was sure OT his prediction El Don T know it will he but it is already on way. TTZT Sunday, intact, Rita arrived. SM was only 11 years old. Nad made the difficult trip Tramonor with some high dealers Rota taken on task OT with a to Jose Arcadio, but TMY could not explain precisely TRE was Rota asked the Taver. Her entire OT is small trunk, a little RCX king chair with small hand flowers, and a canvas sack which kept a soured, carried Pereira's TX, Ness. Letter to Jose Arcadio Buruia was written in very warm terms by someone still loved him very much in spite OT time and disarm, and felt obliged by a basic humanitarian tealer to do TRE charitable thing and send him that erst eldered orphan, who was a cousin OT. Jersel is also a relative OT Jose Arcadio Buruia, Alfnup Tartar removed. Twas she was TTE daughter OT that unforgettable friend Uloa and his very worthy white Rita Maria L. May God keep them in his holy kingdom. WRNSE Ramirez TRE. Girl was carrier so that might be given Christian burial. TM mentioned, as well as the signature on the letter, were perfectly legible, but Retha Jose Arcadio, Gande, Jersula having any relatives with those names, did KRNW anyone by the name OT the sender OTTRE letter, much less the remote village OT Marbure. It was impossible to obtain any information from girl. From the moment she arrived she had been in the rocker, sucking her tit when observing every urine with large, without any sign OT what they were asking her. SRE wore a diagonally stree FPD dress that Ted dyed black, worn by use, a pair OT scaly patery her hair was held at IRD her ears with bows OT black ribbon. She wore a scapular with the images worn away by sweat, and on right wrist of a carnivorous animal mounted on a backing OT as an amulet against the evil eye. Greenish skin, stomach, rowered and tense as a drum. Revealed PCX, are real and hunger that were older than STE was, but when Trey gave her some tim to eat kept the plate on her knees without anything. TMY even began to theor asterisk that SRE was a dear mutur till TRE Dans asked in Lomuj if some water and move eyes as it trem said yes with her Ted. Remedy kept Tmaz was rotting else they could do. To call her Rebecca, which according to the letter was her name, Orleano had paid Irks to read to her the reams ot all the saints and he did rut get a reaction tramary or ot them. Sway there was no cemetery in at that time, tor one had till then. They kept the bag ot to wait tor a worthy place ot burial, tor a lore time it got in way everywhere would be found least always with its clucking ot a broody 10. A long time passed before Rebecca became into the light ot the family. Would sit in her small and most remote corner ottre house. Wing attracted her attention except the music otclcxks, which would 100k every with trignanate as it sre hoped it tended someplace in the air. They could rot get her to eat tor several days. Or why had died ot humor until Irdians, who were aware ot everything, tor ttpy wettle ceaselessly about the house on their stealthy that ori to eat damp earth ot the courtyard and the cake ot whitewashed that she picked ot the walls with nails. It was obvious that her parents, or Ted raised had her tor ttet nobbit because she did it secretively and with a tailing ot guilt, trying to put away supplies so that could eat when one was Lukim. From then on they put her under an implacable watch. They threw gall onto TRE courtyard and rubbed mt chili on the walls, snirking they could defeat pernicious vice with ttnse metros, but she stood such signs ot astute res and ingenuity to tin some earth that Jersula found to use more drastic she put some orange juice ruarberlo a pan that SRE led and TRE do all night and gave her the dose the day on an empty stomach. ALTH0L4 H1 Nad told her that it was the specific remedy tor vice ot eat at earth. She tug height that any bitter in an empty stomach would have to make the liver react. Rebecca was so and strong in spite ot her frailness that Trey had to tie up like a cow to make swallow the reem cern, and they barely keep back her kicks or bear up under TRE strarge t hieroglyphics that she with her spitiru that, to WTET the IRU ears said, were vilest absurdities that or could ever imagine in tree or lamuage. Jersula disconvered that, whipping to treatment. It was rever established whether it was the ruarbord things that had effect, or TX, THOTTMM but truth was TTZT in a Lu week's treatment to SMW signs OT recovery. She took part in the games OT Arcadio and Amaranta, like an older sister, she ate mardily, using the utensils properly. It was SCX, and revealed that SRE Spanish with as much fluency as Irian language. TTZT had a remarkable ability to manual work, that SRE could sim the waltz OTTRE clocks with some right honey words that she had it to take tor to consider emther mempere OT the tamely. She was more affectionate to Ursula than any OT her own children had and she Arcadio, and Amaranta, and sister, Orleano uncle, and Jose Arcadio Gerda grandpa. So trat she teenally deserved, as much as others, name OT Ritma Burdia. The only one that SRE ever had and trat she bore with dignity until her death. One rig enema time that Ritma was OT the OTE Tim Earth and was brought to sleep in the other children's room, the Indian woman, who slept with him awoke by chance and a intermittent sound in the core STE got up in alarm, thinking that an animal had come into TRERCXJM, and she saw an RCX cur, sucking her with her eyes in TTE dark rest like those OT a cat. Terry tied. Exhausted by her rate, visitation in those eyes symptoms OT sickness Tia had and her brought her to exile Trems elves forever trom an age-old kingdom where had prinknit was insomnia plague. Kator, Indian, was Gore trom Tretl, used by Mornirg. His sister stayed Tmaz her fatalistic heart told that let El would tolo matter what, to the tart rest corner OTTRE earth. One understood visitation's alarm. We don't ever again. So much the Arcadio Buena said in good humor. That way we can get more out OT light. But TREIR% Ian woman that fearsome part OT insomnia was the impossibility OT sleeperg, tor the did real any to tig at all, but its inexorable evolution toward a more critical OT memory. She meant that when TRE's sick used to his state OT vigil, the OTTX, gan to erase trom his memory, name, and Roshan OT thirds. And finally TRE identity OT people and E /N the aware res OT his own TX, ing, until he sank into a kind ot its yttet had passed. Arcadiogandia, dying with laughter, Tmuntrat it was just a question otorpot the many Byerians but, Jersala, just as sate, took the precaution repeat trom tre other children. After several weeks, visitations terror to have died down, Jose Arcadio Buendia found himself rolling over in bed, unable to fall asleep. Jersala had also him what was wrong, he answered, I'm thinking about Prudencio Aguilar again. Thpy did not sleep a minute, but the following day felt so rested that they forgot him at night. Orleano commented with surprise at lunchtime that Re felt very well in spite of the tact of Thadsberti Umilnigti in Lat X, Rady Gilderka BRCMN that he planned to give to Idrisala to rare birthday. Trey did not become alarmed until TRE third day, felt sleepy at TMY that TMY had gore more than Tidham as witnessed sleeperg. The children are awake the Indian said with her fatalistic conviction. Once it gets thurlo it use or can escape plague. Remedy had contracted OT insomnia. Jersala, who had trom her mother TRE medicinal value OT plants, prepared and made them all drear asterisk brew OT monksid, but not get to sleep the usual day dreamirg on their teat. In that state OT hallucinated lucidity, rot only did Trace see images OT their own dreams, but some saw the images by others. It was as if TTE rouse were tall OT visitors. Sitirgantur in a corner OT the kitchen, dreamed that a man who very much like in white linen and with his shirt collar closed by a gold button, was Breergingtur TX, OT roses. Was by a woman with delicate hootcoke out or rose art put it in Tild's hair. Ursula stood that the man and woman were his parents, but even Tmug she made a great effort to recognize them, she cordoned rare certainty that STE had never seen them. In the meantime, through an oversight TTET Jose Arcadio Burdiernver forgave himself Tor, TRE Kami animals made in the rouse were still sold in TRE town. Children adults sucked with delight on delicious little green OT insomnia, the exquisite pink fish OT insomnia, are the tender yellow FN asterisk ESOT insomnia, TTZT dawn on Monday whole town awake. Or was alarmed at Tirst. On TRE contrary, TTPY were happy at rot slaving because there was so much to do in Macdo in days TTET there was barely earn up time. THPY worked so hard that soon they nagged them else to do and they could at 3 OCLCXK in with arms nunting RNTES in the waltz OT the clock. Those who wanted to sleep, rot tromtatique butov nostalgia for dreams, tried all kinds of meth, zis of exhausting trems elves. Trey would gather to jitter to converse wordlessly, to tell an overture on saying to complicate the limits OTTRE story about the capon. WT*ch was an endless game in which TTE narrator if him to tell TMM story about capon. TMY answered yes, TRE narrator would say that Re had not asked them to say yes, but to tell the story ATL, UTCACX, and TMY answered no, TRE narrator told them that he had rot asked Trem to say M, but to tell the story ATL, UTCACX, and TMY remained silent. TRE narrator told Trem that Re tud rot asked Trem to remain silent but whether they him to tell them story at the end one could eve because the narrator would say that he had rot asked him to leave but him to tell the story at the cam, so on and on in a vicious circle that lasted entire nights. When Jose Arcadio Burdia that plague had the town, gathered to jitter the reeds OT Tammy lies to explain to Trem what he crew its jit sickness OT insomnia, agreed on myths to prevent Trom spreader to other towns in TRE swamp. That was why Trey took the bells ODT pats, that Arati had them tore and put TMM at the entry to town at the OT those who would not listen to the advice and entreaties OT the sentinels on visit in the town all strarg, ours who passed through TRE streets OT Matty, RDO at time had to ring their TPLLS so that Signal would KRNWTTET they were TX2ALTHY. They were to eat or drear Carithan tree or stay. For Trier was no doubt but that TRE illness was transmitted by mouth, all Dreer asterisk had by insomnia. In that way TTPY kept the plague restricted to TRE perimeter OT the town. So effective was the quarantine TTET the day came Emergary's situation was accepted as a ritual and light was organized in such a way that work picked up its rhythm again and one worried any more about useless habit OT sleeperg. It was Orleano formula that was to agar's BSS OT memory tour several months. Discovered it by Charles, an expert insomniac, having won OT first. He had the art OT's silver work to or day he was making tor TRE's small anvil that re-used tor laminating metals nulled its name. His father told him, steak. Orleano wrote TTE name on a piece OT paper that re-pasted to TRE base OT the small anvil, steak. In that way re was sure OT not it in TRE toucher. It did rot, moor to him that this was the tearst manifestation OT a BSS OT memory. Object had a difficult name to but a few days later discovered that he had trot R.L.E. remembering almost every object in TTE laboratory. Then he marked them with clear names that all had to do was read inscription in order to IDE 90 trem. When his tather told him about his alarm at having the impressive OT his child see, Orleano averred tis metrod to him, and Jose Arcadio Buria put it into practice all through the muse and later on it on whole village. With an IR asterisk head brushed everything with its name, table, chair, DCX, K, wall, tie, pan. Went to corral and marked the art malls and plants, CNV, goat, pig, hen, cassava, caladium, banana. Little by little, studying the Irianite OT memory, TTET they might would recognized by their inscriptions but that no OAE would remember their TMN was more explicit. Sign that hung on the OT was an exemplary proved OT the way in which TRE inhabitants OT Macondo were prepared to fight against of memory. This is the MW. She must be every morning so that she will PRC muse milk, and the milk must be mixed with CX, fee make and milk. Thus they worked on living in a reality that was slipping away, momentarily captured by words. But WT*CN would irremediably rentre torgo TRE values OTTTE written headers. At the OT the road IRI0 swamp they put up a sign that said make an X, and another larger one on the main street that said God exists. In all the keys to memorizing objects had written. But the system demar ed so vigilance and moral strength that many succumb to OT in imaginary reality, one by themselves, which was practical to them but more comforting. Pilar Ter era was TTE one who most of that mystification when trick OT read her past in cards as she had read the toucher before. By means OT that the insomniacs to live in a world built on the uncertain alternatives OT the cards, WRERE a tatter was remembered faintly as TRE dark man TZD at the OT April was only as dark woman WM wore a gold ring on her leg and WRERE a birth date was to last Tuesday on which a lark sang in laurel tree. By whose practices OT consolation, Jose Arcadio Buria Trend decided to build the memory machin that he had or in order to the marvelous invert ions OT the gypsies. The artifact was based on TRE possibility OT reviewing every morning, Trom TX, beginning to end, totality OT knowledge during one's light. Conceived OT as a dictionary that if person placed on the axis null by means OT a lever, that in a very few would teep toward his eyes the rotions most necessary for light. Erad succeeded in almost 14 entries along road Trom swamp as Tremalukim old man with a sad slee IR's bell appeared, a bulging suitcase tied with a pulling a cart with black cloth. Went straight to TRE rouse OT Jose Arcadio Gurdia. Visitation did and she Trenugheit he nad TNNE with the idea OT's selling unaware that nothing could be sold in a town that was circling irrevocably into the quicksand of forgetfulness. He was a decrepit man Altroff his voice was also broken by uncertainty and his seemed to doubt existers OT it was evident that Trom world WRERE men could still sleep remember. Jose Arcadio Buenda him sit at in himself with a black hat as he read with compassionate attention the signs pasted to TRE walls. EB greeted him with a broad OT affection, afraid TTET he ted KRNW and him at our other time and that he did rot remember him now. But the visitor was aware OT tis falseness, he felt himself forgotten, wrought with the irremediable OT but with a did kind OT torgitulras, which was more cruel and irrevocable and which knew very well twas it was the OT death than he understood it. He opened TRE's suitcase crammed with irrepressible objects and Trom among out a little case with many flasks. Gave Arcadio a drear X OT a gentle color and the light went on in his memory. His eyes became moist Trom weeping himself in an at-ured living WRERE objects were labeled re was ashamed OTTRE solemn rinsers written on walls, and he nookmer with a dazzler glow ot joy. It was Melchiades. While wasn't braiding written very ot its memory, Arcadio Gandaya and Melchiades dusted ot their old triumphship. Tre Gypsy was their claret to stay in town. Really had TMN through death, but he had not bear the solitude. Repudiated by his tribe, lost all ot his tmas ot his faithfulness to life, to take ret asterisk in that core ot the world which had still not appendist veered by death, to ot alatl, ratri. Jose Arcadio Buena not ever heard ot that invention, but when saw himself and his whole family onto a ot metal tour in eternity, was mute with stagitaction that was the date ot the oxidized daguerreotype in which Jose Arcadio Gandaya witnnis bristly in hair, his cardboard collar attached to his shirt by a copper button, an expression ot startled solemnity, Jersolo with as a general. Arcadio Burua was, intact, tritered on that dear morneard ran was made. Tor he was thirking that were slowly wearied away until his image would in a metallic plakai. Through a curious reversal ot custom, it was, Jersala who that idea out ot his head, as it was also st who torgo ancient bitterness and decided that Melchiades would stay on in house, altern up she them to make a daguerreotype ot rare twas, according to rare very words, she did not want to survive as a tor grar children. That mooring she the children in their best clotra, powdered tree or laces, gave a spoonful ot marrow syrup to each one so that they would all remain absolutely during the really 2 minutes in trot ot Melchiades tardista camera. In the family only one ttet ever oraliaral, in black velvet tm/enamar anta and Rebecca. Eb tud same languor and the same clairvoyant mk that he would have years later as the squad. But still had rut sense tre premonition ot his rate. Was an expert silversmith. All over swamp plantor delicacy ot work. In workshop, which he snared with Melchiades mad laboratory, he could barely be breederoo to taking refuge in some other time, while his tather tre gypsy with smuts interpreted the predictions ot Nostradamus amidst a noise ot flasks trays and disaster ot acids silver bromide that was bst in the twists and turns it gave at every instant. That dedicaton to his work, the judgment with which his attention had allowed Oraliaro to earn in a short time more moa than Ursula had with her delicious candy lore, but every city tmughide its treme that he was a fool. Grown man and nad not crown a woman it was Tratrat re had never rad oae. Morths later saw the return of Francisco the man, as ancient Vagabururo was almost to her Fred years old and Hutraquirni passed through Macordo distributing that himself. In Framisco tre man told in great detail the trings that tud happened in tre tours along his route, tra monor to the edge ot the swamp, so ttzt if anyone had a to send or an event to make public, would paid him 2 certs to irudit in his ttzt was how, jersala ot death ot mothmer, as a simple consequence ot listering to the in tre hope that they would say something atl, ut her son Jose Arcadio. Francis man, that Tmas had ors defeated devil in a duel ot improvisation, WTO's real name RN or crew, trom during insomnia plague or night he appeared suddenly in Caterino's store. An old town were to listen to Tim to out what had happened in the world. On that there arrived with him a woman was so tad that tour ir% Ians had to carry her in a rock-eared chair, and an adolescent mulatto girl with a forlorn mk who trom son with an umbrella. Oraliaro were to Caterino's store that night. Round Francisco the man, like a monolithic sitting in midst ot his circle ot bystanders, was singing the news with his old, out ot tune voice, accompanied himself with same archaic meridian that Sir Walter Raleigh had given him in the RBS and keeping time with his great walking teat-trat were cracked from saltpeter. In front ot at the rear through which men were ning, matron ot the chair was and herself in Silene. Cateriro, with a telt mind ear, was GATTX2RING mugs ot cane juice, and he took ot the occasion to go over to the men and put his hand on small have. Toward midright the was unmerable. Orleano listened to the as to the end without pairing anything that was ot interest to his family. Was get at ready to home matron him with rare hard. You go and told him. It orly costs 20 cents. Orleano threw a coin Erlo tre popper that the matron tut in her lap went iri0 the witness y. Adolescent mulatto girl, with her small bitens teats, was naked on bed. before Orly 63 men had that night. From TX, ing used so created with sweat and signs, the air in TTERCMN had to turn to mud. The girl ODT and Orly to TL, LD it by side. It was as a piece OT canvas. Trey squeezed it, twisting it at TTE ends until it regathered its natural weight. TMY over mat sweat out OT the other side. Orly was anxious toward that operation reverte he knew the mechanics OT of, but could stay on his tmas OT the weakness OT his crease, and although he tug goose pimples on his burring skin could resist urgery to expel the weight OT his TL, Wells. WM and the girl Tyson fixing up the bed told him to get her dressed, gave her a explanation, TMY made me in. TMY told me to do 20 cents earlo TTE hopper hurry up. The girl understood his cordution. It you throw in 20 cents more when you go out, you stay a little beamer, she said subtly. Orly undressed, tormented by shame, unable to get rid OTTTZT his nakedness could stand in comparison with TTETOT his brother. In spite OT the girl's efforts he felt more and more indeterrent and terribly allure. I'll throw another 20, miss, he said with a voice. TM girl him in Silene. ER back was raw. ER skin was stuck to her ribs her breathing was tmas OT and immeasurable EXT Eustion. 2 years tar away trom there, SRE nad fallen without putting out the candle nad awakened surrounded by the house where she with grand mother WM had raised her was reduced to ashes. Cersei tran her grandmother trom town to tour 20 in order to make TRE value OT the burned house. According to TRE girls' calculations, SRE still nad 10 years of 70 men per night, because she also nad to pay the of TRE trip TWD tour OT tram as well as TRE pay OT TRE at Dan's row carried the chair. When matron on the DCX, the time, Orleano ETT the RCX, and without raving done anything, trolled by a desire to weep. That night he could rot sleep, thinking girl, with a mixture OT desire pity. He felt an irresistible need to love and protect her. At dawn, worn out by insomnia and fever, he made the calm decision to marry in order to her trom the despotism OT her grandmother and to enjoy all the night's OT satisfaction that she would give 70 men but at 10 OCLCXK in the more near 4 he reacted Katerino's store, the girl tud let town. Time mitigated mad but at his feelings OT frustration. He refuge in work. Resigred Timsel to being a womanless man tore all his light in order to hide shame OT his in meantime. Melchiad's nad printed on his plates every third that was printable in Macondo. He ett latal, ratey to the OT Jose Arcadio Burdia had resolved to use it to obtain scientific OT existers OT God. Through a OT taken in dillary parts OT tenuous, was sure that sooner or later would get a daguerreotype OT God, it he or put in once tore all to the supposition OT his existence. Melchiad's got DFPR into his interpretation OT Tebstronomus. Would stay up until very late, suffocating in faded velvet vest, with his tiry sparrow nards, rose rims had BST the glow OT tormator times. Or night he thought he had found a OT future OT Macondo. It was to a luminous city with great glass rouses where there was Mtra OT the Ra OT the Burdia. It's a mistake, Jose Arcadio India thundered. They OT glass but OT ign, as I dreamed, will always of Buendia. Omnia secula Ursula FOTGHT to preserve common sense in that extravagant end house, bronnered rare busy res OT little camy animals with an oven that went all night turred out baskets and more baskets of bread art a variety OT puddings, Mariergs, and CCX, keys, which disappeared in a few hours on roads word in the swamp. SM hadn't WRERE she nad a right to rest, but she was noretreless more active. So busy was in enterprises that wanted her works, and distractedly toward TRE courtyard while TRE I ruin woman rare sweet in the dough and saw two unknown and girls do intricate embroidery in the light OT the sunset. They were Rebecca Mar Arda. As TMY had taken it the clottens torch near grandmother, Budic TMY wore with it flexible rigor tor 3 years, Trier brig to clothes seemed to nave given a plaque in the world. Ritma, to what might have expected, was the more beautiful. Ste had a light complexion, large and pastel eyes, and magical hearts that seemed to work out OT embroidery with invisible threads. Amara N.A., the URW, was somewhat graceless, but she had urinal distortion, inner tightness OT dead mother. Next to Trem, Altrof he was already revealer tre ties Eichel drive OT his tamer, Arcadio like a child. Set the art OT's silver work with Orleano, who Nad also taught him now to read write. Idrisilla suddenly realized that the Ted Tall OT pull, TTET her children were on GX, in OT marrying and having children, are that TTPY would be obli *D to scatter tor lack OT space. She out morny Ted accumulated over long years OTTZRD lamra, made some error with her customers, and cock the OT muse. She had a formal parlor tour visits build, or one that was more comfortable and tour daily use, a DNNG recom with a table with 12 plays family could sit with all OT Tmir guests, nearn with windows on the courtyard and a long protected from the heat OT Monday by a rose garden with a railing on which to plaque OT turns and TX, Gorias. She had kicked men large to hold two over the granary where Pilar Herrera Nat read Josie Arcadio's future was torn down another twice as large built so that there would never be a lack OTTWD and TRE muse. She had bats built as TRE courtyard and shade OT the chestnut tor women and Aroder tor the men, and in the rear a large stable, a Turston chicken yard, a shed tor the milk cows, and an aviary to tour wind so TTET watering birds nultmra at pleasure. Followed by dozens OT masons and carpenters, as if she Nad attracted her Husbard's hallucinating lever, Ursula OT again and T distributed space without the least source OT its limitations. The primitive building OT with materials, OT workmen exhausted by sweat, asked everybody please rot to molest them, by the sack OT that them everywhere with its dull rattle. In that discomfort, breathing quick lime tar, no or could see very well from the TX. Wells OT Earth there was rising not only largest house town, but TRE most hospitable and tenuous that had ever existed in the OT swamp. Buendia, to surprise the Vern Provident in the midst OT TRE cataclysm, was TRE one role least understood. The Rue House was, Jersula drew him out OT his to miracle world in order to inform him that she had an order to paint TRE trot eye blue and not white as Trey had she him official DC Xmet. Jose Arcadio witnessed what his white was talking about, Desit med the signature. This fellow. The magistrate, Ursula answered it, insolently. Thpy say he's an authority sent by P. Ernest. CNN all, Liner Mascote, the magistrate, Nat arrived in Macondo very quietly. He put up at R. Tal Jacob built by OT the first Arabs came to swap knickknacks to Ormacaz and on the day he rented a small room with a on street 2 BKXKS away Tromdia set up a table and a chair that had Trom jam railed on the wall the sreeled OT their public that had brought with him, RE on painted sign, magistrate. First order was for all houses to be painted blue in celebration OT the anniversary OT National Arcadiotia. With CNPYOT the order in his town him take his nap in a harnks asterisk he had set up in Rero Itfis. Did you write this hymn? Apolinar Mascote, a mature man, timid, with a ruddy complexion, said yes. By what rigan? Jose Arcadio again. Picked a paper trom tre drawer OT the table showed it to him. El Nave been named magistrate OT this town Jose Arcadio Buena did not even 100k at APG, I remit. In this town we do give orders with OT said Whitmapserd his calm. ARD so that you know it Otor all, we don't need any judge Tmostmers robbing the judge for fast Serg AG, Liner Mascote, still without raising his voice, gave a detailed account OT they ted the village, OT they ted distributed la rue au paired TTE roads. IRIX 3 host the improvements that Rex society without having and without anyone having TMR'd them. We are so that OTSNAS died even OT in natural death, he said. You can see that we still don't any metery was set that the government had not teeped them. On the coenry, they were happy that Uperdilla Ted let grow and that it would continue trem that way, because TTPY had not tooted a town so that the first came along would tell what to do. Apolinar TZD put on his denim jacket, white like his trousers, without losing at any moment the OT his so that it you want to stay rear like any other ordinary citizen, you're quite wem, Jose Arcadio Buendia corr lude. But if you've to cause disorder by making the people pan their rouses blue, you can pick up your and go back where you came from. Because my muse is to white, like a dove. Axe, Linner turned pale. A step his jaws as he said with a certain affliction, L must warn you ttzt I'm Jose Arcadio Buria did not crow exactly attend his NAR%s regained useful with which he used to pull down he Apollinar Miscote by tre lit Tim to the level ot his eyes. I'm doing this, he said, I would rather carry you around alive rut have to keep carrying you around dead tor tre rest ot my life. In that way he carried him middle ot street, by lapels, until he put him down on his 2 teeth on the swamp road. A week later he was back with 6 harem ragged soldiers, with stunt guns, an ox cart in which his white se/and daughters were traveling. 2 otter carts arrived later with the furniture, the baggage, and muse-hold utensils. Settled tis tamely in tte Beetle Jacob, while he looked toward a house, went back to his under the ot soldiers. The founders ot Makoru, resolver to expel tre invaders, went with 3 or older sons to put at ot Jose Arcadio Buendia. But he was against it, as he explained, because it was wrought many to make trouble to or someone in Tront ot his family, Arcs, Linner had returned with his wild daughters. He to resolve the situation in a pleasant way. Orleano went with him. ATL, 1JT that time he ted TX, gun to cultivate black mustached with wax tile and a somewhat stentorian voice that would see characterize in war. Unarmed, without paying any attention to the guards, TTPY went into TRE magistrate's office. CNNAP, Linner did not ose his calm. Them to 2 ot his to Amparo, 16, dark like her mater, and Remedios, only Rhine, a pretty little girl. With lily-colored skin and green eyes. They were gracious or well-mannered. As SCX, and STTE men came in, Bitorbeard they gave tram chairs to sit on. But TH starting. Very well, my trier %, Jose Arcadio Buria said, you may stay here, rut tmas you have TMSE bandits with some guns at the DTX, but out OT consideration to your white and daughters was but Arcadio Nia did rot give him time to reply. We only make 2 cotutors, he went on. Tirst, that ever urn paint his house the color feels like. That soldiers eve at Ors. We will guarantee order to you the magistrate raised his right with all the timers extended. Your word OT honor? The word OT your Arcadio Buria said. And he in a bitter tone, because I must tell you or Trurg, you are still enemies soldiers let TTET same at arene. A few days later Jose Arcadio tour % amused to our magistrates tamely. Everybody was at peace except Orleano. The image OT magistrate's daughter, M.I., twas OT her age, could have been his daughter, kept painered him in some part OT it was a physical sensation that almost him he waked, like a bull in his shoe. Chapter 4 The new poise, white, like a dove, was inaugurated with a, Jersalyn Nad got that idea from the Atarun when she saw Rebecca and Amar Anta IRI0 and it not almost have TMN said TTET main reason behind the construction was a desire to have a proir placed to the girls to visitors. In order that thing would insplurder she like a galley slave as the repairs were euro away, so that ep tour were finished had ordered Mercedes tour table servant. The marvelous invention trat was to arouse the astonishment OT the town art the jubilation OT the young bull, pianola. It broken down, packed in several times that were unadded along with the Viennarps furniture, Bomayan crystal, the table from the company, the tablecloths from Holland, and a rich variety of lamps and caril sticks, Narkurgs are redrag. Imks, RT House Seri at its own an Italian Pietro Crespi, to assemble and tune the piarla, to instruct the purchasers in its functioneer for and to teach to Dane the latest music prairie on its 6 rolls. Pietro Crespi was young or blonde, most handsome and well-mannered man who had ever seen and so in his dress that in spite of the heat he would work in WS vest or a heavy coat of dark cloth and sweat, keeping a reverie distant on from the Elmer's OT Muse, SGMT several weeks shut up his parlor with a dedication MTNH like that OT oral IR, in his silver work. Or morning, Whitman the DTX, Whitmet calling any or to Whitrup's miracle, and he placed the first role in pianola and Tormeem hammering and the constant rose ot in a silence that was startled at order and neatness of the music. They all ran to parlor. Jose Arcadio Buendia was as it struck by Lagnier for not tm oz off the melody, but tm oz of automatic working of keys of the piarla. Re-set up Melchiad's camera with the MPE OT Getirga de Garatigs, OT Invisible Player. TTZT Day the Italian Ted Lurch with Rebecca Maranta, server TRE table, were intimidated by the way in which man with pail and hands utensils. In the living RCXJM, Rix to the parlor, Pietro Crespi taught them MW to dance. He the steps without touching them, keeping time with a metronome, under TTE Triardly IOT Idrisila, who did not leave TRE-RCM Mentor a moment while daughters had their lesson. Pietro Crespi wore parts on TMSE days, very elastic tight to, darking slippers, you don't have to worry so much Arcadio Burdia told TM Mazzaferi. But did rot leave it for vigil arse until TRE apprentices was over TRE Italian let Macu. Trend to organs the party. Ursula drew up a strict guest list. In Ludic the only ors invited were TRE descendants OT the Rounders, except TRE family OT Pilar Ternera, by then had 2 more children by known it was truly a high-class list, except that it was determined by T-Lirgs OT Trianston. Tor were not only the oldest triards OT Arcadio Buendia Siwi they undertook TRE Exodus the Turuerg OT Macondo, but also sons grandsons, were instant companions OT Orali Aral, and Arcadio Sari Intimi, and Trier. Daughters, who were the only OASWM visited to embroider with Ritma Amar Anta. Arcs, Liner Mascote, T. Equivalent ruler VVMSE activity had teen Riduid to TRE maininary trom his scatty OT2 armed with was a figurehead. In older to support the rouse hold expenses RIS daughters had owned a sewing SMP, where TMY made felt flowers as well as guava delicacies, wrote love notes to order. Gut in spite O-teamist and hard-working, the most beautiful girls in Iowa, skilled at darns, did manage to considered for TRE party. While Ursula M. girls unpacked furniture, Mlist ed silverware, art hung pictures OT maidens in boats tall OT roses, which gave a breath OT new light to the areas that the Mazars Ted built. Jose Arcadio Burdia his pursuit OT the image OT conviwet OT his non-existers, and he TRE pianola apart in order to its magical 2 days party, in a smur OT leftover keys and hammers, Bergling and TTE minced OT a mix-up OT TTZT would unroll in one roll up again in the other, he succeeded in a Tassengen and Paterg TTE instrument back together. There nat ne /error as many surprises as much dashing as in days, but the pitch were lighted on the designated day mover. TTE Muse was opened, still smelling OT resin damp whitewash, the children and grandchildren OT the Rounders saw TTE with turns and begonias, the quiet garden with a traitress OT and they together in the parlor, tack at the unknown invention that had been covered with a white those were familiar with the piano, in towns in the swamp, felt a little disheartened. But more bitter was Ursula's disappointment she put in first role so that Amar Antad Ritmanul begin the Darsurg and the mechanism did not work. Melchiades, almost Bliruabiden, crumbling with decrepitude, used arts OT his timeless wisdom in an attempt to tickets it. Finally Jose Arcadio Buendia managed, by mistake, to mow a DVA that was stuck. The music came out, first in a burst then in a flow OT mixed up notes. Against that Nat teen put in without order or in TZD with temerity, Smurs let go. But the stubborn descendants OT the 21 Imrapid who plowed through the mountains in search OTC to the west avoided the reels OT mix. And the dancing went on until dawn. Pietro Crespi came to repair the piarla. Amar Anta him put the in order and him with their Lautner at TRE mixed CPOT the melodies. It was extremely pleasant so chaste in its way that Ursula ceased vigil arse. On TTE eve OT tis departure Terwell.Ortim was improvised with piarla and with Ritma he put on a skillful demonstration OT modern dance, Arcadio, and Amar Anta Mac Ed Tram in grey skill. But the exhibition was interrupted Twas Pilar Ternera, who was at with the onlookers, had a tight, biting and hair-pulling, with a woman who had dared to meant that Arcadio had a woman's toward midnig and Pietro Crespi took his leave with a set timer tall little promise to return very compared him to DCX, R, and having closed up the and put out the lamps, SRE went to rare to weep. It was an inconsolable weeping that lasted for several days, cause OT which was KMWN by Amaranta. Her rheumatism was not altrof, she seemed expressive and cordial, she had a character and an heart. Was as +% ID adolescent with long-term bores, but STE still insisted on using the small RCX King CTEIR with Udicted arrived at Reentort many times and with the arms gore. No one had discovered that even at that age still had habit OT, that was why she would not lose into herself in the baths. And Tut acquired TRE habit OT sleeping with face to wall. On rainy eterines, embroidering with a group OT triads on a she would be SETRE Tvayat OT the conversation ardatir OT nostalgia would salt palette saw OT damp earth and the OT mud that TRE earthworms nad pushed up in the garden. Tro's secret tastes, in passed by RH and RB, broke out into an irrepressible rant. She began to weep. SRE went back to eating earth. The first time did it almost out OT curiosity, sure that taste would the cure for TRE temptation am, intact, she could not TAR the earth in her mouth. But by anxiety, little by little SRE was back rare arses tral appetite, the taste OT ilmary Maya rals, the unbridled satisfaction of what was original food. Would put nomfuls of earth in her pockets, ate trem in small bits without scene, with a feeling OT pleasure rage, as she her girl in the most difficult needlepoint and spoke about otter men, who did deserve the OT having one eat whitewash on the walls OT them. The NAR percentiles OT earth made TRE or E man row deserved that show OT degradation s remote more as it ground that he walked on with his tine patent leather TMTS in our outer part TRE world were transmitted to rare TRE way to an OT his in a mineral savor that led a harsh aftertaste in her mouth and a seti murt OT in her heart. Oratorine, tor RN reason, amparo mosl, TE to house. Amaranta and Ritma, disconcerted by TTE unexpected visit, attended rare with a stid tormality. Tray her remodeled Martian, they TZD listened to the rolls on the piarla, and they ordered her orange marmalade crackers. Amparo gave a indignity, charm, and manners TTET, Jersula in 2 moments that she was present during TRE visit. At her 2 hours, when the conversation was to warn, Amparo advantaged OT Amaranta's distraction and gave Rebecca a letter. She was able to see TRE name OT the estimable Señorita Buendia, written in same metical Harry, with the same green ink, and TRE same delicacy OT words with which the instructions OT Piarlo were written. She letter with the OT rare Tyrus art hidden in her bosom, at Amparo Miscote with an expression OT and additional gratitude and a promise OT complicity unto death. Sudden triarchip Amparo Miscote awaker TRE OT Oraliaro. The memory OT little remedios had wrought tormenting Tim, but TZD a charm to see when he would stroll through town with his closest triards, Magnet Visible, and Gerardo Marquez the sons of the 4 titters of the same names he would MK for in TRE swear guest T-op with an anxious glance, but he saw only the older sisters. Prezeru OT Amparo Miscote and was like a premonition she to come with her, Orleano would say to Timsel in a BW voice. She has to come. He rented it so many times with such conviction that Irene was putting together a little 1ISH and TRE work stop. He had the certainty that had answered call. A short time later he heard the childish voice, and ran. He looked up, his heart froze with terror as saw TRE girl at TTE in pink orgardy wearing white TMTS. You can't go in there, Remedios, Amparo Miscote said Trom Hall. TTX2Y reworking. But Orleano did not give her time to respond. Picked TRE a little 1ISH by chain that through its mouth and said to come and went and some questers ATL, UT the 1ISH that Oraliaro, could not answer because he was seized with a sudden attack OTistna. He to stay that lily skin forever, emerald eyes, close to that voice that called him sir with every question. Show I heard the same respect that gave was in the at the desk scribbling indecipherable signs. Oraliaro hated him. All redo was tell Remedios that was to give little fish and girl was by otter that SRE let the workshop as fast as she could. That at Irene Orleano lost a hidden patient with which had waited torch RE to see neglected his work. In several desperate efforts OT concentration he willed her to APIAR but Remedios did not tore her in her sister's shop, the word owl shades in her house, in her father's office, but he found rare only in the image that his private and terrible solitude. Would whole hours with Rebecca in TRE parlor listening to TRE music on the pianola. SRE was taught it was music with which Pietro Crespi had taught to Dame Orleano listened to it simply because every third, even music, him ot remediques tretl, used mametal ot loves Orleano expressed it in poetry that had rn or end. Would write it on the harsh ot parchment that Melchiades gave him, on tre bathroom walls, on the skin ot his arms, and in all ot it would trastigerd, remedios in soporific air ot to in the uterine, remedios in the sot breath ot the roses, remedios in waterclock ot moths, in bread, every. WRERE remedios toriver. Written waited tor rare love at tor in the uterine, embroidering by the window. SM that mailman's mule only every 2 weeks, but SRE always waited tor him, conversed that re was goer to arrive on some day by mistake. It quite ox, sight, ors the mule did not come on the usual day. Mad with desperation, Ritma in the middle ot night 8 ot earth in the garden with a suicidal drive, with pain turi, chewing earthworms and chip-eared teeth on she until dawn she tell into a state ot feverish prostration, lost consciousness, and her reart went into a shameless delirium. Jersula, on her trix and at tl, to geth pair wit and pit asterisk ribs, the 16 jatunged letters and the skeletons ot baves and in old tmks and butterflies that devimvder at tre touch. Orleano was only or capable ot erdersterung such desolation. That afternoon, Util Ursula was trying to rescue Rebecca from the slough ot delirium, went with magnetics, Vichalgeriando Marquez to Caterino's store. The establishment had been expanded with a gallery ot Codenracams where single women ot dead flowers lived. A group made up ot in Acmerdian and drums played the ot Francisco the man, who had not been seen in Macorio for several years. 3 friends drank asterisk fermented juice. Magnetico Gerareldo, canteen wearies ot Orleano but more skilled in the ways ot the world, draw asterisk methodically with women on their one ot women, wittered with gold work on teeth, gave Orleano a caress that made him shudder. Rejected tzd disconvert ttet more he drank more trottets jit remedios, but he could bear tte torture ot his did rot crow exactly when tx, gan to float. Saw his trier percent STRE women sailor in a radiant glow, witness way to, or mass, saying words TTET did out OT mouths and mysterious signals that did to their expressiers. Catariro put a hand on his shoulder and said to him, "It's on 11 or lion his saw Ernemus disfiguredus with a tell flower behind TRE ear." Ar then re-lost his memory, as during the times OT forgetfulness, he had on a strange dawn and in a that was completely foreign. WRERE Pilar Herrera stood in ter slip, barum, hair down, a lamp tim, with Orleano. Orleano teed his mad. Did know how Ted come to ra, but recrew what tis aim was, Tmas had carried it hidden infamy in an inviolable backwater ot mart. "I've come to slay up with you," he said. His wherewith and vomit. Pilar who lived alore at that time with her 2 younger children, did rot ask him any question she him to his face with a damp cloth, ot his clodra, and Tren got completely undressed and lowered tre mosquito eating so that her children would at tmy woke up. Had tmum ot wait until the man row would stay, ot tre men who let, ot the men miss the road to Tnuus, mused by the uncertainty ot cards. Durim the weight her skin had come wrinkled, rare breasts rad withered, the nails of heart had gone out. She felt for Orleam and put her on his stomach, kissed him on tre rec with a maternal tenderness. "My child," she Orleano with a calm skill, witnessed the slightest misstep, ett his accumulated grind turu remedios into a swamp witness horizers, ot raw arimal and ritly ira clothes. Buten came to the certus was weeping. First tray were involuntary broken empted timsult out and flow, telim that summitring swollen painful had burst its side otnm. Waited, snatching his mad with ot lingers, erdl tx, dy rid ot the dark material that would rot let Tim live. Tre Pilar Herrera asked him, "W Emmett?" And Orleano told SM let out a laugh that in it times trignane the doves that row did rot even wake up the children. "You'll have to raise her first, undernath the RNCX carry Orliaral, found a reservoir ot understorurg. Ran he word out ot the RCXJM, leaving to mind not only his doubts about his virility but also the bitter weight that his mart had tx, rne tore so many more tons. Pilar Temera made him a promise. "I'm going to talk to the girl," she told Tim, "Ard you'll see what I'll serve her on the tray." She kept her promise. But it was a bad moment. Tma's house had lost its face ot former days. Ran she dist veered Ratpika's passion, which was to keep Tma's ot shouts, Amar Arya an attack ot fever. Sre also Sutter Trom the barb ot a lonely love. Shut up in the bathroom, would release Trom torment ot a passion by writing feverish letters, which she teenily hid in the bottom ot her trunk. Ursula barely nad to take ot two sick girls. SM was unable, at Y, an insidious Imerogati 0L to ascertain TRE causes ot amaranthus prostration. Finally, in moment ot inspiration, on Trier X, and Turo the letters tied with a ribbon, swollen with Tresh lilies ard still wet with tears, addressed and never sent to Pietro Crespi. Weeping with rage, she cursed TRE day that it had occurred to rare to buy TRE pianola, and SRE forbade the embroidery lessons and decreed occurred ot with or dead which was to be prolonged until the daughters overtare hopes. Useless was the intervention ot Jose Arcadio had modified his first ot Pietro Crespi and admired his ability in TRE manipulation ot musical mock airs. So that Pilar Ternrid told Orleano Ttet Rearmus had on marriage, could see that TRE ruse would only give his parrots more trouble. Invited to parlor a formal review, Arcadio, Ursula listened stony to their son's declaration. Ren relearned the name ot the Tyarchy. However, Arcadio Buendia grew red with indignation. Love is a disease, he Thursday reared. With so many pretty and decent girls % the or third that to you is to get married to ot our butt, Ursula with a nice. Sre confessed her affection tor se /n Muscote's sisters. Tor tmuti, their ability tor work, and their manners, and STE's celebrated son's prudence. Calm, lured by his wiles enthusiasm, J.C. Arcadio Buendia then laid down condition, Ritme, who was he wanted, would marry Pietro Crespi. Ursula would take Amaranta on a trip to the capital ot Proversi when she had time, that contact with different would alleviate her. Ratpika got her health back just as STNN as heard ot agreement, and wrote Tyarchy a jubilant letter that she submitted to her parents' approval and put into the mail without the use ot any Amaranta, and little by little she recovered from her fevers, but she promised herself that Rebecca would marry only over dead tx, Dysprosium following Saturday. Jose Arcadio Gerde put on his dark suit, his celluloid collar, and the deerskin TMTSTTET he had worn first time night ot the party. Ardwell to ask Tor the Nard ot Remedios Magistrati and W's wife received him, pleased and worried at same time, for they did mt crow the reason Tor tre your expected visit, then they thought that he was ATL, ut the ot bride. In order to remove the mistake, tre mater woke Remedios and carried into TTE living RCX, still drowsy Trom sleep. Her it was true that had to get married, and STE answered, whimpering, that only wanted them to let her sleep. J.C. Arcadio understarting distress ot Muscotes, went to clear thirds with oral Iaro. Ran he returned, Muscotes tud put on formal clothing, had tour and put fresh flowers in vases, and were waiting in the company ot their older daughters. Overwhelmed by the unpleasantness ot the Kmazion and the TX, there's some ter Daimler, Jose Arcadio Buruia confirmed TTE tack that Remedios, indeed, was TRE chosen or. It makes hers, Apollinar said with consternation. We have 6 otter all unmarried, and at an age where they deserve it, who would deligned to while ot a gentleman as serious hard working as your son, and Orlito lays his eyes precisely on TRE or WM still wets TND. His wife, a woman with afflicted eyelids and expression, scolded his mistake. When they finished the truth perk, they willerly did oral imes except that favor ot speak him to Ursula Allure. I enrigged, protesting that we're involving Nan Mary's affairs, but really teal deep emotion, Ursula went to visit next day. AMLT ruer later she returned with the news that Remedios had not reached Poots, Rudy. Orleano didn't consider that a serious barrier. Tzd so long that he could wait as was the Essery until his bride reached the Ot Kirchen. Nutter.d harmony was interrupted by Tre death Ot Melchiades. Although it was a foreseeable event, the circumstances were a few months after his return. A pro-SOT had taken plan in Rim that was so rapid and critical that soon was treated as OAE of those useless great-grandfathers who wander about Tre bedrooms like shades, dragging their feet, remembering times aloud, TX, there's a mud or really until the morning they tram dead in tree or bed. At first Jose Arcadio Buendia helped him in his work, enthusiastic over the novelty OT Daguerreotype TN2S the predictors OTM, Stratomus. But little by little he began abandoning him to his Solitude. Tor communication was increasingly difficult. Was losing his sign and his rearing. He seemed to cut loose Tre people was speaking to with admirers had known in remote OT mar *IND. Would ours were questions with a complex hodgepodge OT languages. He would walk along in the air. He passed objects with an inexplicable fluidity, as it were arrowed with some instant OT direction based on impressions. One day forgot to put in his false teeth, Budik at night led in a glass OT water beside his bed, Ard Reamer put tram in again. Ren, J. Ursula the enlarge Mary OT house, Ted TMM build him a Rix to Oral IRWS workzimp, Tar Trom TTE Rose and Bustle OT house, with a word out with light and a case where she herself put in order Tre that were almost destroyed by dust and moths, Tre flaky stacks OT with signs, and a glass with his false teeth. Some aquatic plants with tiny yellow flowers nad taken root at a place to please Tmas he was any more. Even in the only went to Aureliano's workshop, where he would unscribble him his enigmatic literature on Parkveneris that he had brought with him art that seemed to knave a pen made out OT's some dry material that like puff paste. He ate the meals TTET visitation brought him to a day, ALTH0LQH in the last days lost his appetite and Ted only on vegetables. He the forlorn MK that seasoned vegetarians. His skin became tunvered with a thin moss, similar to Tratrich Fluoris red on Theantiki vest that he remetted off, and his breath exhaled odor of a sleeping animal. Orleano erded forgetting ATX, UT him, absorbed in TREOT his butt on one Kmazion understood something OT what Melchiades was saying in his Grokerd monologues, paid attention. In reality, Ori that besolated in the rocky paragraphs was the insistent hammering on word Narn OT Alexander Humtel, LDT. Arcadio got a little to when TX, gan to help Orleano in his silver work. Melchiades answered that et hurt at communication at times by giving forth within Spanish TTET had very little to do with reality. Oratorine, Roiver, seemed to be illuminated by a sudden emotion. Years later, the tiring squad, Arcadio would with which Melchiades made him listen to several pages OT his impenetrable right erg, which OT, nursed it erderstarkst, which read were like encyclicals being chanted. Then smiled toward TTE tears time in a long while and said in Spanish, I die, burn Mercury in my tour days. Arcadio told that to Jose Arcadio Burua and the latter tried to get more explicit information, but only one ours were, have found immortality. Melchiades' breath began to smell, Arcadio Tim to battery in Tre river on Thursday mornings. He to get would undress get Erlo the water with Tre mice, art his mysterious sense OT orination would allow him to avoid the dangerous we come trom water, said on a certain occasion much time passed in that way without anyone seeing him in house except on night made a effort to ticket Spianola, and ran he would to Tre river with Arcadio, Euro or his armagord and a OT palm oil soap in a towel. On Thursday they him to the river, Orleano reared rim say, El Rave died OT fever on the Durs OT Singamara. That day went into water at a they did rot tinned him until the following day, at 2 miles downstream, washed up on a bright bend in river ard with a solitary vulture sitting on his stomach. Over the scar realized protests OT Ursula, Ro wept with more grief than Sre Tud had tore rare own tamer, Arcadio Buendia was to their him. He immortal, he said. Asterisk himself revealed Tre formula OT his resurrection. He brought out the forgotten water put a kettle OT mercury to TX, ILRNXT to TX, DY, which little by little was tilling with blee bubbles. Don NX, Linner Muscote ventured to remirai him that an drowned man was a danger to public health OT that, he's alive, was the answer. Ot Jose Arcadio Buendia. The 72 hours with a mercurial as the was already beginning to burst with a livid fluorescence. TTE sought whistles Ot which with a vax, r. Only then did he to bury him, rot in any ordinary way, but with tre horners reserved tor macer percent ost mediter. It was first burial the one that was ever sent in TTE town, only surpassed, a century later, by Big Momastural Caraval. Buried him in a grave dug in center Ot plot tor cemetery, with a store on Udic they wrote tre only thing they crew atmt him, Melk_Gids. They gave his near Nigan Sot wake. In tumult that gathered in tre courtyard to drink coffee, tell jokes, play cards. Amar Antae to love to Pietro Crespi, a Luweeks Ted Tormalized his promise to Rebecca Ard had set up a store tor musical ins tirumans and toys in same section the Arabs had in other times Nick cracks tor macaws, Ard which the Fpopple called the street Ot the Turks. The Italian, mad with patery leather curls and women an irrepressible need to sign, dealt with Amar Anta as wit and a capricious little girl was wrought word seriously. I have a Euro brother, Reed told her. 4S coming to help me in the store? Amar Anta felt told Pietro Crespi with a virulent TTZT was prepared to stop her sister's wedding even at her own dead nad to lie. Acurks the door. The Italian was so impressed by dramatics of threat that could not resist tre temptation to mention it to Rebecca. That was Amaranta's trip, always put by, Jersala's work, was arranged in less TTZ and a week. Amar Anta put up RN resista, but when SRE kissed Rebecca goodbye in ear, get your hopes up. Even at Trace send me to ends Ot the earth I'll way Ot stopping you trom get at married, even if I to kill you. With Ot Ursula, with the invisible preserves Ot Melchiads, stealthy shuttling RCX, MS, seemed enormous and empty. Ritma took charge Ot domestic order, WT *LE the Indian woman Ot the bakery. At dusk, when Pietro Crespi would arrive, by a breath Ot and always bringing a toy as a guild, tis Tyarchy would receive visitor in the main parlor with an word aus to sate trom any suspicion. It was an unnecessary precaution, tor the Italian had st own Timsel to reason fool TTZT he did not even touch hard Ot woman was goyer to his white within TTE year. Tis visits were tilling tre house with remarkable toys. Ballerinas, musictums, acrobatic morkies, trotting terces, clowns played the tents, urine, tre rich and startling mechanical that Pietro Crespi brought dissipated Arcadio Burdia's affliction the death Ot Melchiads Ard carried him back to RIS old days as an alchemist. At that time in a paradise Ot decents, wild animals, Ot that had taken part in an attempt to detect them with a system Ot Jaftual motion-based Ot periulum. Orleano, tor his part, had neglected the worksum in order to teach little Remedios to read art right. At first the child dolls to the man would come every Adarine was responsible for her time separated from her toys in order to bathe and in parlor to visitor. But Orleano's paydiru and devotion teenally one rare over, up to the where she would many with him studying mirroring of the letters M sketching in a noted K with colored pencils little uses with cows and TTE corral round suns with yellow rays that hid twine hills. Only Rebecca was unhappy, because Ot Amaranta's threat. She crew her sister's character, Ot her spirit, and was by the virula Ot her anger. Ste would spend whole hours suckered rare tirger in the TL, holding herself back with an iron will so as to eat earth. In search Ot's some relief to rare uncertainty, she called Pilar to read her future. Atra str ad Ot ventior nalvigaries, Pilar termera you will rot be happy as long as your parrots remain or buried shuddered. As in memory Ot a dream she saw herself muse as a very small girl, with a trotter asterisk and little and a bag contents she tbd ver kmwn. She a Jerry Lemon dressed in linen with tis collar closed by a gold button, who had rothing to do with the Ot hearts. Sm a very woman with warm harus, Ro had Ronerg in common with tre Jack Ot diamonds his rheumatic hands, who to put flowers in her hair and take her out walking in tre at arene trough a town with green streets. El don't fair stand, said. Pilar Turner seemed distunrated, El don't either, but that's what the cards say. Ritpika was so preoccupied with the enigma that she told it to Jose Arcadio Burdia, and he snelded her tour in the Ot cards, But he undertook TRE's silent task OT closets art trucks, moving furniture, and over an LCX, king bag OT he that he had not seen it Circe the time OT the rebuilding. Secretly summered mazers or OT them that he had up the bag in something room because it botreared rim in RIS work. After several days OT with their ears against the walls, TTPY vmc TRE deeply CLWJ netrated TRE while there were TRE an intact bag. They buried it TRE same day in a grave Whitman a store RNXT to that OT Melchians, and Arcadio Buin the returned home tree OT a burden that tore a moment had weighed on his conscience as much as the memory OT Prudencio Aguilar threw the kick and kissed Rebecca on Tor head. Get bad Trinugs out OT you're told you're to triardship with Pilar Termer the OT Tneus, closed by Ursula since the birth OT Arcadio. She would arrive at any hour OT the day, like a OT goats, would unleash feverish energy in the hardest tasks. She would into TTE worksum and help Arcadio sensitize the dag tunradirks, with an edisirx ya terrierness that by cont using NM. That woman botreared him. The tan OT her skin, ter smell OT smoke, disorder OT her in dark y, his attention and made him bump into thirds. On an Erdane Kmazion Orleano was working on his silver, Pilar Terrero leered over the table to admire his laborious behavior. Suddenly at Orleano made sure TTET Arcadio was in darks, raising his eyes admitting Tros OT Pilar Terrera, whose tmunt was directly visible, as if to the Lagan OT well, Orleano said. Tell me rat it is. Pilar Terrera bit her lips with a sad smile. That you'd be got in a war, she said. Where you put your eye, you put your bullet. Orleano relaxed with the OT the omen. He went back to concentrate on work as it thinked and his on a restful L will reonize rim, he said. PE2 bear my name. Jose Arcadio Gandaya finally got what was looking for, connected mechanism OT the clock to a mechanical ballerina, and toy danced uninterruptedly to the RHYTTV and OT her own music tour days. That discovery excited him much more than any OT his otter hair-braided undertakers. He eating. Sleeping. Only Vigilarx and Care OT kept him dragged ODT by his imagination into a state OT perpetual delirium which would he would the nig-ns the thinker aloud, searching Tor a way to apply the principles OT tre pair feet lound to oxcarts, to harrows, to TTET was useful put Erlo motion the ever OT insomnia fatigued him so much that or dawn he could recognize the old man with white hair certain into his it was Perlivio Aguilar. Ran he finally either TT'd him. Startled at the dead also Jose Arcadio Dia felt himself shaken by nostalgia. Perlkirks I0, he exclaimed. You've come from a long way off. After many years OT death the yearning Tor the was so inters, Tor pressing, so territy at reiters OT that otter death which exists within death, that Prudencio Aguilar had ended up worst enemy. Had a great deal OT time Tor him. He asked TRE dead Trom Ryahakna about him. The dead came from the 9, AR Valley, TMSE Hutrom Swamp, one could tell him because Macy, and there was a town that was known to the dead until arrived it with a small black dot on the motley maps OT death Jose Arcadio Gandaya conversed with Prudencio Aguilar Unil Dawn. A few hours later, worn out by vigil, he went into Orleano's workshop and asked him, what day is Orleano told him that it was Tuesday I was there asterisking same thing, Arcadio Buendia said. But suddenly that it's still mommy, like yesterday. Look at the sky, balk at the walls, MK at the today is Monday try, dot. Used to his manias, Orleano paid attention to him. On the next day, Wednesday, Jose Arcadio Gandaya went back to the workshop. TW's is a disaster, said. Look at air, listen to buzzing of TRE sun. TRE same as yesterday TRE day today is more day that night Pietro Crespi on weeping Tor Aguilar, Tor Melchians, Tor Rebecca's parents, Tor tis mater father, Tor all OT those he could were RK, W alone in death. He gave him a mechanical that waked on its legs on a tightrope, but could not distract him from his 0T's Zion. He him what had to project head to him at 2 days about TREOT builder per percent all machine that would MLP men to Iley and he that it was TM Oza could lit any third Erlo the air but it could not lit itself. On Thursday he in work stunt again with a painful OT ground. Time machine has broken, he almost sobbed, and Ursula and Amarantas so tar away. Orleano him like a child and he a heir. Sixtners examineerd thirds, triad to tinda ditterers from their appearance on the previous day in OT, discovering in them some TTET would reveal OT time. Heesper TRE roll Rigto in bed with his eyes open, calling to Prudemio Aguilar, to all dead, so TTET they would share his distress. But RO1 came. On Friday. Before anyone arose, re-watched the OTR Utter again until did have slagness DOT2, but that it was Momi. Then he grabbed the bar Tramador Ard with a violersa OT his Durham strength he smism to Dusty in the alchemy laboratory, the room, the silver like a man in high sourkstim and fluent but completely imam principal language. Was a to Tyrish ODTTRE rest OT the house when Orleano asked Mibers Tor MLP. 10 men were to get him down, 14 to tie him LP, 20 to drag rim to TRE chestnut tree in TRE courtyard, WRERETTPY let him up, barking in language and a green trough at mouth. Renidrsula and Amaranta returned re was still tied to TRE trunk OT TRE crescent. Tree bite his gnarls are feet, soak WITN Reynard in a state of total inmerm. They spoke to him he mked at them without recognizired them. Sayard Trurgs did understand. Jersula untied his wrists **, by the pressure OT the rope, let him tight Ori by TRE waist. Later on Trey billed him as Smelter OT palm to him Trom Sun Rain. Chapter 5 Orleano by Gendia and Muscote were one Sunday in March ep Tower TRE alter Faternicana Reina Nad said in the parlor. It was Culmertion OT tour weeks OT in household twas little remedios Nad react at dirty T tour over TRE habits OT childrened. In spite OT the tack that her had taught her the OT adolescence, OAE February Ederund she burst snudum into the living room, her sisters were chat at with oral iron, and Parius, smeared WITN a crotonlate colored paste. A month tour the wedding was Ogredmro was barely earn up time to teach how to wash herself. Get dressed by you Merstari fundamental of a MRNE. They made urinate bricks in order to cure OT habit OT wedding her. It took a good deal of work to converse her of inviolability of marital tour rearmus was so at same time so at the revelation that wanted to talk to everybody about details of the wedding night. It was an effort, but on the date set Torn Romani child was as adept in ways of world as any of Na's sisters. THN Apollinar McMode her by arm down street that was with flowers and wreaths amidst explosion of rockets and music of several bands, she waved with her and gave larks with a smile to who her good IA from the Wormuz. Aurelian dressed in black, we had same patent lead TL, 0TS with metal tasters TTET he would have on a few years later as Fatty firing squad, had an intense pale res and a hard lump in his throat when met bride at the OT the house led to altar. She tmaved as Ratu Rally, with such discretion, that she did MT her conks, sure, when Orleano ring as he to put it on her timer. In the midst of tin murmurs or confusion of guests, kept her arm with TRE tearless lace glove relt and Rema ired like that with rare ring tinger ready until the bridegroom managed to stop ring with his it to the came back blus ring to the altar. Mother sisters suttered so much trom the tear that the child would do something wrong during the ceremony that in TRE era they were the ones row committed the OT picking her up to kiss from that day on the OT the natural grace, TRE com cotral that Remedios would nave in race OT adverse was revealed. It was who, on her own initiative, put aside the largest piece that STE had cut trom TRE wedding cake and it on a plate with a fork to Arcadio to the trunk OT tree, on a Utsuden stool under Reth the palm spelter. TTE Uranus old man, discolored by sun and rain, made a vague smile OT gratitude at the OT cake with his lingers, mumbling an unintelligible psalm. The only unhappy person in that Mycene celebration, Udik dawn on Monday, was Burdia. It was own frustrated party. By an arrangement at OT Idrisila's, marriage was to on the same day, but that Friday Pietro a letter with TRE ruse OT his mother's imminent death. The weathered was Pietro Crespi let the capital OT the Provenant hour alter the letter, and on TRE road he missed his mother. WM arrived punctually Saturday Nickel and at Orleano's wedding sang the sad aria TTET had prepared toward the wedding OT her son. Pietro Crespi returned on Sunday mid-NGNT to sweep up the ashes OT party, at her worn out 5 on the road in an attempt to in time tour RIS wedding. It was Iver Dyward who wrote the letter. Tormented by Jersula, Amar Arya wept with indignation and swore an iron altar, which the Carcammers nad rot tinish dismantlim. Reina Wmrn Ags, Linner had brought Trom Swamp to Odyssey at the wedding was an old man hardened by Tre in Grady Lk1 Eof his ministry. His skin was sad, with mnes exxt, Ard had a pronounced round stomach and Tre expression ot an old angel, which came more from simplicity than Trom he had to return to Pariah at her Tre wedding, but he was appalled at Tre hardness ot Tre inhabit arts ot Makoru, were in midst ot Skarksdal, subject to natural law, Whitmet baptize their children or sarktading tree or testivals. Irksig that no reed seed ot so he to stay on tour week to Christianize circumcised get tile, legalize course subinage, give the sacraments to dying. But no paid any Atyrian to would answer him ttmy nad been merry years without a priest, arranging Tre business ot tree or souls directly with that they had lost evil ot original sin tired ot preaching in open. Fader Nicker decided to undertake Tre Bilderg ot at church, the largest in the world, with life-size saints and stained glass wordows on sides, so that people would come from Rome to nunner God in Tre's center ot impiety. He went tx, getting alms with a dish. Tmy gave a large amount, but wanted more, twas the church had to have a bell that would raise to the surface ot water. He pleaded so much he lost his voice. His to till with sounds. Or Saturday, and having collected price ot the doors, he tell into a contusion. An altar in the square and on Sunday went through the town with a small apple, as in days ot insomnia, pulled to en mass. Many went out ot curiosity. Others from nostalgia. Others so that God would not take Tre disdain toward his intermediary as an insult. That at again in the morning the town was in the square, where Father Nicanor chanted Tre Gosloels in a voida that nad by pleader for at the tx, gan to break up, he raised his arms toward attention. Just a momry, said. Now we stl an undeniable prcx, tot inti night p, werot God boy who had him with mass brought him a cup of thick hard steaming culate, which drank without pauserg to Brett trend he his with a hard kerchief that drew from his sleeve, his arms, and closed his eyes. Terpon Father Nicanor rose 6 inches above Tre level ot the grurkst. It was a measure. Went the tour several days repeated Tre demonstration ot levitation by means ot crocolate while the acolyte neglected so morny in a bag that in less than a month the construction ot the church 1.r, ted the divine origin otte demonstration except Arcadio Buendia, who witnessed expression walked the ot people who gathered uru Tre crescent tree or morning to witness revelation more. Merely on his a little and his shoulders ran Fader Nicanor began to rise from the ground along with chair he was sitting on. Jose Arcadio Burdia said. Isto stattern quarchen materii invenit. Fader Nicanor raised his nares and tte tour legs ottre chair all landed on Groward at same time. Nego, said. Factum hoc existentiam dei probit sine dubio. Thus it was ttet Jose Arcadio India's devilish jargon was Latin. Father Nicanor tco cadvanta asterisk ottre circumstary ot his epping the only who ted able to communicate with him to try to the faith into his twisted mind. Every afternoon he would sit by the chestnut tree preaching in Latin, but Arcadio Burdia on rejecting RTI, torical tricks the transmutation ot crotonlate, and he demerid the ot God as the only father him pictures even a reproduction ot the Veronica, but Jose Arcadio India rejected trem as artistic objects without any scientific basis. Was so stubborn ttet Nicanor gave his attempts at and continued visiting him out ot humanitarian. Felirgs. God then it was Jose Arcadio India tried to break down Tre priest's faith with rationalist tricks. On a certain Kmazion Ren Father Nicanor brought a set to tree and him to a game, Jose Arcadio Buendia would not accept, because according to him he could rever understand Sirs ot and distinguidic to have agreed the rules. Father Nicanor, had seen crackers played that way, could play it again evermore at Arcadio lucidity, asked him how it was that they tugged him tied to a tree. Ha est sympathicissimus he replied. Because I'm crazy? From then on, Corsair de tx, ut his own taton, TRE priest did rot come back to visit him himself to the OT church. Rebecca telled rare hopes being reborn. Tutor was predicated on the completion OT the work. Tor one Sunday Father Nickard was at house and WTL. Le tamely sitting at table OT solemnity and splendor that religious monies would acquire the church was built. Amar Antas said, TTEIL just or will be Rebecca? Ard since Rebecca did not understand what meant, it to her with an inward smile. You're going to TTE or who will inaugurate church with your Rebecca tried to forestall any comments. The way the core structure was church would be built 10 years. Nicanor did agree. TRE Guiara City OT the faithful permitted him to make more optimistic calculations. To mute extignation OT Ritme, who finished her lunch, Ursula celebrated Amaranta's idea and Tunnel reputed a considerable sum work to move Taster. Father felt that with our contribution like that TRE church would ready within 3 years. From Tren on Ritpika did Rot say word to Amaranta, that initiative had not that SRE attempted to give it. That was TRE least serious I could nave done, Amaranta answered her during violent argument they had that right. In that way I want Nave to kill you Tor 3 years. Rebecca accepted the challenge. When Pietro Crespi outimate he threw a crisis OT disappoint murd, but Rebecca gave him a tenal OT rare loyalty. Will whenever you say, she told him. Pietro Crespi was not a man OT adventure. Lack TRE impulsive character OT his hierarchy considered Tor Orn's given word as a wealth that Snulled squandered. Rebecca to more audacious myths 3s. A mysterious wind blew out the inn parlor. Ursula surprised the lovers kissing in dark. Pietro Crespi gave rare some used explanations ATMTTREPCK, our quality OT modern pitch even install a more system OT illumination Tor the RCX, M. But TRE fuel tailed again or TTE wixt mame clogged Ursula Ritmus sitting on Tiame's lap. This time with an explanation she turned the responsibility OT the bakery over to TRE Ruin woman and sat in a RCX King CTEIR to watch over them pull during visits, ready to win out over Marners that had already been old when STE was a girl. Poor mama, Ritma would say with indignation, seeing, Ursula on the T-Medum OT the visits. Ren STE dies STE'll go ODT to rare reward in that rocking tsir? At her 3 months OT love, fatigued by the slow OT construction, rich he went to it pecked every day, Pietro Crespi decided to give Father Nicanor the money he rented to Tyrish church. Amar Aria did grow impatient. As she conversed with her girl triads every afternoon Ren TTPY came to embroider on GX, RCH, to Therex OT subterfuges. A mistake in calculation spoiled the ORP she the most detective, removing the mothballs TTZT Ritma had put it away in the room dresser. SRE did it Ren 2 monitors were left for TRE completion OT the church but was so impatient with the approach OT that she wanted to TRE dress ready earlier than Amar Antag had seen. Ren she appeaned the dresser and folded first patterns ard the protective cloth. STETRE fabric OTTRE dress TRE stickers OT the veil even the crown OT arame by moths. Altmug was sure that she had put a narflul OT motorballs in rapiers. TRE disaster seemed so natural that she did dare blame Amar Anta. There was less than a month until wedding, but Amparo Mascote promised to sew a new dress within a week. Amar Arda felt taint that rainy NCX. And time Amparo came to muse in the troth OT Regal tour Rebecca to have the final fitting OTTTE dress. GT turvoice and a tired OT sweat ran down the path OT spine. For long months she nad trembled with trig to wait tour that for, because it STE had able to carnive the ultimate to Ritma's Wediru was sure that at the last moment, when all the resources OT tur imagination had tailed, STE would nave, nourage to GX, ice and her. TTE Teaternon, while Ritma was with Teed inside the armor OT thread that Amparo Mascote was putting about TX, DY with Trinazan's OT pins and Iria right patient, Amar Aria made several and crocheting pricked her tearger with a needle, but STE decided with trig and tool, idleness that the date would the last Friday the end metlid would be a dose OT alonum in rare cotty. A greater as impassable as it was obliged and new indefinite 1 week before TRE date set for the wedding. Little Remedios woke up in middle OT right in a hot broth which had exploded in her insides with a curd OT tearing TLCH, and she died 3 days later, by her own with a pair ot twits in stomach. Amaranti suttered a crisis ot conscience. She had God with such terver tearful to tf and so ttet would not have to read me that sre felt guilty ot Remedios death. That was rot tre obstacle that she nad teep tor so much had a breath ot merriment to the she had settled down with her husband in a room near tre workshop, which she decorated with the dolls re toys of recert nildnd. Ard merry vitality overt load tre tour walls ot tre word like a ot good feelth with sm would start at dawn. She was the only person who dared intervene in tre arguments between Rebecca and Amar Antak. Pluy Earl fatiguing ot Jose Arcadio Buruia. Would breed him his rude, she would help him with his daily wash him with soap a brush, his ntmrd tree ot lice and rids. Keep tre palm srelter in good corution reinforce it with water perxy canvas in stormy weather. In her last monstead in communicating with him in phrases ot rudimentary Latin ren tte's son ot Orleano Pilar Ternero was tl, rn to house and baptized in an iriamate ceremony with the name Orleano Jose, Remedios decided that he would their oldest chid. Maternal instinct Ursula. Orleano, tore his part, lound in her the justification that read to live. He all day in his workshop and would a ot black coatry in middle ot tte mornirg. Trey would visit tte Muscodes every night. Orliarn would play games ot with his while Remedios chatted with sisters or talked to her mother atx, ut more things. Tm link with Garias Nursolidated Muscodes authority in the town. Entrequent trips to the capital OTTRE province he in getting to build a so that Arcadio, had inherited the educational enthusiasm OT his granted pair, could take charge OT it. Through managed to get the majority OT houses blue in time toward the date OT national influence. At the OT father Nicanor, he tore Trarster OT Katerino's store to a back street and down several scandalous establishments that prospered and TRE enter OT town only he was 6 armed with rifles to the maintenance OT order, and OAE remembered the original agreement not to have armed men in the town. Or Liam enjoyed his father-in-law's efficiency. You're going to get as tat as he is, his triers would say to him. But his life, which his cheekness and the sparkle OT his eyes, did not erase his weight or alter the parsimony OT his character, but, on contrary, it earned on lips straight line OT's solitary meditation and implacable decision. So deep was TRE affection that and tis white had an arousing in their families TTET when that STE was going to nave a child. And Rebecca and Amar Arda declared a truce in order to knit items in blue it was to a in pink and it was a girl. She was TRE last person Arcadio trot ATX, UT 2 years later when he squad. Idrisilla ordered a morning OT closed URS windows, with no or entering or exit on matters OT she prohibited any talking aloud tour a year and SRE put Remedios daguerreotype in the place where TNDY had laid out, with a black rib mirrored and an oil lamp that was always kept lighted. Future generations, NE/air let TRE lamp go out, would at that girl in a skirt, white TMTS, with an orgarity TMD rare head, they were able to correct rare with a stereoard image OT a great grandma text 2R. Amar Arias CTZRGEOT Oraliar, Jose. She adopted Rim as a son who would share in solitude and relieve her from the involuntary that her mat had thrown into Pietro Crespi would tiptain at dusk, with a black rib on his rat, Ardri would a silent visit to Ritme, to death earside the black dress with sleeves down to her wrists. Just the idea OTTHI asterisking about a new date wedding would TMN so irreverent that it turned into an intermel relationship. A fatigued love that one worried about again, as it the overs, who in her days had samtaged in order to kiss, had abandoned to the free will of death. Lost her completely demoralized, Rebecca began eating earth again. Suddenly when the morning TZD on so long that sessions began again someone pushed open the street at in the arena in mortal OT heat the in foundation SHCX, K with such torse that Amar Anta and Tertrians sweared on the Rebecca sucking her in her Ursula in the Orali Aral. In the workshop, and even Jose Arcadio Buendia under the solitary chestnut tree had that Anirtrix, Uick was up the house. A huge man had arrived. Ars square Srowlders barely did rough TRE he was wearing a OT Our Lady OT around his bison RMK, his arms, and CMST were completely covered with cryptic tattoo irg, On his right wrist was tight copper bracelet of the Ninquan Cruz amulet. His skin was tan red by the salt of open air, his hair was snort and straight like the mare a mule, his jaws were iron, he wore a sad smile. Teda on that was twice as thick as Sihol tuners, TMTS with leggings spurs and iron on heels, his presera gave a seismic tremor. Through the parlor and the Liverg RCXJM, carrier some tool-worn saddlebags in his and like a thunderclap on the with where Amaranta and her friends were paralyzed, trier reedles in the air. P.E.O., Rees said to Trem in a voice, threw saddlebags on a work table, by on his way to back the rouse. 44110, he said to the startled Rebecca, Rose saw him pass by hello, said to Orleano, was at his silversmith as Eperch with all 5 senses alert. He did not lit with anyone. Went directly to kitchen and he first time at end a trip trat had the other side the world. 44110, he said. Ursula stood for attraction with her mouth mked into eyes, gave a cry, and her arms around Ris neck, shout him, and with joy. It was Jose Arcadio. Was returning as pure as when had left, to STNH an extreme that Ursula had to give him 2 pesos to pay tor real his roars. A Spanish that was with sailor slang. Asked he answered, out there hung his hammock in they cigarette him and slept 4 days. He woke 14, after eating 16 raw went directly to Catarino's store, his monumental size provoked a panic among women he called music and cane liquor everywhere, to put on his bill. Would Indiarv wrestle with Tiv men at same time? It can't dorn, they said, that TMY would able to his arm. He has NJNTSSN Cruz. Catariern, did in magical tricks him 12 TTET could not counter. Jose Arcadio without its place, lit it over tis Ted, put it in street. It took 11 men to put it back. In the heat party he exhibited his unusual masculinity on the bar, completely covered with tattoos words in several languages intertwined in blue-red. To the women were and him put the question as to would pay the most. The one WM had the most Mori offered him 20 he rattling himself 011 at 10 chars. It was a fantastic price because most sought after WOM and 8 and again, but they all opted. They wrote to their names on 14 pieces paper which put into a natard each woman took one out. WMN were only 2 pints let to draw, it was a stabilism to TMY 5 more trom each orn, Jose Arcadio and I'll share Mijelt with made his living that way. TZD around the world 60 live times, enlisted in a crew sailors without a country. The women who went to bed with him that Rigan in Catarier's store brought him earlo the salon so that could see that there was rata inch his body that was rotato front, and back, re from his neck to his tails. He did rot succeed in moming into tamely. He slept all day and night in the district, making on the rare Kmazians when, Jersula got him to sit down at table, gave signs radiant good humor, especially told him in remote countries. He ted TMN and 2 weeks adrit in the COT Japan, reading on body in rad had to sunstroke and extremely salty as it CCX, ked in the sun had a sweet and granular taste. Under a bright day sun engulfed ingle his ship had a sea dragon, in the stomach udic TMY the pelmet, TTE buckles, the a crusader. In Caribbean Ted seen the ghost the pirate ship Victor Hughes, with its sails torn by the death. Masts crewed by sea worms, and still tore the course to, Jersula would weep at the table as if were letters that had arrived in which Jose Arcadio told ATX, tis deeds and misadventures. And there was so much here tore you, my son, she would sob, so much to'd thrown to the TNGS. But underneath it and she could that away was same lout who would eat nalt as suckling pig tore lunch and whose flatulence withered the flowers. Similar place with the family. Amar Antanul Conil that she telt at table because OTRISFGL Arcadio, never KRNWOT the relationship, scarcely questions that he asked with the obvious idea gaining his attention. Orleano tried to relieve when they slept in the same to revive the complicity ot childs, but Jose Arcadio nad forgotten about it, because light at ctzd his memory with many to remember. Ori ritma succumbed to the first impact. Tre day trat she saw him pass by her teepbrew and thought ttet Pietro was a sugary darly rnxt to that proto-male volcanic could be heard all over the house. She tried to get near him under any pretext. On a certain, Mazion Arcadio looked at body with shameless attention said to her, "You're a woman, little sister." Rebecca lost control ot herself. She went back to eating earth and whitewash on the walls with the avidity ot previous days, and she sucked rare tearjer with so much anxiety that a callus on her thumb vomited up a green liquid with dead leeches in it. She nights awake snaking with lever, tied to Ingeger's delirium, waiting until the house with return ot Jose Arcadio at dawn. Or at Irene, when everyone was raving a siesta, ste could rn lorger resist and went to she found him in his shorts, lying in that had hung from the beams with a ship's hawser. Sre was so impressed by his enormous motley recurrence ttet felt an impulse to retreat. "Excuse me," she said, didn't you were here?" But ste lowered rare voiced so as not to wake anyone up. "Come," said Ritma bade. Sm the hammock in an icy sweat, T-leered krnts tormating in her intestines, while Jose Arcadio with ot his tm and her thighs, murmur "Oh, little sister, little sister." She tugged to make a supernatural effort to die when a startlingly cyclonic lilted her by the waist and her ot tur intimacy with three clashes ot its claws and like a little bird. Managed to thank having tmn born tm, she ost herself in the inconceivable pleasure ot that unbearable pain, splashing in the steaming marsh ot hamks k which the explosion ot blood like a blotter. Days later they were during tiv.oclcxk mass. Arcadio nad go to Pietro Crespi's store the day Titor. He found him giving a zither and did rot draw him aside to him. "I'm to marry Rebecca," and he told him. Pietro Crespi turned pale, gave the zither to one ot his pupils, dismissed the class. When they were alone and that was crowded with musical instruments and mechanical toys, Pietro Crespi said, "STWS your sister." Don't care," Jose Arcadio replied. Pietro Crespi his brow with a hair that was in laver %er. "It's against our order, and it's against the law." Jose Arcadio grew impatient, not so much at argument as over Pietro Crespi's paleness. "Fuck nature 2 times over," he said. "And I've come to tell you not to going to ask Ritma anything." But his brutal broke down when saw Pietro Crespi's eyes grow moist. "Now," Reese said to him in a different tone, "It you really like tre tamely, there's the Mar'antat or you?" Father Nicanor revealed in his Sunday sermon that Jose Arcadio Ritma were not sister. Ursula Renver forgave Wtet she and inconceivable lack ot respect rentre came back from church she forbade newlyweds to set in the house again for it was as if tmy were dead. So they ted a house across from tre's cemetery established redmro with other furniture but Arcadio's on wedding night a whippian that had got into her slipper bit Ritpika on the toot. Tongtun went to sleep, but ttzt did stop tmm traumas scandalous the e-tunners were startled by the cries trat woke tre whole district as many as again in a si at night times during nttpy prayed that such wild passion would rot disturb the ot the dead. Orleano was only who was a muthtl. Hide them some furniture and gave them some money until Jose Arcadio recovered his source ot reality to work rn.mans.land that courtyard ottre muse. Amaranta, on the other hand, never did overcome her. Rarzer against even though life offered a satisfaction of which she had not dreamed, at tre initiative ot Ursula, who did krnw how to repair the stzme, Pietro Crespi lurch at muse on Tuesdays, rising above his detit with a serrer dignity. Still wore tre black ribbon on his net as a sign ot tore the family, he pleasure in showing tor Ursula by bring her exotic gilds, Portuguese sardires, Turkish rose marmalade, and on or a lovely manila shawl. Amaranta at her with a love diligers. She anticipated his wants, pulled out tre threads on the cuts ot his shirt, a dozen handkerchiefs with his initials his Bertrix II. On Tuesdays, at her lurch, While she would embroider on the would keep happy for Pietro Crespi, TTET woman always had considered and treated as a child was a revelation. Although her temperament lacked gratin, she had a rare sensibility toward things ot the world and had a secret tenderness. Or Tuesday, ran 1.r, Ted that's Janer or later it to happen, Pietro Crespi her to marry him. SM did stop her work. She waited toward tre rot blush to leave rare ears and gave her voice a serene stress ot maturity. Ot course, Crespi, said. But ran we each otter better. It's rever to hasty and thin f. Ursula was comist. In spite ot the esteem she rad toward Pietro Crespi, she could tell ot, there his decision was or bad trom the moral ot view at his prolonged and famous to Rebecca. But sre teenally accepted it as intact no one her doubts. Orly Iron, who was the man ottre house, rare turter with his enigmatic art teenal opine on, these are not to wed at s. That opinion, which Ursula understocks it only some months later, was the only that Orleano could express at that moment, or with to marriage, but to anything that was wrought war. He himself, Tassim tiring squad would not understarksy well the corr.attenation of the series of subtle but irrevocable accidents that brought him to that tre death ot remedios had perks sin that had feared. It was, rather, a dull ot rage that grades ally dissolved in a solitary passive frustration similar to TTE one had felt during time he was to living without a woman plurged Earlo his work again, but he kept up the custom ot playing dominas with his tatmer.in.law. In a house up in Morn, the Nigta conversations consolidated tre tri-ruship tm/een tre two men. Get married again or Leto, his would tell him. L6 daughters you to from. On one occasion on tre electors, Don Apollinar Mascote returned trom 1 ot his trips atl, UT's situation in Nuntry. The liberals were determined to war. Sim Orliern at that time tut variators the differeru conservatives and his rather-in-law gave Tim some schematic essence. TTE liberals, said, were Freemasons, bull, to institute civil marriage and divorce, to recognize TTE rights ot illegitimate children as equal to dis ot ones, and to cut courtry up into a federal system TTET would take away trom tre supreme authority. The conservatives, on Otter Haru had tmir directly tromxi, establish Mary ot public order and tamely morality. Thpy were the day tenders ot the Tayton ot Christ, ot prareeple ot authority, and were not to the courtry to broken down into autonomous entities. Because ot his humanitarian limbs Orleano sympathized with the attitude with the rights ot natural children, but in any case, he could not understand people arrive at extreme ot waging war over that could tuck with hand. It seemed an exaggeration to him that toward the elections his father-in-law had trammed 6 soldiers armed with rifles under the man ot is sargiri to a town with initial passions. Thpy rot only arrived, but ttpy weteltrom roused Tomus confiscated hunting weapons, and even crives they distributed among males 21 tre blue ballots with tre reams ot conservative candidates read with names ot the caudates. On TTE eve ot elections Apollinar Mascote himself read a TTET sale ot alcohol, lick beverages and GATTX2RING ot more than VWM were rot ot TTE same tamely. The elections place without incident. At Igen OCLCXK on Cirque's day a ballot was set in a square, which was walked by TRE's 6 soldiers. Voting was absolutely free, as Orleano himself was able to attest almost TRE entire day with his tamer-in-law Sir that RO1 voted more than ORE. At Tour in the arena roll OT drums in the announced the OT and Apollinar Mascote sealed TRE ballot box with a label crossed by his signature. That night, while PLABD dominoes with Orleano, he ordered the Sargiri to break TTE seal in order to word votes. Duro were almost as merry ballots as blue, but the Sargiri let Ori 10 orns and made up the difference with blue ones. Trent Trey sealed the again with a new label and first on the following day it was taken to capital OT Provin. The Liberals will go to war, Orleano said. NX, Linner concentrated on his domino at your that twas OT the switch in ballots, they want, said. We let a 2 red OAs in so there won't be any complaints. Orleano understood the disadvantages OTTX, Ingenox, Scission. It I were said, I'd to war because ot tros ballots tather plock hoped at him over his glasses. Come MW, or Leto, Re said, it you were a literal, even th0lqh you're my son-in-law, you wouldn't have seen the switching ot ballots. What really caused indignation in the town was the results OTTRE but tack that soldiers had AGROT4. OT women spoke with Orleano so that he could obtain the return OT tree or kitchen knives from his fat Mervlaw. THN Apolinar McMode explained to him, in strictest confidence, that TRE soldiers had taken TRE weapons ODT as PMT that TRE liberals were preparing to war. The cynicism OT the remark him. Said Roth therefore but on a certain night when Gerinaldo Marquez and Magnetico Vispal were with a Modillion OT knives, asked him it was a or a conservative. Orliaro did Roth hesitate. It I have to something Isla said, conservatives are tricky? On the Tola Whim day, at the urging OT his he to Dr. Aliro Naguera to be treated tor a sit pain in his liver. Did Roth even understand the OT Dr. Alirio BK Garrett Ted arrived in Mesa percent a few years before with a medicine crest OT tasteless pills a medical motto that conversed RNORM one nail draws another. In reality he was a charlatan. Bihiro his insert takad OT a doctor without prestige there was hidden a terrorist who with his legged TMTS scars TTZT 5 years in the STCX** stud led on his legs. Taken prisoner during TTE Tierstederlisted Verrier, managed to Kurajao disguised in Garmarai he detested most in TTS world, a casks. At the OT a prolonged exile, stirred up by exciting RNWS that exiles from all the Caribbean to Kurajao, he set out in a smuggler's schooner and appeared in Ryanacho with the bottles OT pills that were rotting but sugar and a diploma from the University OT Leipzig that re-rad himself. He wept with a titterless fervor. Budic exiles TZD pictured as if Amata had dissolved into a vague electoral illusion embittered by failure, yearning toward a safe place null the weight old age, the false Reneopath refuge in Macdu. In the narrow crowded room Trat re-renade on one side OT the lived several years at Phil MI, after having tried every ton, cores old themselves with sugar pills. His instincts OT and agitator remained dormant as Lorgas THN Apolinar McMote was a figurehead. He passed the time remembering Titirg against Istana. TRE approach OT was thread that led him more to skein OT subversion made contact with TRE young people in the town, lacked political knowledge, and on a stealthy campaign OT instigation. The numerous ballots that appeared as the end that were attributed by Don Apolinar Mascote to the TTZT came from youth were part OT his plan. He made his disciples vote in order to show Trem that elections weren't ours. Only effective thing, he would say, is via Lerm. The majority OT Orlians were enthusiastic over the idea OT liquidated the conservative establishment, but no one had dared INC11 KIE him in Platz, or OT his with magistrate, but OT his solitary delusive character. It was KRNWN, Tertrermoer, that he had voted blue at his it was a simple matter OT that revealed his political sentiments, it was purely a matter OT curiosity. A Capricorn, TTZT brought him to visit the DCX Tor treatment OT a pain TTET he did rut knave. In den that smelled OT camphorated Tor percent himself at OT dusty iguana asked him any case tires the doctor Tim to the wordau examined the inside OT his lower eyelid. It's there, Orliarl, said, lolling what TMY told him. E pust peed the tile OTRIS titus into his liver art added. Aries WRERE I have pain that won't let me sleep. TMN doctor closed Weirdal with a pretext that there was TCO much sun, and explained to him in simple terms that it was a patriotic duty to assassinate for several days. Orleano carried a small cottle OT pills in RIS shirt FN *ET. Would take it out every 2 months, put pills in the palm OT his tent, and into his mouth for Trem to slowly dissolve on his tomu. Don Apolinar Mascote made ton OT his faith in ton myopathy, but were in on plot another ORP OT their diopal in him. Almost all OT the Sot BOT the Tourdeurs were implicated, although none of knew concretely what action they were plotting. Fever Trillis, the day TRE, more revealed TRE's secret to Orleano, the latter whole plan OT conspiracy. Altenup was at that time OT the urgency OT liquidating TRE conservative regime, the plot roar tied him. Dr. Figueroa had a mystique OT assassination. His system was to coordinating a series OTIR individual actions which in one master stroke covering whole nation would liquidate the Turkish orneries OT regime along with respective families, especially TRE children, in order to exterminate conservatism at its his wife, his 6 daughters, to say, were on the list. You're or else, or liar, told him Whitman excited. You're rotting but a boucraire? In that case, DCX Tor with equal calm. Give me back TX, tol. You don't read it anymore. Only 6 more years later did Orlian learn TTET had given on him as a man OT action because was a sentimental person with no future, with a passive CTE actor, and a definite to keep him surrounded, terrier that would betray TRE conspiracy. Orleano calm trammed down, he would rot say a word, but on Nigan they went to murder the family TTPY would find him guarding the door. He showed such a convincing DCI and TTZT the plan was Tor an detonite date. It was TMSE days that Idrisilla asked his opinion about TRE marriage between Pietro Crespi and Amar Antak, that TMSE were times to their asterisking ATL. UT such a thyroid for a week he had team carrying an old fashioned pistol Euro or his shirt. He kept his on his triards. In an arena he would with Jose Arcadio Ard Rebecca, who had to put the rows in order. Ard from Son OCLCX asterisk on he would play with his father-in-law. At that time he was seeming with Arcadio, who was already a huge adolescent, and he found him more excited over imminers of war. In SCRML, Arcadio had pupils older than himself mixed in with children who were barely beginning to talk. Lever had caught on. There was talk OT stinting father Nicamer, OT Turnier TRE Church Erloa SCRML, OT Institute Triove. Orlian tried to calm down his drive. Discretion proved to him. To his calm reasoning, to his source OT reality, Arcadio reproached him and tore his weakness OT CTE actor. Orlian, finally, in OT Ursula burst Erlo TRE worksrop all upset. War's broken out. War, intact, tud broken out 3 more tons before. Martial law was in attack in whole Kurari. The only one knew it immediately was Apolinar Mascote, but he did give TRE ruse even to his white while the army platoon that was to the town by surprise was on its way. Remedy noiselessly dawned, with 2 pieces OT light artillery drawn by mules, and they set up in the SCHCX, L. A 6 p.m. curfew was established. A more drastic search than TRE previous or was 0% taken, house by Tenuous, and this time Tar Implemeries. Out DR him to a tree in TRE square, spot him with any due PRCXSOT law. Fattern Gainer tried to impress the military with miracle OT levitation had his head split by the butt OT as soldier's rifle. The liberal exaltation had been extenuated into a silent terror. Liam, pale, mysterious, playing dominoes with RIS daughter-in-law. He understood that in spite OT his priest and title OT's civil military baiter OT the town, Mascote was more a tigerhead. Decisions were made by TRE Army Captain, WM each morning elected an extraordinary levy toward defense OT public order. 4 soldiers under RIS command snatched a woman WM had been bitten by a mad dog Trom family killed with their rifle butts. 0M Day, 2 weeks after occupation, Orliero entered Gerardo Marquez's house and with RIS usual asked for a mug of coffee with sugar. The 2 of were alone in the kitchen. Orliero gave his voice an authority that would rever get TX, YS ready, said. We're going to war? Gerardo Marquez did not believe him. With what asked? With theirs, Orleano replied. Tuesday at Midrigan in a mad 20 men OT 30 commanded by Orliero Buendia, armed with table knives sharp red TCX, LS, TCX, K the garrison by surprise, seized the WCX, NS, and in Nurtyard executed the captain and TRE tour soldiers who had killed the woman. TTZT's same night, Util sound OT tiring squad heard, Arcadio was named civil military leader OTTTE town. Married rebels barely had time to take leave OT their wives, they led to their hour devices. Remedy led at dawn, cheered by TRE people had liberated Trom TTE Terror, to join the OT Revolutionary General Victorio MI, to latest was on his way to Monor. Before Leverg, Orleano brought Mosl, TE old OT a closet. Rest easy, told him. The government gur on ease on its word OT for your personal safety and that OT your family. AG, learn Muscote had trouble hydrating that inspirator in high Mos RWIT and a rifle slum over his shroulder with TRE Fairson he rad played Dominex, S with Erdil 9 an evening. This is madness, Orlito, he exclaimed. Not madness, Orliarl, said. War. Don't call me Orlito anymore. Now I'm Colonel Orleano Gerde. Chapter 6 Callable Orleano by Gendia organized 32 uprisings he lost Tremall. Had 17 male children by 17 different women and were exterminated or atterdiated on a single night oldest one had reached TREOT 35. Survived 14 attempts on his life, 73 a squad. Lived through a dose OT strictly in RIS Cotti that was enough to kill a horse. Eritus TRE Order OT Merit, which President OT Republic rose to COMMR de Urangiat OT the Revolutionary Forces, with jurisdiction, and command Trom TL, writer to other, man by he remetter let himself photographed. He declared lifetime pension offered him after the war until old age he made his Trom the little that he manufactured in NIS workshop in Macordo. Although NE always fought at OT his men, the only TTET was the gave himself after Treaty of Tierlandia, which put an end to almost 20 years of civil war. Himself in the with a pistol and bullet came out through his back without damaging any vital organ only left of all that was a street TTET his name and yet, as a few years he died of old age, he had not expected any of that on the dawn with his 20 OM men to join OT General Victorio Medina. We leave McCorkslow in your care was all that said to Arcadio leaving. We it to you and try to it and when we return. Arcadio gave a right to instructions. A uniform WIT and the braid epaulets of a marshal, inspired by the prince in of Melchiad's TXX, KS, around his waist with tassels that had to executed captain. He set up 2 artillery pieces at TRE and Ars to town, put uniforms on his former pupils, who had been amused by his fiery PRCX Lomatiers, let through streets armed in order to give outsiders an impression OT invulnerability. It was a double-edged deception, did rot dare attack the place 10 months, but it unleashed a large force against it that resist Ars was liquidated in a hall from first day OT his rule Arcadio revealed Tor he would read as many as Tor a day in order to decree and institute everything that came Earlo his head. Obligatory military man 18. Declared to be public property any animals walking the streets at 6 and eve near 4 and made men were overage where sequestered Father Nicker and TTE parish house under pain OT execution and prohibited him Trom mass or it was Tor a lit X, Ral victory. In order that no or would doubt the severity OT tis aims, ordered a squad organized in a square headed at a scarecrow. At first won him seriously. Trey were, at all, smell children playing at being grown wee but again. When Arcadio went into Caterier's store, in the GROL4, greeted him with a tantare that made TRE customers laugh and Arcadio had shot Tor disrescued Tor the who protested were put on bread and water with their articles in a set OTSTCCKS trat he had said in a you murderer. Ursula would at him every time she learned OT's some new arbitrary act. When Orleano finds out Re's going to snoot you I'll the first to glad. But it was OT no Arcadio tied in the tourniquet with unnecessary rigor until Re became TRE cruelest ruler that Macdo had ever KRNW and let TMM suffer the different, Apolinar Mascote said on ORP this is the liberal paradise. Arcadio found out about it. At OT a patrol assaulted the muse, furniture, the daughters, Ardout CN and Apolinar when Ursula burst into courtyard of headquarters. After having gore through town rooting shame brandished with rage a pitch cover WT*P, Arcadio himself was preparing to give squad to tire. El dare you to, dastard. Ursula snooted. Arcadio TZD time to read let with first blow OT lash el dare you to, murderer, SRE shouted. And kill me son OT an evil mater. That way I to weep Tor the shame OT having a morster. But uttered him witness mercy. Ste chased him to the back ot the courtyard, wrere Arcadio up like a snail in its shell. Miscote was Xerxensius, tied to trewrere previously they had tre scarecrow that had been cut to by smts tired and fun. Tx, ys in the squad tearful ttzt, Jersula would go at her tram but ste did not /n at them. Sre led Arcadio with his torn, roaring with pain rage, she untied Apollinar Miscote and him ton. Before leaving the headquarters SRE released the prisoners Tromda from that time on she was the one ruled in TRE town STE re-established Sunday masses, the OT armbards, and the harebrained decrees. But in spite OT rare strength, SRE still wept her unfortunate late. SM felt so much alone that she sought the useless OT her husband, WM had been forgotten under TRE Crescent Tree. Look what we've come to, she would tell him as the June rares to shelter down. Look at the empty rows, our children scattered all over the world, and the two OT us alone again the same as in TX, Guinea. Arcadio in an abyss OT unawareness, was deep to her lamentations. At the teep getting OT his madness would daily with urgery Latin phrases. In clear **ls OT lucidity, when Amar Antab would brim him his meals he would tell WTET him most and would glasses and mustard plasters in a docile way. Gut at TRE time when Ursula went to lament big his side had lost all contact with reality. SNE would bathe him bit by bit as he sat on his stall while SRE gave Tim news OTTT eternally. Orliarchs, went to war more than 2 months ago and we haven't heard Tim, would say, scrubbing his back with a soap brush. Jose Arcadio came back a big man, taller TTZNU, all with renal.work, but he only brought shame to our muse. She thought to STE noticed, however, that Rare would grow sad with bad news. Decided to lie to him. Ro want what I'm going to tell you, she said as she threw Oshers his excrement in order to pick it up with will TTET Jose Arcadio and Ritma Small get married, and now TTEYRE very happy? STE got to be so sincere in the detention that she binds Oling with own lies. Arcadio is a serious man RNW, said, and very brave, and a tine lucard man with his end saber. It was like to a dead man, Tor Jose Arcadio Buruia was already beyond reach OT any worry. But insisted. He's so still, so indifferent to everything TTET to release him. He did not even move Trompt his small EB stayed there, exposed to the sun and rain, as it were a dominion to any visible kept him tied to the trunk OT the chestnut tree. Toward August, Ren winter to last weaver, Ursula was finally able to give a OT news that sounded like TRE truth. Would you bet that luck is still down on us, told him. Amar Nar Tre Piemla Italian are to get married. Amar and Pietro Crespi had, intact, mere friendship, protected by Ursula, who this time did not think it necessary to watch over the visits. It was a twilight engagement. TM Italian would arrive at dusk, with a Gardenian RIS buttonroll, and he would translate Petrarch's sonnets for Amar Antak. Would sit on porch, by the oregano the roses, he reading art she swim lace cuts, irritated to the SHCCKS and bad news autoire, Erdel mosquitoes made them take refuge in the parlor. Amaranthus sensibility, discreet but enveloping Turtles had wearing an invisible web about her which TZD to push aside materially with his pale and ringless tears in order to eve the H0 at I 2 o'clock. They had put together a delightful album with that Pietro Trombitoli. Remedy were pictures OT lovers in Lorley Parks, with vignettes OT tears pierced with arrows golden riddle, NS held by LVE to this park in Florum, Pietro Crespi would say, through the cards. A person can put out his hand and birds will to over a watercolor OT venom. Nostalgia would starstorm TRE smell OT mud putredying shellfish OT TRE canals into the warm aroma OT flowers. Amar Antab would sigh, laugh, and dream OT is Sekuru homeland OT handsome men and beautiful women who a childlike language with Archean cities OT past Gardner only the cats among the rubble remained. At her cross at TTE in search OT it. At her raving caught used passion with stroking OT ritma, Pietro had ove. Happiness was accompanied by prosperity. Ours were roused at that time OCCL4, eat a hole it was thous OT Tartasi, With repercussions ot the tower ot Florence that told time with a coarse ot carillons, music trom Sorrento compacts trom Tina that sang 5 RNTE memes when TMY were off-paid, and all the musical instruments imaginable and all the mechanical toys TTET Bruno Crespi. His was in charge ot the store because Pietro Crespi barely had enough time to take care ot the music TTZNKS to him ot Turks, with its display ot knickknacks. Became a melodic oasis WRERE one could forget Arcadio's arbitrary acts distant nightmare ot war. WMN, Jersula ordered revival ot's Sunday Mass, Pietro Crespi donated a German harmonium to the church, organized the children's chorus, and a Gregorian Requiem that added a road ot splendor to Fatter Nicker's quiet rite. No one doubted that would make Amaranta fortunate mate. Not feelings, let him bore a lord by tre natural flow ot trier hearth they reached a WRERE all that was to do was set a date. TMY did not encounter any obstacles. Ursula herself inwardly ot never twisted Rebecca's destiny with Wazama to add more remorse. Ot Mornir Tor Remedios had been relegated to TTE background by the mortifications ot war, or alliance at Eanes, Arcadio's brutality, the expulsion ot Jose Arcadio and Rebecca. With tre mirrors ot the Wedurg, Pietro Crespi had TTET or Liaral, Jose, and he had up a love that was almost filial, would be considered Trier oldest child. Every third made Amaranta think TTZT she was TX2ADING toward a SRRMTH but unlike Rebecca, STE did not reveal TRE's slignest anxiety. With TRE's same patience with which she DYCXD embroidered Riedel-point peems, she waited toward Pietro Crespi to be unable to TMR TRE urges ot his and more. Day with Octo X, our reigns. Pietro Crespi took sewing basket from her lap told her, "We'll get married next Mora." Amar Aria did not tremble at contact with ICSM ters like a timid little animal went back to work. Simple, L wouldn't marry you if I were dead. Pietro Crespi control ot himself. Wept shamelessly, almost his timers with depression, but he not break rare down. Don't waste your time, was all TTET Amar Aria said. If you really love me so much, don't set in this house again Ursula th0 she would go mad with shame. Pietro Crespi all manner ot please. Went through extremes ot humiliation. He wept or people Adarun in Ursula's lap art she would have sold her soul in order to him. On rainy nights seen prowling about the house with an umbrella, waiting toward a light in Amaranta's bedroom. Was better dressed than at that time. His August TMD of a tormented tut acquired a strange air ot grandeur. Begged Amaranta's trians, orns with GX, RCH, to try to her. His business. He would spend the day in the rear ot the store writ at wild roots, which would send to Amar Aria with flour dried which she would return Europeaned. He would shut himself 2 hours on to play zither. One Rigan sang. Magno woke in a kind ot that was caused by a zither that deserved more than this world a voice that to that of on earth could feel such love. Pietro Crespi and saw tre lights go on in every Wairuo in town except that ot Amaranta. On all day, his Bratmer store in town all the lamps lighted, all the music boxes opened, all the docks striking an interminable hour. In the midst OTTTET mad Pietro Crespi at TRE desk in rear with his wrists cut by a razor his NAR percent stiest into a basin OTMzoin. Jersula decreed that TTE wake would inter house. Fatter Nickern was against a religious ceremony burial in ground. Jersula up to NM. In a way that writer URNR I can understand, that man was a saint, said. I am going to bury him, against your wishes, grave. She did it witn the OT the Multown ard with a magnificent funeral. Amar Arya did not leave her from her she heard, Jersula's weeping, the steps, and OTTRE multitude that invaded TRE house, the OT the murmurs, and then a deep silence that OT towers. For a long time she kept on smelling Pietro Crespi's lave rider breath at dusk, but had not to delirium. Jersula her. She did not even raise her eyes to pity her on the afternoon Renamar Anta went into kitchen and put her hand into Cole's OT stove till it hurt so much that SRE felt more pain but instead smelled TRE pestims OT her own flesh.
It was a stupid cure for remorse. For several days SNE went about the TL, used with rare in a OT egg WT asterisk tes, Ren TRE burns healed it as if the whites had also over on her. The only external trace that the tragedy let was the bandage OT black gauze that she put on hard that she wore till her death. Arcadio gave a rare display OT generosity by declaring official mourning Tor Pietro, J. Ursula has returned OT the lamb. But was mistaken. Ste had ost Arcadio, not Ren Renat put on his military Torm, but Trom SM thought she ted him as a son, as she had Rebecca, with no privileges or discrimination. The less, Arcadio was a solitary and child during the insomnia plague, in the midst OT, Jersula's utilitarian terror, durer tre delirium OT Jose Arcadio Buendia, tre hermetism OT Orali Iron, and mortal rivalry Amar Aria and Ritma. Orali Iron had him to read right, thinker ATMT otter things, as he would knave Dory with a strimmer. Gave clothing so that visitation could take it and it was ready to thrown away. Arcadio suffered Trom shoes that were large, Trom his patched pants, Trom his female bucks asterisk s never in communicating with any or than he did with visitation and Cator and Trier Lamuage. Was Ori who really was with us. He made him listen to his incomprehensible texts and gave him lessors in the art OT much he wept in the depression with which he tried to revive Melchiades with tre useless study OT his skull. TMY paid attention to him, and then with his endless decrees and his glorious uniform, treat him from the weight OT in old bitterns. Or night in Catarier's store someone tell him, you don't deserve the last name you carry. Contrary to what every OE Arcadio did rot him shot. To my great roarer, he said, I am Radagandia. Reams WM secret of WS parentage not GHT that the answer meant that was aware OT it. But he tud realty rever been. Pilar era, his mother, who had made his TX, IL in Darkrx, RN, was as much an irresistible obsession toward him as SRE had been tears toward Jose Arcadio then toward Aurelian in spite OT Havim charms splerder OT laugh, sought out tour percent her by TRE trail OT rare smell OT smoke. ASTNRT time before the war, or Monday was later than usual and toward her younger son at SCRML. Arcadio was waiting toward her in TRERCX, MWRERE was accustomed to take his siesta and later set up STCXKS. While the child PLABD in the courtyard, waited in his hamks asterisk, tremblered with anxiety, knowing that Pilar Ternro would have to pass through there. She Arcadio grabs, D by TRE wrist tried to pull Ter Erlo the hammock. L can't, I can't. Pilar Temer said you can't imagine how much I would like to make you happy, but as God is my witness I can't. Arcadio took rare by tre waist with tremulous strength and he felt world discipline with contact OT skin. CHM play sorry, he said. After all, everybody KMWS that you're a Pilar discussed TTET miserable tate in the children will out, she murmured. It will better it you leave bar tonight. Arcadio waited toward her tratnigdal trembling with Tever in his hammock. Witness sleeping, listened to the crickets in hours OT early morning ard the implacable tell him OT time by the curlews, more that he had TMN suddenly, anxiety Ted broken down into TRE door off paid. A few months later, Tassim the squad, Arcadio would relieve wardering in Classwork N, RN, the stumbling against TMCHES. Art finally the bulk OTA in TRE shadows OT TRE room and the Britim OT air that was by a heart TTET was stretched out his nart and found an otter hand with two rings on the same tattoo about toast tray and felt structure of theirs, pulse of its misfortune, and tell TRE damp palm with a light line cut ODT at TRE base OT TRE thumb by claws OT death. TMN he realized TTZ Titus was woman he was wait at Tor. Because she did smell OT smoke but OT flower lotion, and she had blind breasts with ripples like a man's, a Estonia is a nut, and chaotic tenderness OT excited she was a virgin and TZD unlikely name OT Santa de la Pilar Temera had paid Tida pesos, halt OT lightsavergs, to do what she was dwarg. Arcadio had seen many times in her Pereira's small store but had taken a GCX. D at her because she had that rare virtue OTNE / error existing completely except at Ox, Rudun moment. But Trom that day on huddled like a cat in the warmth ot her armpit sre would go to tre skull at siesta time with nsent ot her parents, to pilar temer tid paid the other ot her savergs. Later on, when the dislodged Trem Trom tre place tm white had made love, did it among cans ot large sacks ot in tte back ot tre store. About the time that Arcadio was named civil military baiter tmy had a dogna. Tre only relatives who atx, ut it were Jose Arcadio Rebecca, with Arcadio Mary Aaron close relators at ttet time, so on kinship as on complicity. Jose Arcadio had put his wreck into the marital yoke. Ritma's firm character, the voracity ot stomach, tenacious ambition at sorted the tremendous energy ot rare husband, who had teen charved trauma lazy, woman chasing man erlo and earnest work arimal. Kept a clean and read house. Rebecca would open it wide at dawn and the wind trom the graveyard wood and through word owls out through to the yard and leave the whiteous red walls arturi tour ton read by the ottre dead. Her hunger for earth, clock c/cx, of na parents borps, the impatiers of na blood as it faced Pietro Crespi's passivity were relegated to the attic ot her memory. All day along would embroider beside window, would run from tre uneasiness ot tre war, or till the ceramic pots would begin to vibrate in the cupboard and she would get up to warm meal, much the tirst, ot the mangy tnuns, and tren ot the coloss us in leggerds and spurs with a shotgun, sometimes that on his smolder and almost always that str at ot rabbits or wild lex. One at Arene, at the beginning ot his rule, Arcadio paid a surprise visit. Had not since tmy had ett muse, but he seemed so triaruli tammy liar that they invited him to stew. Only rentre were having caught did Arcadio reveal tre motive behavior percent his visit. He had a complaint against Jose Arcadio. It was said that had begun by ploughed his own yard and had gone straight to ahead into ragbering creaking down buildings with his oxen he forcible ot the best plots ot land around. On the peasants WRNM Tudrut TM Oz was in there he levied a contribution which collected every Saturday with his 100 dogs his .me barreled some gun. He did rot deny it. He riggin on tack TTET the nad been distributed by Jose Arcadio Buendia at the time OTTRE town derg. He trinug hided to prove that his father had crazy ever sime that time, tor he had disposed OT a patrimony that really to TRE tamely. It was an unnecessary allegation. Tmas Arcadio had to do justice. Simply ordered to set a registry ot so trat Jose Arcadio could legalize his title to the lard, under the nation that delegate to the government the rigme to the contributions. THPY made an agreement. Years later, Ren Colonel Orleano Buendia the titles to found in his brother's name all ot the land between TRE Hill where his yard was on up to the Renrazon, including the meadery, and that 11 months ot his rule. Arcadio nad not only TRE money ot the contributions, but nadal so collected fees from people for the right to bury dead in Arcadio's lardet. Jersula several months to tind out what was already public knowledge people hid it from her so as not to increase her suffering. At tirst she suspected it. Arcadio is a house, with faint pride to her husband as she tried to put a ot calabash syrl4, into his mouth. Involuntarily and said, "L don't know why, but all this a bad smell to me." Later on, Bud 10 ste turu out that Arcadio had only built a but tzd ordered some Viennese furniture, suspicion that Re was using public tons. Your tte shame ot our family name, she smutted at him surly alder mass when she saw in his new muse playing cards with his officers. Arcadio paid RN attention to only trend did Ursula know that had a 6. More old daughter and that Saria de Lopyadad, with was livered outside ot marriage, was pregnant again. She decided to write to Colonel Orleano Buendia. He was, to him up to date on situation. But TRE last moving events ot those days Ori prevented rare plans trom out, made them. TM War, which until then had only a word to designate a vague and remote circumstance, a CORR reedy dramatic reality. Around OTFEBR1J. Aryan old woman with an aspen look arrived in Macondo riding a do *EY loaded down with SM so inoffensive that sentries let withdraw any as a notter vendor. ORPOT the many row otten arrived from towns in the swamp. SM went directly to the Arcadio her in the place where the classroom used to be and which at that time had been into a kind OT rearguard campment, with royal hanging on hooks and mats piled up in the corners, art rifles, and carbines art even herding shotguns on old woman into a military salute type to rare selt. I am called Mel Gregorio Stevenson. He brought bad news. The last center's OT liberal resistance, to what he said, were TX2ING out. Colonel Orly Arl, Burdia, had ETT tiding in retreat rear Ryanakna, had given him a message to Arcadio. He smoked town without resisting on the mission that and property OT liberals would respected. Arcadio examired that Strarge who could have it to give Gardmotmer with a MKOT pity. You have brought some *RG in writing, naturally, said. Naturally, the emissary I have brought nothing OT sort. It's easy to understand that under TRE present circumstances a person can't carry anything that wouldn't promise him. As was speaking reacted Erlotis Tatus and out a small goldfish. That this will sufficient, he said. Arcadio could see that indeed it was one OTTRE little disres made by Colorel Orleano Buendia. But any or could have TX, ughided the war or stolen it, it had merit as a sacor duck pass. The mess emmer even went to TRE extreme OT violating a military secret so that they would his identity. He that was on a mission to Curacao, where he to recruit exiles from all over TTE Caribbean and acquire arms sufficient to attempt a landing at end OT the year. With faith in that plan, Colonel Orlando Buendia was not in favor OT any useless sacrifice at TTET time. But Arcadio was inflexible. He had the prisoner put into the STCNS until he could prove his identity and resolved to detain TRE town to the death. He did not nave long to wait. The news OTTRE liberal defeat was more concrete. Toward the OT March, at dawn OT premature rain, the tense calm OT the previous weeks was abruptly broken by the Descat Sowards OTAA cannon TTET down the steeple OT church. Actually, Arcadio's decision to resist was madness. Nad only tided poorly armament with a ration of 20 cartridges apiece. Got among his former pupils, excited by TRE high surder proclamations, TRE determination regret to skins tore a lost cause. In the midst OT tramping OTTMTS, contradictory commands, cannon shots that made the earth tremble, wild stinting, senseless sound OT nernets, Colonel Stevenson managed to Arcadio. Don't let me TRE indignity OT dying in the STCXKS and women said to him. If I have to die, let me die tighterg since in conversing him. Arcadio ordered Trem to give him A&20 cartridges, and he led him with 5 men to Delend Reed quarters WT *LE reword ODT with his stat to head the Resis Terry. He did rod get to road to the swamp. The barricades Ted broken defenders were openly tiding in the streets. Tersturmil they used up tree or ration OT right bullets, TMN with pistols against rifles, and finally hard to TZND. With the emirants OT defeat, some women were Erlo the street armed with sticks and kitchen knives. In that contusion Arcadio Amaranta, who was looking toward him like a madwoman, in nan gown, and with 2 old pistols that had to Jose Arcadio Burdia, gave his rifle to and had disarmed in the Taitu and escaped with Amar Arta through a nearby street to take home. Jairsula was, in the DCX, Rui waiting, to cannon shots that Nad off paid up a hole in the trot OTTRE house Rick's door. The rain was letting LP, but the streets were as SMCN, THS soap, and had to guess disdain as in TRE darkness. Arcadio left Amarantad with Ursula and made an attempt to 2 soldiers head up with tiring trom the old pistols that had team kept for many years in the bureau did not work. Arcadio with TNDY, Jairsula to drag him toward come in the Madame OT God, she spouted at him. There's been enough soldiers aimed at them. Let go of that man, ma'am, of them smutted, or we want Arcadio. Jairsula toward Muse ASMRT time later TRE Shutterg stopped and TRE bells began to toll. Resist Arstud been wiped out in less than half an hour. NK, TASI at E1 OT Arcadio's men had the attack. But before dying they Nat killed 300 soldiers. The last stronghold was barracks. Before attacked, sucks, said Gregorio Stevenson to treat TRE prisoners and ordered his men to go out and tighten the street. Extraordinary mobility accelerating with Udik he placed his 20 cartridges gave TRE impression that the barracks was well the attackers blew it to with cannon tire. Captain who directed operation was startled to the rubble deserted as single dead man in his undersummers with an empty rifle still in an arm TTZT had blown completely ODT. He nabbed a woman's tall head OT hair relled at TRE wreck with AN on his a chain with a small one ISH he termed him with TRE tip OT his trot put TRE light on his lace. The captain was perplexed. Jesus Christ, over. Butter this tele 14, the captain said. It's Gregorio Stevenson. At dawn, at a summary court-martial, Arcadio was shot against the wall OT cemetery. In last 2 OT light he did march to understand why the tear trap had tormented him since childhood rad disappeared. Impassive. Witness even making a show OT his bravery. He listed to TRE interminable charges OT the accusation he tmugged about Ursula, at that must have the having collie with Jose Arcadio Gerd AE tmugged to about RIS 8-month-old daughter, who still had no name, ATL, UT child was to in August. Tug height ATL, UT sana socia de la piedad, VVMM he had let TRE niggle before salt him down a deer for RPXT days lurge, and he missed her hair over smulders and her eyelash, which mked as it tray were artificial. He trod about his witness sentimentality, with a strict dosem OT his with life, TX, getting to understand how much really loved TRE people hated most. The President OT, none Marshal TX, gan his Arcadio realized that 2 hours had passed. Even at TTE Pro /N charges did not have merit v the President was saying. TM criminal with which drove his such J-Erdinates onto a useless death would be earned up to deserve capital punishment. In House the first time he had felt the security OT of Futi from the RCMNWRERE he had come to know the untainted OT love, Arcadio found the formality OT death ridiculous. Hath really did not matter to Tim but like did, territory the cessation he felt rentre gave was an OT tear but OT nostalgia. He did until they asked him to his last request. Tell my wife, in avoiding, to give the girl name OT Ursula. He paused and said it again, Ursula, like rare grandmother. And tell her also that it child that is to is they should name him Jose Arcadio, not toward his uncle, but toward his grandfather him to wall father tried to attend him. El Nave nothing to rived, Arcadio said. Ard Reed put himself Euro or TRE orders OT squad atra OT black coffee. The leader OT the squad, a specialist in summary executions, had a name that had much more of it than Captain Carnot Row, which meant butcher. On way to cemetery, Euro or TRE persistent drizzle, Arcadio saw Trata Radiant Wednesday was out on his nostalgia with a mist and let an immense curiosity in its place. Only when TTPY ordered Rim to put his back to wall did Arcadio see Ritma, with wet hair per X flowered dress, 0 FPNIM wide TREDTNR. Made an effort to get her to recognize Rim. Anridata did take a casual look toward wall and was paralyzed with stug, barely able to react and wave goodbye to Arcadio. Arcadio's word her the same way. At TTET Instory the mouth's OT rifles were aimed at him and letter by letter tear the cyclicals that Melchiades had chanted he OT Santa de la Piedad, a virgin, in the classic RN, and in his nose felt TRE's same sigh hardness that had drawn his attention in the Strolls OT Remedios. Oh, damn it, to L to say that it was a girl tray should ream Remedios. Then, all accumulated in rip OT a claw, felt again all the terror him in his life. The captain gave TRE order to tire. Arcadio barely took time to put out his chest and raise his mad, under Starkstim where hot liquid that his ties was pouring from. Bastards. Long live the party. Chapter 7 The war was in May. 2 weeks the made official announcement in a proclamation, which promised punished Mary TMSE had Colonel Orleano Gandaya tel Priso air just as he was about to reach TRE Western Frontier disguised as in which OT 20 orn men had him to war, 14 tel and 6 were wounded, ard only one accompanied Rim at the moment OT a little defeat, Colonel Gerinaldo Marquez. RNWS OT his capture was announced in Macordo with a proclamation. Peace alive, Ursula told her husband. Let's pray to Tor enemies to him clemency. After 3 days of weepray after Mes was stirring some sweet Mick Carey in the kitchen, she marred her sons clearly in ear. It was Orleano, smutted, toward the chestnut tree to tell whose beria is L. Don't KMW miracle platin, but alive we're to him very SCM it for granted. Had the floors of Muse scrubbed and the OT turniture. 0M later a rumor trom somewhere that was MT supported by any proclamation gave dramatic confirmation to the Colonel Orly and Buendia had to death the sentence would carried out in Macondo as a compilation. On Morgue's Day, at 10:30 in Mornear 4 Amar Aria was dressed at Orleano heard sound of a distant troop the blast of a cornet OM second, J. Ursula burst into with smut, there him MW. The troop struggled to sutria overflow iron crowd with rifle butts. Ursula and Amar Anta ran to the pushing their way through, and TMN saw him. He mked like his clothing was torn, his hair and were ta at ed, and was berichks. T was without the dust tight WS back WIT and a ron that a morded officer had attached to the OT tis horse. A lord with him, also ragged detected, Trey were brearging Colonel Marktons. They were sad. Seemed more by crowd that was srutirg all kinds OT insults at TTE my son. Jersula in the midst OT uproar, she soldier tried to hold her back. The officer's tongues reared. Trent Colorel Orleano Burdia tremulous, arms OT his mother, and a stern look on her eyes. Go home, mama, he said. Get Trom authorities to see me in jail LCX, Ked Adamar Antak, who indecisively too. Jersula, smiled as he asked her, what happened to your Haru? Amar Arda raised the with a black berriage. A bird said, Jersula away that horses would run her down troop tok ODT. A guard the prisoners and to the jail at a trot. At dusk Ursula visited Colorel Orleano Buruia in jail. She had tried to get through Mascote, but he had lost all authority in OTTTE military omnipotence. Father Nicanor was in with Repetic Lever. The Prairies OT Colonel Jarinaldo Marquez, who ted to death, Nad tried to see rim and were driven ODT with rifle butts. Facing TRE impossibility OT anyone to irrevene, that her son would shot at dawn, Ursula wrapped up that she wanted to brim him and went to the jail alone. I am the mother OT Colonel Orleano Burdia, announced. Sentries looked her way. I'm going in any case. Ursula warded you have orders to STMT, start right in one OTTMM site and went into the Tormaker classroom, where a group OT hall-dressed soldiers were oiling weems. An officer in a field uniform, with very thick glasses and ceremonious manners, signaled to the sentries to withdraw. I am the Renother of Colonel Orleano Gurdia, Ursula repeated. You must mean, TRE officer corrected with a tiredly smile, that you are Mother OT Mr. Orly Arogandaya. Ursula realized in his affected way OT speak here TTE larget cadence OT the stink up people from the highlands. As you say, mister, she just as I can see him. There were superior orders that prohibited visits to prisoners condemned to death, but officer assumed the OT let him have a 15-minute stay. Ursula snowed him what STE tut and TRE bundle, a change OT clean clothing, the SMRT that son had worn at his wedding, and the sweet milk candy that she had kept for him since TRE Day SRE had sensed his return. She Colonel Orleano in that was as a CNLL, on a cot with his arms spread out because his armpits were paved with sores. Trey had him to shave. Thick mustache with ends the sharp argles OT his cheek bores. EBMKED paler to Ursula than Rantud left, a little taller, more than ever. KRNW all ATL. UT details OT Tneus, Pietro Crespi's suicide, Arcadio's arbitrary acts and execution. The dauntlessness OT Jose Arcadio Burdia underneath the chestnut tree. He KRNW that Amar Arda Tud consecrated rare virginal widowhood to TRE rearing OT Orly M that latter was TX, getting to Sigur's OT quite judgment and that he nad learned to read and write at the same time he had learned to from Momri and Udik, Jersula felt by the maturity OT rare son. By his aura OT command, by the glow OT authority that radiated from his skin she was surprised that was so Ukayahu all along trat I was a wizard, he joked. And he added in a serious tour, this morning for when TMY brought me here, I had impression that ITZD already append through all that before. Intact, The TLTRE crowd was roaring him, he had concentrating his trenugs, startled at the town had aged. The leaves of the almond trees were broken houses, painted blue, then painted red, had earned up with an irretinable coloration. What did you x\mt? Ursula sighed. Time passes. That's how it goes, Orliarn admitted, but so much in that way the Lorva-waited visit, Tor Udik th had questers not even anticipated answers, was or more the usual everyday conversation. WM and the guard and OT visit, Orlean OTCX, K out a roll OT sweaty papers trom under TTE cot. Trey were his poetry, poems inspired by Remedios, Udik had taken with him when left, had written later on during Charu pauses in TRE war. Promise me that no or will read, he said. Look in the oven with this very night. Ursula promised and up to kiss Tim goodbye. El Bragan you a revolver, murmured. Colorful Orleano Buendia saw that the sentry could not say. It won't do me any, he said in a low voice, but give it to me in case search you on way out. Ursula TTE revolver out OT bodice and put it the OT don't say goxy.by, nluded with emphatic res. CHNT beg or down to anyone. Pretend that they shot me a long time. Ursula bit her lips so as to cry. Put some hot stones on Trost sores, SRE said. She turned halfway and let Orliarl remain standing, thoughtful, until the door closed. Then he lay down again with his arms Siri the TX, getting OT Adelaskram, TZD to aware OTRIS premonitions. He tmugged that death would be announced with a definite signal, but were Ori a few let TM. Riri would die or the signal had rot come. On a certain occasion a very tumultuous woman TBD into his Intucurira asked V mission to SAE him. They let her tvalk because they were aware OT the fanaticism of mothers. WM sent Dughunters to of Renostomus warriors, according to what they said, to improve the breed. That night Colonel Orleano Buendia was a man is in rain when TRE girl came into his turned his back to her to put the smet OT into drawer he kept his CMTRY. Or then he sensed it. He grasped the pistol in TRE drawer witness turning his head. Please don TSTM, he said. When Tidruru holding his pistol, TTE girl had lowered hers and did know what to do. In that way had avoided tour out OT 11 traps. On the other end AR%, some war who was never caught entered revolutionary Nigan in Monor stabbed X, D to death his close friend Magnetico Visible, to WMM had given his cot so that Re could sweat out a fever. A little yards away, in the same he was aware OT Anydirg. His efforts to systematize his premonitions were useless. Trey would suddenly in a wave OT's supernatural lucidity, like an atlut and momentaneous conviction, but Trey could grasp. On Kmazion Trey were so natural that he identified as premontions only alter TMY had told tilde. Frequently they were rotter but ordinary bits OTS1 for rare station. But ran him to death him to state his last wish, did Nave TRE least difficulty in the premontion that inspired RIS Atver. L asked that the center carried out in Macdo, he said. President OT the court-martial was enmied. Don't be clever, Gerde, told him. That's just a trick to gain more time. If you don't fulfill it, that will your worry the said, but that's my last wish. Sir C. Tran the premonitions had abar done him. They ran Ursula him in jail, after a great deal OT to the conclusion that Vimhap's death would rot announced at time because it did not deind on chance but on will of his executioners. He'sbert night awake, Torme rude by TTE pain OT his sores. A little dawn he tiered steps in TRE hallway. TMY reaming, said to Timzeld, and Tor reason tnug height OT Arcadiobua, at that moment was TT inkerg about him TRE dreary dawn OT the chestnut tree. He did not feel tear or nostalgia, but an intestinal at the idea that this artificial death would not be Tim Sae the end OT so many that he ted let in a sentry in with a mug OT coffee. On TTE toll a work day at TRE same Tnari would still be doing what was raging with a pain in his armpits. Same thing on Thursday he shared the sweet milk cardi with TRE guards put on his clean which were tight tore him, Padre Leadmer TMTS. By Friday Trey had still rot SMT him. Actually, they did not dare carry out Centauran. OT Town made the military men think that the execution OT Colonel Orly Aaron Buena might serious GX, political consequences not only in but the off-out area OT the swamp, so trade consulted the authorities in TTE capital OT the Provim. On Saturday Nigan, the OTL were waiting to an answer. Captain Carnicero went with some other officers to Caterino's place. Ori one woman, practically take to her they don't want to TPD with a man they crow is going to die, she comes to him. 1 kmws it will CNME, but every city is a word saying TTET the officers Roots Colonel Orleano Gurdia ard all the soldiers in TRE squad, ORP by OAE, will murdered, with SCX, net or later. Even at the height at the ends OT the Earth Captain Rock Carniero mentioned it to the other officers and TTPY told her on Surday, Altmug no one ted at Ogme, ALTH0L4, H no action on the part OTTRE military had disturbed the tense calm OT Tros days, whole town KRNWTTET the officers were ready to use any manner OT pretext to avoid responsibility for the execution. The official order arrived in the Mondawai mail. Execution was to carried out within 24 hours. That right the officers put SE/NOT paper into a cap. Captain Caricero's tate was by his on the prize slip. Bad luck nave any CT asterisk and KS in it, he said with deep bitterness. I was TX, RN as son OT a bitch and I'm to die as son OT a bitch at 5 and he chose squad by lot, formed it in courtyard, woke up Koru M man with a premonitory phrase. Let's go, Buendia, he told NM. Our time has come TTZT's what it was, then Lonel replied. I was dreaming that my source nad burst. Buendia up at in the morning that Orleano would shot. STE stayed in the bedrescom in dark, watching the cemetery wall through the window as bed on which sat STMK with Jose Arcadio Esternberg. She had waited all week with the same hidden with which different she had tore Pietro Crespi's editors. They won't STMT him tier, Jose Arcadio, told her. They'll STMT him at midnight and so that no will know made up the squad, and they'll bury him rot itera. Rebecca kept on waiting. Trey stupid era to STMT him here, said. Was so ordained that she had foreseen way she would OFP and the DTNR to wave goodbye. They won't bring him to vault the streets. Jose Arcadio with 6 scared soldiers and crewing TTET the are ready to anything. Deterrent to rare husband's logic, Ritpika stayed by you'll SAE trat MRE just stupid enough, she said. On Tuesday, at 5 in Jose Arcadio Ted his let TRE dogs out ren Rebecca closed the window and held onto the head OT the so as to tall down. There, they are Bree ad and G him, SIGTX2D. So nardsome. Jose Arcadio boked out the word Howard saw him. Tremulous and thel-eyed of dawn. He already had his back to the wall RENIS hands were on his hips twas the bird crots in his armpits would not let him to her trem. A person himself up so much, Colonel Orly Arrel, said. Fucks himself up so much just so that 6-week fairies can kill him he can't do anything ATX, UT it. It was so raged that it almost deterred her. And Captain Rock Caricero was tookered, because he trot was praying. Ran the squad aim, rage had into a viscous and bitter substance that put his tongue to sleep made him close his eyes. An aluminum glow OT. He saw himself again in pants, a tie his neck, saw his leather leadered him into TRE tent on a splendid arena, saw the ice. When shout Trinug height that it was TRE Tenal command to TRE squad. EB opened his eyes with a shoulder OT curiosity, to meet the and sent OT the bullets, but only saw Captain Rock Carnicero with his arms in TTE air and Jose Arcadio crossing the street with fearsome shotgun ready to on. STMT, TTE Captain said to Jose Arcadio. You were certified to provide NCN? Another war began right there. Captain Rock Carnicero and his 6 men let with Colonel Orly and Buendia to tree Revolutionary General Victorio Medina, Ronad teen condemned to death in Ryanacra. TTP White Mugme saw time by crossing the mountains along trail that Arcadio Burdia had followed to town but before a week was out they were convinced that it was an undertake here for TMY had to follow dangerous route the outcroppings, with no other muni tires but what TRE tiring squad had. TTPY would camp near the tors and OT them, with a small gold 1ISH in his heart, would in disguise in broad daylight to contact the dormant littorals. WM would out on the Tolawim morning return. When they saw Ryan Trauma Ridge in the mountains, General Victorio Medina had teen shot. Colonel Orlean Gandaya's men proclaimed him chief of the revolutionary forts OT the Caribbean coast with TRE rank OT general. Assumed the position but refused promotion and that he would revert it as long as TRE conservative regime was in power. At OT Tie Mortons they had an arming more than 1,000 men, but were out. Survivors reached the eastern frontier. The next thing that was reared OT was that TMYTZD on Cabo de la Vila, Mingtrom the smaller Glamis OT the Millis, a message from TRE government was cert all over by telegraph and INC11 KIED in Jubilary PRCX Lamatias the death OT Colonel Orleano Buendia. But 2 days later a multiple telegram which almost previous one another uprising on the southern plates. That was legend OT TRE ubiquitous Colonel Orlean Buria began. Simultaneous and tradictory irlamation him victorious in Villanueva. Defeated in Guacamole, devoured by Modelan Indiars, dead in a village in the Sworn, and up in arms again in El Asteriscumita. TM Baders, who at that moment were regateated to participation in the Congress, buried him in adverture did not represent party. National plaqued him in the category OT abandoned and put a price OT tifnasuru pesos on his head. After 16 defeats, Colonel Orlean Burdia led Guajiro with 2,000 well-armed Indiars the garrison, which was taken by surprise as it slept, Raya Hacha. His mad quarters and total war guide BT the regime. The terrorist message received from the government was a threat to Colonel Gerinaldo Marquez Widentorti. Igen hours it did rot withdraw with his forces to TRE Eastern Frontier. Colonel Rock Carnicero, was his chief OT staff gave him *ram with a MKOT consternation, but he read it with unforeseen joy. How wonderful! We have a telegraph in his reply was definitive. In Twimorths to establish his reed quarters in Macordo. It readed Colonel Gerinaldo Marquez alive at that time without OT hard all OT he held prisoner at that moment started with the generals, and would give orders to his subordinates to do the same to OT war. 3 more years later, when Iriar Mesa sent in triumph, TTE first embrace received on TRE Swamp Road was that OT Colonel Gerinaldo Marquez TTE house was tall OT children. Ursula Tud taken in Santa Solia de la Piedad with older daughter and a pair OT twins. Ted TMN 5 months after Arcadio Nad shot. Contrary to the victim's last wishes, she baptized the girl with OT Remedios. I'm sure that was what Arcadio meant, alleged. We won't call her Ursula, because a person suffers with that name. Twins were named Arcadio Segundo Orleanamar Antachco Care OT Tamal. She put small incident chairs in Liverg in a nursery with her children from meagering families. Colonel Orleano Buria returned in TRE midst OT exploding rockets and ringing a children's hymn to the house. Orleano Jose, tall like his grandfather, dressed as a revolutionary officer, gave him military not all RNWS was a year after the flight OT Colonel Orlean, Gerdia, Jose Arcadio, and Rebecca went to live in TRE Rouse Arcadio had built. No one knew an intervention to halt the new house. Made it on the best corridor OT-TRE in a shade OT in Amr tree that was by OT with a large tour visitors and tour wordhouse tour light. They set up a hospitable home. Rebecca's old triads, among tour OT the sisters were still single, or more up the sessions OT embroidery that had been interrupted years before on the PRCH with TX, Gorias. Arcadio to Prophet Trom Lards, the title to which was recognized by the conservative government. Every Ataroon he could. Seen returning on horseback, with his dogs tis dotmy barreled sragan and a string OT rabbits narging trom his saddle. 1 September at Areen, with a threat OT a storm, returned earlier than usual. Greeted Rebecca in TTE dining RCXJM, tied the dogs up in TTE courtyard, heard the rabbits in kitchen to salted later, and to Titsunga his clots. Rebecca later declared that when Rare Husbaru went into the she was KX-ked in Bathrix, and did mar anything. It was a difficult version to buttero was RN other more plausible, and RN or could OT any motive to ret ma to murder man had made her happy. TTZT was TRE only mystery that was never cleared up in Macondo. As SCX, and as Arcadio OT a pistol SMT Tneus. A trickle OT blood came out Euro or across the living RCX, M, went out into the street, continued on in a straight across Ernvan terraces, went down steps ard climbed my Kurt passed along the street OT Turks, turned A to the right and to left, made a right angle at Buruia house, went in under the closed cross through the parlor, walls as wrought to stain rugs, went on to made a wide cuny to avoid TRE dining table, were to Lord TRE porch with the and past Whitman TX, ing seen under Amararias. Cheras gave an arithmetic lesson to Orleano Jose, ard well through the pa NRY and came out in the, Jersalo was getting ready to crack 36 to make bread. Holy OTGCW Ursula she followed TRE thread OT blood bacillum its course, and in search OT its origin went through the pantry, along the Orleano Jose was chanting that 3 plus 3 is 6 and 6 plus 3 is 9, and she the diring the living toll ode straight down the street, ard she turned first to TRE right and trend to the left to the street OT the Turks, forgetting that she was still wee at baking apron and her muse slippers, she came out ordo TRE square went Erlo TTE door OTA. Tneus had and was almost suffocated by TRE smell OT burned gunpowder. Ard she Jose Arcadio lying face down on ground on top OT had just taken 0, and STE saw the starting point OT TRE Tvayat OT BLWD that had already flowing out OT his right ear. They found no wound on TX, DY nor they the was it to remove TRE smell OT powder trom TRE corpse. First times with soap a brush, and TMY him with salt ard vinegar, tran with ashes and lemon. Finally they put him in a barrel OT lie let him stay tor 6 TMY so much TTZT the arabesques OT his tattoo ard began to tate. Ren Trey thought to OT the desperate measure OT seasoning him with cumin and laurel leaves and him tor a whole day is slow tire, he tut already to and they had to bury him hastily. Sealed him hermetically in a SE/N and a hall teat lorg and tour teat wide, re-remorsed inside with iron plates and with steel TX, LTS, and even then smell on the streets through which TRE dural procession passed. Father Nicamera, with his liver enlarged and tigan as a drum, gave him his trom although in the monitors that followed they reinforced the grave with walls amut which TMY threw ash, sawdust, and quicklime. The cemetery still smelled OT tor many years after, until TRE emirs trom the Barbian painted the grave over with a OT concrete. As TTPY choked TRE TMY out, Rebecca closed the doors OT her house and buried herself alive, with a thick crust OT disdain TTET New York temptation was ever able to break. She went out into the street on one occasion, when she was very old, with the OT old silver and a hat made OT tiny flowers, the time that the wandering Jew passed Tvalk town and brought on a neat wave that was so terse that birds broke through willow screens to come to die and the last time anyone saw rare alive was ran with or shot she killed a who was to the OT muse. Extor Argenida, her server confidant, RO1E/air had any more contact with rare after that. At one time it was that was writing letters to Bestump, she claimed as a first cousin but it was never said whether SRE received a reply. Town forgot her. In spite OT his triumphal return, Colorel Oralian was rut enthusiastic OT thims. The without resist arse that aroused an illusion OT victory the lit X, Ral GX, population that it was right to the revolutionary breeze knew the truth, colorful Orleano Buruia better than any OTtum. Al Troff at that moment he ted more than 5 men under his command held 2 coastal states. Nad reeling OT Bayard Hemdenagers TREC and caught in a situation that was so TTET he OT the church steeple, WT*ch had been crocked down by army cannon tire, fatter NICA trom his sickness silly, the deterters OT faith OT Christ destroy the church and TTE Masons order it rebuilt. Looking triumphantly through which he could on an Rafe Otis confirm with TRE commanders OT other towns. Ard every time he would with impression TTET the war was at a stalemate. When news OT fresh oral victories was received it was celebrated with jubilatal proclamations, but he would measure the real exterior OT on the map null that forces were penetrating into the jungle, detending themselves malaria and advaming in optics, side direction trom reality. Weird time, he would complain to his officers. We're wasting time while the bastards in party are tore seats ingress awake at Nigan, out on RIS back in a hammock in TRE's same room WRERE he had awaited death. You'd evoke the image of lawyers dressed in black leaving presidential palace in the icy cold OT early morning with Trier coat collars today TMT Trier airs, rubbing whisks, ring, taking refuge in dreary early morning cafes to speculate over what TRE President had meant ran he said yes, or what he had meant said and even to imagine what President was turking ran said something quite different, as chased away mosquitoes at a OT nearty .tiv degrees. Approach OT fearsome dawn ran he would have to give tis men TRE to jump into the sea. One night OT or certiorty, Pilar Ternro was in Nurtyard with the soldiers, he asked Rare to read TRE Toucher in her cards. Watch out tore your mouth, was all that Pilar Ternra out at her spread at and picking up the cards 3 times. L don't KRNW what it means, but TTE's sign is very clear. Watch out tore your mouth. 2 days later gave an orderly a mug OT black coterie and the orderly passed it on to else and that or to else until, hard to TZND, it Colonel Orly and Burdia Atfis had asked Tor any coterie, but Circe it was their TRE Colorel drank it. It had a dose OT nux vomic enough to kill a WMN they was stiff and arched and Tistord was stick at out between his teeth Ursula toughed against death over him. At her cleaning out his stomach with emetics. Him in hot blarkets ardtad rim egg whites tore 2 days until his harrow TMY it's normal on the 4th day he was out OT daru. A guide BTRIS wool, pressured by Ursula and RIS Audiires, he stayed in TPD tor Aroder Ori then did learn that his verses Ted not TMN burned. L didn't want to be hasty, Ursula explained to Rim. That night when I went to light the oven I said to myself that it would to wait till they brought in Hayes OT surrounded by Remedio's dusty dolls, Colonel Orleano Burdia, brought decisive OT existern by Redham his BX, etri. He started writing again. For many hours, on the edge OT the surprises of a war with RN future, in Redham verse he resolved WS experience on TRE Stunner's OT death. Trend his thoughts so clear that he was able to examine forward backward. Or Nigan Colonel Gerardo Marquez, tell me something, old friend, why are you tiding? What odder reason could there be? Colonel Gerinaldo Marquez ours word. For great party? You're lucky Tmaz you know why, answered. As tar as I might have to realize only just now that I'm Tmaz OT pride. That's bad, Colonel Gerinaldo Marquez said. Colonel Orly was amused at his alarm. Naturally, he said. But in any it's TTZN rot crowing why you're tired looked him in the eyes added with a smile, or tired, like you, tor some third that doesn't have very me near tor anyone. His pride had prevented Tim Trom mock-eared contact with the armed grofs in interior OT until leaders OT party publicly declaration that he was a bandit. Crew, however, that as SCX, and as put those aside would break vicious circle OT the war. Gave him time to reflect. Trend he succeeded in Ursula to give him the rest OT buried substantial Colonel Gerardo Marquez civil and military leader OT Macondo Ard he well ODT to make contact with the in the rear. Colonel Gerardo Marquez was not only the man closest to Colonel Orleano Buendia, but Ursula as an OT family. Fragile, timid, with natural good manners, he was, Roier, better suited to war than to P. Ernment. His GY, political advisors easily entangled him into heretical labyrinths, resucceeded in giving Macnil the atmosphere OT rural track Colorel. Orleano, Maria dreamed of so that could die of old age making little gold tissues. Although he lived in his parents' house would have lunch at Asilas 2 or 3 initiated Orly Arrel, in the use OT firearms, gave him early military instruction, tore several more tons him to live in the barracks, with Jersilas so that a man. Many years when he was still almost a child, Gerardo Marquez had declared his love of Aria. At that time was so with lonely passion toward Pietro Crespi that she laughed at him. Gerardo Marquez waited. On a certain occasion sent Amar Anta road Trom jail asking to embroider a dozen Batiste NAR% kerchiefs with his tatter's initials on them. Cert rare TRE money. A week later Amar Anta, Doesn't Harikirchi to him in jail along with Amori Trey several tears talking about the past. Ren I get out ot I'm to marry you, Gerardo Marquez told when she left. Amaranta laughed but she kept on thinking atx. Ut him while ste taught Tildren to read and to revive her juvenile passion tour Pietro on Saturday, visiting days tour the prisoners, ste would stop by the muse ot Gerinaldo Martins Esperaries and to jail. On ot those Saturdays Ursula was surprised to see Rare in the Kikrin, waiting tour tre biscuits to out ot oven so that she not pick the ones kept them in a napkin trat she had embroidered for the occasion. Mary M., she told her. You'll have a hard time another man like him. Amaranta reaction ot displeasure. El don't nave to around tour man she answered. I'm taking these biscuits to Gerinaldo I'm sorry that or later they are going to stmt him. She said it without their asterisking, but that was time that the Vernited announced its threat to Scott Colorel Gerinaldo Marquez at TRE Rebel Tours didn't surrender Ryahacha. Visits Amar Arta shut to weep. Overwhelmed by a tealing OT guilt similar to TRE or that had tormeirut ter ren remedios as if for more her careless words had reasoned, arsible tor death. EBR mater caught sold poor. She inured rare that Colonel Orleano Buena would do to prevent the and promised that she would take charge OT attractir Gerinaldo Marquez herself ran the war was over. She her promise imagined time. WMN Gerinaldo Marquez to TTE house. Invested with his rue dignity OT's civil military leader, she him as a son, OT delegable bits OT flattery to TL, LD him there, and prayed with all rare soul that Re would remember his plan to marry Amar Arta. Her pleased to answered. On days that would lurch at the tenuous, colored Gerinaldo Marquez would linger on the playing kers with Amar Anta. Ursula would bring them coffee and milk and biscuits would take over TTE children so that they would rot them. Amar Antad was really an effort to cure Odlin forgotten OT youthful passion. With an anxiety that came to be intolerable, SRE waited toward lunch days, at Arena's OT Chinese time flew by in the company OT the warrior with a nostalgic name whose lingers trembled as he moved pieces. But day on Udic Colonel Gerinaldo Marquez regated his wish to marry her, she rejected him. I'm to marry anyone, she told him, much less you. You owe Orleano so much that you want to marry me because you can't marry him. Colonel Gerinaldo Martins was a patient man. I'll keep on insisting, said. So or later I'll TNNVQRCEU kept on visiting the muse. Shut up and biting back secret tears, Amar Anta put her fingers in her ears so as raw to FRTRE voice OT the suitor as Re gave Ursula the latest war news. And in spite OT the tack TTET was dying to see him had to go out ard meet him. At that turn Orliarx, Gandaya took the turn to seri a detailed account to Macondo every 2 weeks. But only Ors, almost I to months after TZD left, did write to, Ursula. A messenger a envelope to TRE house with a STEET OT paper inside barrier TRE Colorel's delicate nard, take care of Papa because he is wing to die. Ursula became alarmed. It Orliaro says so it's Orleano knows, said. And she had them take Arcadio Buendia to not only was he as heavy as E_air, but during his prolonged stay Euro or the chestnut tree he had the faculty OT able to raise his weight at will, to such a degree that 7 men were unable to lift him Trey had to drag him to bed. A smell OT terrier mushrooms, RNS, OT old and outdoors impregnated the air OTTTE as it was bred ed by TTE colossal old man by sun the rain next morning was in his in spite OT his Uru administered strength, Jose Arcadio Buendia was in no addition to it was all same to him. It went back to tree it was because Re wanted to but because OT a habit OT his body. Ursula OT him, Tim, brought RNWS OT Orleano. But actually, Ori with Re was able to nave contact or a long time was Prudencio Aguilar. At that time by OT death, Peralquier I0 Aguilar would TNN each we a day to chat with him. They talked about tiding cocks. TTPY promised each other to set up a tarmtor magnificent birds, so much to enjoy their victories, which they would rot read then. As to Nave to do on the Surday's OT death it was Percencio Aguilar who cleaned him Ted Himard brought him splendid news OT an unknown Jason called Orleano was a Calamel in the war. When was a Lorne,
Jose Arcadio Buenda consoled Rimselt with TRE dream OT the Imirite rooms dream that Re was getting out OT Ockming DCX, RIRI0 and identical with the same with a wrought iron head, the same wicker crare, the same small picture of the Virgin of Olp on back wall. From that he would go into another that was just TRE same, the or OT which would open into another that was just same, OT which would into amther one just the same, and tran into another exactly alike, so on to eternity. He liked to go trom RCXJM2 as in a gallery OT parallel mirrors, until Prudencio Aguilar would touch him on the shoulder. Then he would go back trom to RCX, walk again re WRSE, back over his trail, he would Prudencio Aguilar in the OT reality. But one night, 2 weeks after they him to his TML, Prudencio Aguilar his smolder and Trier forever, TT that it was the real RCX, On the tola word more near Ursula was Brie at NG him his breakfast saw a man Ming Hall. Was stirred stocky, with a black suit on a net that was also black, enormous, pulled down to his taciturn lord, Ursula thought, El Knave sworn it was Melchiad's. It was Cator, Visitation's brother, who nad ETT house fleeing trom insomnia plankton and OT there had never any ruse. Visitation asked him why nad come back, and re-answered rare and solemn El Knave come tor the exequis OTTTE TMY went Erlo Jose Arcadio beardias him as hard as TTPY could, shouted in his ear, put a mirror in trough OT his rust rills, but TTPY could awaken him. A short time later, when was Measure Mary's tor TRE cotton, thrall TRE windows saw a light rain OT tiny yellow towers they tell on the town all night in a silent storm. TMY covered TRE roots and blocked the curse and smothered TRE animals who department many flowers tell Tromsky TTET in the streets were carpeted with a compact cushion and had to clear them away with srovels and rakes so that funeral PRCXs and pass by. Chapter 8 sitting in the wicker rocking chair with her work in her lap, Amara N.A. watched Orleano, Jose, his chin covered with foam, stropping his razor to give himself his first shave. His black heads and he cut his lip as Re tried to a mustache OT blontas ard when it was all over he the same as Bud the laborious gave Amar Antaf feeling that SRE had begun to grow old at that moment. UMK just like Orleano was your age, she said. You're a man Ro had tore a long time, since that distant day Amar Antaf Mughite was still a child and continued get her gun dressed in froward of nim in the STZD always done. As she had TMN to doing ever Sim Pilar had turned him over to finish his upbreakirk. First turn that he saw the Ori TTET drew attention was deep depression her breasts. He was so innocent that asked what had to her Amar Aria to dig Erlo her breasts with the OT lingers and answered, they gave me some terrible cuts. Time later, when SNE had Trom Pietro Crespi's suicide would with Oral Iron Jose again. He no longer paid attention to the depression but felt a strange trembler at sign OT splurted breasts with her brown nipa kept on examining discovering miracle of intimacy imite by urge, and felt his skin tingle as the way her skin tingled at the water. Ever since he was a small child had custom of leverk ws narnsk and waking in amaranthus tmas contact with was a way OT tear of dark. Gut since that day ne tmarn aware of his own nakedness. It was tear OT dark that drove him to crawl in under mosquito but an urge to feel Amarata's warm breath near at dawn. Early OAE morning during the time when STE refused Colorel Gerardo Marquez, Orleano Jose awoke with feeling that he not Bretro felt amararias across his stomach like warm and anxious little caterpillars. Pretending to sleep, he hissed to make it easier, TMN felt hand without black bardage diving like a bliru of steltish Erlo algae OT his anxiety. Al trough trade to WTETTX, THOT them KRNW and what each knew that the other crew, Trom that night on they were yoked together in an inviolable complicity. Orleano Jose not get to sleep until he heard 12 OCLCXK waltz on TRE parlor DCX asterisk, and the mature maiden WRNSE skin was beginning to grow sad did not have a moment's felt slip in her mosquito that sleepwalker whom she had raised, not thinker that he would be a palliative to her solitude. Later they only slept exchanging exhausting caresses, but they would also chase each other into the chorus OT the twos and shut up in the at any hour OT day in a state OT unrelieved excitement. They were almost discovered by Ursula one at Irene she went Erlo granary as TMY were starting to kiss. You love your Ori a lot, she asked Orleano Jose in an inruent way.
answered that he did. That's Goxie Otu, Ursula and now tore the bread and returned to the kitchen. That episode drew Amaranta out. Her delirium. Ttet had tar. Ttet was playing games with a child, but was about in an autumnal passion, one that was Darwis and had future, and she cut it 011 with stroke. Orleano Jose, who was Trentinus in his military training, finally woke up to reality and went to sleep on Saturdays he would with the soldiers to Caterino's store. Was consolation toward his abrupt solitude, premature with women dead flowers idealized in the darkness and changed into Amaranta by means of anxious efforts his imagination. ASMRT time later introductory RNWS war TX, gan to in. While government itself admitted the progress TTE rebellion, the officers in Makoruo had, Minchel Rex, RTSOT the OT initiated toward 1st April as special emissary identified himself to Coronel Gerardo Marquez. He termed attack to him TTET the leaders the party did contact with the rebel leaders in TRE and were on TRE verge urging an armistice and Tor 3 Cabern Tor a minority representation in TRE a general amnesty Tor rebels who laid down arms. The emissary brought a highly confidential order from Orleano Buruia, who was not in agreement with TTE terms the armistice. Colonel Gerardo Marquez was to 5 his best men and prepare to leave country with Trem. Order would carried out with the strictest 1-week agreement was annulled. In the midst a storm contradictory rumors, Colonel Orleano Buendia and 10 trusted among Colonel Carnero, stealthily in Macordo at midnight dismissed the garrison, buried their weapons, destroyed Trier by dawn they had left town, along with Colonel Gerinaldo Martins and his TIV officers. It was such a quick and secret operation that Ursula did not find out about it until last moment. Some warned on window and whispered, "If you want to see Colonel Orleano Gandaya, come to TREDTNR rig NMW." Ursula out and went to in her and SRE was just able to see the horsemen row were leaving town gallop in a mute cloud dust. Ori on day did she discover that Orleano Jose Nad Goi with RIS father. 10 days after joined Munich by and the Ox, Sishan and rounds the MOT the war, there was news the first armed Colonel Orlean Kunraya on Western TX, Rider. His small and poorly armed torse was scattered in less than a week. But during that year, while liberals and conservatives tried to make the courtry in reconciliation, attempted and other revolts. Or Nigdahi TX, Mbarded Raya Hatchet traumas Skoter the garrison dragged out and shot 14 in the town as a reprisal. For more than 2 weeks a customs on the TX, Rider and Trom there the nation a call to general war. Arntmer his expected tires was lost toward Vmonts in TRE Jurgal in a mad attempt to cross more TTZ and a Trinazand miles Virgin territory in order to PRCX learn war on the outskirts the capital. On or occasion was lee than 15 miles away from and was obliged by government patrols to hide in the Morières, very close to the Erknarded region. His tatter had town the Tossel a Spanish galleon many years visitation died around that time. Ste had the pleasure dying a natural death at or now tier insomnia. Her last wish was that Trace Null dig TRE wages. Ste had saved Tor more than 20 years under Morny to Colonel Orleano Burdias so TTZT he could go on with TRE war. But Ursula did rot to dig it up because it was in TMSE days that Colonel Orleano Buendia had in a Lamingier TRE provincial capital. The official announcement the fourth in less than 2 years was true Tor almost 6 months Tmaz Rothing Turther was reared him. Suddenly, when Ursula and Amarantag had added to the past RNWS Orleano Gandaya was alive, but apparently he nad stopped Mel harassing the government his courier and had joined with victorious other REPT2, Lix Carignan. Would STNW up Euro or different names tart her away from his own country. Later it would learn that idea TTET was on him at TRE time was the unification the Federalist forms Central America in order to out conservative regimes from Alaska to Patagonia. First direct ruse that Ursula received from him, several years after his departure, was a wrinkled and letter that had passing through various hands, Trom sorry Yago, C. Elda. We've lost him forever, Ursula on Redimit. It tolos this path til spur percent twismus at TRE ends the earth to she said it, was first to eder, was Conservative General Jose Raquel Moncada, Mayor Ot Macoru Ot War. Dis Oralian, General Moncada mirrored, WTZT a pity that a conservative really admired him. Like many conservative civilians, Jose Raquel Moncada had waged war in defense. Ot party had earned the title Ot General on the tiled Ot battle, even trough he was a military man by on contrary, like so many Ot his fellow party he was an arty militarist. Considered military men principled bailers, ambitious plotters, in down civilians in order to times Ot disorder. Intelligent, police art, right city tact, a man like to eat and watch knights, had at one time most tiered adversary Ot Colonel Orleano Buruya. He succeeded in imposing his authority career in a wide sector the 0m time he was by strategic circumstances to abandonistro at lol to the Torres Ot Colonel Orleano Buruya, he let 2 letters to him. In Ot quite 0m, he invited him to join in a campaign to make war more humane. The other letter was to his wife, in territory, and he led it with a plea to TTBT at reach its destination. From Tren on, even in the bloodiest OTTRE war, the 2 COMMRDers would TRNS to prisoners. Were with a certain festive atmosphere, which General Moncada took advantage OT to teach Colonel Orleano Buendia how to play great friends. THPY even came to think about the incivility OT coordinating tolerance of both parties, dwark away with influence of the military men and traditional politicians, setting up a humanitarian regime that would take the trauma each DCX trine. War was over, while Colonel Orleano Buruya was secured about through TRE narrow trails OT per Marin sub. Version, General Moncada was magistrate OT he wore civilian clothes, replaced soldiers with unarmed policemen, enters TTE amnesty laws, and a few OT lit X. Rouse had TMN killed in war. In Naverg Macondo raised to the status OT a municipality was territory its first mayor, and an atmosphere OTTTET made both their ex-OT the war as an absurd nightmare OTTRE passed. Father Nicanor, Corzon by fever, was by Coronel, whom they the pup, a veteran OT the Terstineralist war. Bruro Crespi, Ro was married to Amparo Mose Cote, whose SMPOT toys musical instruments to build a theater which Spanish compares illustrated in their itineraries. It was a vast hall with a velvet curtain with Greek masks, offices in TRE shape OT liars reeds, through whose mouths the tickets were sold. It was also ATL, UT the time that was rebuilt. It was put to charge OT Melton Escalona, an old tinkerer brought to Trom TRE swamp, who made his lazy stud heiress walk on there in the courtyard and made the students who talked in class eat rot chili with the approval OT Trier Pereiris. Oraliaral, and Jose Arcadio Seguldo, Will told twins OT Santa Socia de la Piedad, were the first to sit in a classroom, with their slates, their CTZLK, their aluminum jugs with tear reams on Remedios, inherited her mother's pure tea began to known as Remedios the Beauty. In spite OT time, OT periods OT mourneru and accumulated afflictions, Ursula resisted growing old. Aided by Santa Socia de la Piedad, she gave a drive to pastry business in a few years only the torsion that her son Nat SCMNT in the war, but she owned more stud with pure gold the gourds buried in as long as gives me life, would say, Trier will always be Maury in this madhouse. That was how TTRGs were Orleano Jose in Nicaragua, on as a crewman on a German ship, and appeared in the kitchen OT the house, sturdy as a horse, as dark as an Indian, and with a determination to marry Amar Antak. When Amar Antak saw him, even Tmug said things she KRNW immediately why he nad come back. At TTE table tray did not dare look each other in but 2 weeks after his return, in OT, Jersula, set his eyes on Rares said to her, El always thought a lot it's jit you? Amar Antak avoided him. She guarded against CTNs tried not to torn separated Trom Remedios the Beauty. Was ashamed OT blushed at her on day her long warrior black bandage on her nard, Tor interpreted it as an allusion to virginity. WMN she the OT her but she his peaceful surrendering in the Rixt Tor so many nights that SRE Torgo its jit the early morning for almost 2 months alter his return, marred him come into the then, instead OT Tairg, instead OT shoutirg as STE had Tnug height wood. Let's saturated with a sot OT relaxation. She felt him slipping under tre mosquito eating as re had Dory ran he was a child, as had always Dorn, and she repress, ld sweat the ot rare teeth when she realized that he was completely naked. Go away, suffocating with curiosity. Go away, I'll scream. But Orleano Jose crew then what he had to do, because he was no longer a child but a barracks animal. Starting with that night the dull battles again and went on until dawn. I'm your on, Amaranta murmured, it's almost as if I were your mother, just twas ot my age but the only thing I didn't do to you was nurse you. Orleano wooed at dawn and come back early in the morning on day, each turn more excited by the PRCX. That SRE had barred TRE he tudn't stop her tour a single instantly. In the dark OT towns, especially in the most abject ors, and re would make her materialize and smell OT dry on the barks dahlias OT the woe-fied, in instant armis terror the danger OT death, at all times in all places. EB had fled Tromter in an attempt to out-memory, or through distarn but by meres OT a muddled Tory that his comparions at arms to bold res. But the more her image do at Lil Ot war, the more the war Amar Antak. That was Ro Rees suttered in exile, Luker tore away Ot killing rare with his own death, until heard some old man tell tale Ot the man who Ted married his Ori, was also his cousin, WRNSE's son ended up bared his own can marry his own Ori, he asked, startled. He not Ori can do that. A soldier him but we're tiding this war against TTE priests so that a person can marry his own mother. 2 weeks later he deserted. Amar Antam more than in his memory, more melancholy shy, RNW really turning the last corner OT maturity, but more feverish TTZ and ever in darkness OT more challenge Imtran ever in TRE aggressiveness OT rare resist arse. You're a brute. Amar Antab would tell him as was by his you can't do that to a ant unless you have a special disfabation from the pole or liaro, to go to Rome, to a cross on his knees to kiss Tre's sandals ot the ponte just so that she would lower rare drawbridge. It's just that, Amar Anta any children will with tail ot a pig. Orleano Jose was deed to all arguments. L don't care it their TNRN as armadillos, he early one more nirg. Varnished by and arable pain of repressed virility, went to Catarinos. He turu a woman with flaccid breasts, affectionate, and kmap, his stomach sometime. He tried to apply treatment ot disdain to Amar Arda. EB would say her on porch working at the sewing machine, which had to with admirable skill, and he would even speak to Amar Antatel treat ot a real. She herself did rut understory why she started thinking again at that time of Colonel Gerardo Marquez. Why remembered with such nostalgia TTE at her runs OT Chinese cookers, and why she has man in her oral iron. Jose did rot realize how much ground re had ost on. TRE nigda could no OT indifferent and went to Amarantus she rejected him with an inflexible unmistakable determination, and she barred OT forever. A lu mortons at her TTE returned OT oral iarcs, Jose an exuberant woman with Jasmine at house with a OT 5. That was the son ot colorful Oraliro Burua and that SRE had brought him to, Jersula to M, origins ot that child, he mked exactly like the colorel at TRE time he was taken to SAE ice tor TTE tears time. The woman said that had with his eyes at with a judgmental ot in adult, that she was trigment by his way ot staring at witness blinkum. KB's dent Eichel, Ursula said. The only thing missing is tor rim to make chairs rock by simply look him at them. TTPY oral iron with Motmer's last name, law did imita Ierson to TARRIS Tather's name until he had rim. General Mamada was the alternate Amar Anta insisted that he let so that SRE could take over his at ringing, his mother was it. Ursula at Tratime did rot crow custom OTs sending virgins to the OT soldiers in the same way that hens are turned MSE with tine roosters. But in TRE course that year 4RD out, more sots of Colonel Orleano Kunraya were brought to TRE house to baptized. The oldest, a strarge dark TX, with green eyes, was at all like his family, was 10 years old. Remedy brought children OT all ages, all colors, but all males and all with a Bach OT Solitelex 1E that let doubt as to relationship. Only 2 out in group. Orn, large toward his age. made Smitriarians out OT the and China twas his to have the OT everything TMY the other was a blonde TX, with the same line eyes as his mother. WTO's hair nad let to long curly like TTET a woman he housed with a great deal OT familiarity, as it had raised there, and went directly to a CMST in Jersula's and demanded, want the ballerina. Ursula was startled. SRE open TTE crest, seer cred among the weird and dusty articles let Trom days OT Melchians, in a pair OT stockings STE round the mechanical ballerina that Pietro Crespi had brought to TTE Tnusoru and that everyone ted amut. In them 12 years TMY baptized with TRE remoraliaro TRE last name OT TRE mother all sons that, Lonel had up and down his tmitter OT war, 17. At first Idrisula would till her pockets with Moria Maranta tried to have Trem stay. But Tier BLLY limited themselves to serving as godmot pairs. We've done our duty by them, Ursula would say, jotting down in a ledger name address OT the Motmer and place and date OT birth OT the Krilled. Orleano needs well kept so that he can decide back with General Morita about that proliferation. She expressed a desire for Colorel Orleano to all OT his in the house. Worry, dear Triarchst, General Mamada said enigmatically. Hilstner than Usus geeked. What General Mamada knew what he did MT was to reveal at lunch was that Colorel Orleano Buruia was already on his way to read up TRE most prolurud, radical, RETX, OT all had started till TRE's situation again became as tense as it had TMN during TRE Morth's that first war. CCX again S, instituted by Mayor Timzold, where Captain Uquils Ricardo, the Camariar OTTTE garrison, took exercise OT municipality as a prox at her. Something terrible going to happen, Jersula would say to Orleano Jose out into street at her 60 CLCX star dot. The irariatas were useless. Orleano Jose, just like Arcadio in other times, tud ceased to belord to chur. It was as if his return OT existing witnessing himself with everyday necessities, had awakened in him the lewd lazy leerings OT his uncle Arcadio. His passion toward Amar Aria had extinguished Whitman leaving any scars. EB would drift around, player easier tis solitude with CN Asian women, sacking places, Jersula had forgotten her Mori. EBER% ed coming ton only to charge his clothes. They are all alike, Jersula at first may very well, TMYRE0TX, Diri and prompt and they don't seem capable OT killer fly, but as soon as tree or beards appear tray to ruin. Unlike Arcadio, had KMW and his real origins, he out that he was TRE's son OT Pilar Herrera, who nabbed up a hammock so that he could take his siesta in her muse. More than mother-son, were accomplices in solitude. Pilar Herrera had lost TRE trail OT all MPE. Laughed nad taken on the tones OT in organ, her breasts ted to OT endless caressing, her stomach and her thighs ratapan TRE victims OT her irrevx able tate as a woman, but heart grew old without bitterms. Fat, talkative, with the airs OT a matron in disgrace, she rerounds the sterile illusions OT cards consolation and other in the house where Oraliaro Jose TTNK his siesta, the girls Tromde would receive TT at our casual lovers. Lured me your RMM, Pilar, they would simply say ran they were already inside. OT course, Pilar would answer. And if anyone was Prezeri would explain, I'm happy no I heard that people are nappy in bed. She charged toward the refused Taver, just as Reveritas the courtless men rose sought her out, /n in the twilight OT her maturity, wouldn't give him her morning or love and only kmacionally pleasure. Live inherited a Bernirg seed, had ost on TRE byways OT light adolescern. OT two sons managed to raise, one enforces OT Colonel Oraliaro Buruia the other was warded and at age OT 14 tried to steal a crate OT chickens in a town in the swamp. In a certain way, Orleano Jose was tall, dark man who had promised her tour hall to buy King OT Marts. Like all men sent by the cards he reacted Tert ran he was already stamped with the mark OT death saw it in cards. Go out to 9, she told him. Stay and sleep here because Carmelita Maria L getting OT me to put in your RCX, M. Orleano Jose did not catch deep reeling OT beggar that was an honor. Tell Rare to wait for me at midnight to NE said. Went to the theater. WRERE, a Spanish company, was putting on The Dagger of the Fox, which was really Zortilla's play with the title changed by order OT Captain Uquil's Ricardo, because liberals conservatives gots. Ori, when he handed in his ticket at the door, did Orlando Jose realize that Captain Uquil's Ricardo are two soldiers with were audieron. Be careful, Captain, Orleano Jose warned him. Tre man rastin yet who lay hands on me. Captain tried to search him forcibly and Orleano Jose, who was unarmed, began to run. The soldiers disobeyed. Theo Ryder to statement Agurdia, of TTMT1 explained. GLIRK1 with rage, the captain transnackered away TRE rifle, stepped Erlo the Surter OT the street, and aim. Cowards, smutted. El only wish it was Colorel Orleano Buruia. Carmelita Maria L., a 20-year-old virgin, TZD just in blossom water was strew at rosemary leaves on Pilar Turner's bed rent shot ram out. Orleano Jose had to tin with the napiers that Amar Arta had to read him, to nave 7 CT *children, are to die in arms OT old age, but bullet that eared his and shattered his chest nad directed by a interpretation OTTTE cards. Captain Uquil's Ricardo, was really the to die that night, did die, torturers before Orleano Jose. As one as TRESTNT was heard was brought down by two simultaneous bullets. His origin was River and a smut OT many voices right. Live lit X, RAL party. Live Colonel Orliar, Bundia. At 12 o'clock, Ren Orleano, Jose Tud bled to death. Carmelita Mortile TTET cards Tutcher were blank. More than two her Fred men had tiled past TRE theater discharged their revolvers into the TNDYOT Captain Ricardo. A patrol had to use a Melbaro to the Todi, which was T-Pavy with lead and tell apart like a water-soaked bat OT bread. Annoyed by the OT the regular army, General Jose Raquel Mamada his influence, put on his uniform again the civil and military leadership OT Magnol. Did Rod expect, Roever, trat his CORR iliatory attitude would able to prevent the inevitable ruse in September was while the government announced that it was maintaining throughout Newry, the were as OT armed uprisings in TRE interior. The regime would not admit a state OT where until it was proclaimed in a decree that NAD followed a court-martial which had Corum Colonel Orlai and Burua to death in absentia. TRE first unit that was to carry center out. This means M's back, Ursula said joyfully to General Moncada. But himself knew Rothingham at it. Actually, Colonel Orlai and Burua Tud in TRE courtry tore more than it was by enrelicting rumors, to in the most distant places at TRE's same time. And even General Moncada did not believe in his return until it was officially TTET he had seized 2 states on. Congratulations, dear Triru, retold Ursula, showing her TRE telegram. You'll him, Ursula was TMN to her first time. Ard what will you do, STE asked. General Moncada had asked himself that same question many times. The same as TE, my Triru, ours word. I'll do my duty. At dawn on 1st OT Colonel Orliar, attack Mesa %0 with a Tmus and well-armed men and the garrison received orders to end. At RMN, while General Mamada was with Ursula, a cannon shot that acted in the Roll Town blew TRE trot IOT TRE municipal treasury to dust. They are as well as we are, General Moncada sighed, but T sides that TTPY retike limi because TTPY want to. At 2 o'clock in the arena, Util the earth with artillery tire trom TL, th leave OT Ursula with a certainty that was tight lima battle. El pray to TTZT you won't have oral iron in the Muston again, said. It does happen that way, give him an embrator me, because I don't expect ever to see him again. That niggle he was captured when he tried to traumatter a long letter to Colonel Orlai Arl, Burdia in which reminded him OT their common aim to humanize the war and he wished him a tenal victory over the corruption of militarists or the ambitions of politicians in MTN parties. On TRE Toloing Day Colonel Orleano Buruia had lunch with him in Ursula's where was Erdila revolutionary, none marshal his rate. It was a triaruli gathering. But WT*LE adversaries torgo the war to things OT the past, Jersula had the GMMY feeling that her son was an intruder tuttelted /air si we saw him come in protected by a noisy military retinue, which side out until Wertero was in danger. Colonel Orliaro Buendia Rot Ori accepted it but gave strict orders TTET1 should come closer than 10 feet, not Jersula, while TRE members OT his escortinis read placing guards about Tenuis. He was an ordinary denim uniform with no insignia OT any kind high with spurs that were caked with dried blood. On his waist wore a TL, holster with flap and which was always on the butt OT the pistol, revealed same waklul and resolute turgeon as tis icoke. His head, with deep in hairline RK, to have in a slow oven. His race, tanned by TTE salt OT the Caribbean, tut acquired a metallic hardness. He was against emergent old age by a vitality TTZT had something to do with the coldness OT tis its sides. He was taller than Ren he had BTT, paler near, and first symptoms OT to nostalgia. GCXD Lord, Ursula said to herself. Now he looks like a man capable OT anything was. Shall that brought him antak, remembrarses he 6, KOT at lurch. The tunny stories rare told were simple leftovers from his humor OT at time. As SCX, and as order to bury dead in a common grave was carried out, re-assigid Colorel Rock Carnicero the minion OT's setting, Nuns Marshal went with a task OT impmim radical reforms which would not leave a store OT the re-established conservative in plan. We have to get Ahmed OT the in the party, Re said to his aides. Ran they their eyes to reality TTP while Tind accomplished facts. It was then that he decided to review titles to land that went back 100 years discovered TR illegalized outrages OT his brother, Arcadio. Annulled with a stroke OT the as a last gesture OT courtesy, he let his attires tour and visited Rita to bring up to date on WTET was determined to do. In TTE Shadows OT Rouse, TTE Solitary Widow Row at or time nad been Conti Dairy OT his loves and whose Ted saved his life was a spectre out OT past. Cased in black down to her knuckles, with her to ash, she scarcely knew anything about the war. Colonel Orliano Buruia had the impression that TRE parents Fiorescris OT rare boars was showing through skin that she moved in an OT St. Elmo's tire, in a stagnant air where one could still road a hidden smell OT gur powder. Began by her to OT more near for to ventilate house, to torch of TTE World Tour TRE Death OT Jose Arcadio. But Rita was already any verity. At her searching toward it in the taste OT Earth, in Edders Trump Pietro Crespi, in TTE tempestuous bed OT her whose battered round in the house memories strength OT implacable evocution and walk like human through cloistered leaning back in her wicker RCX King CTEIR, looking at Colonel Orliano Gurdia as if he were the OAE role looked like a ghost out OT the past. Ritpica was even upset by news that by Jose Arcadio would return to the Rigtool OARs. Whatever you will DOM. Or Liam, always tmug height NMWI Nave the proof trat you're a renegade revision OT deeds plaque at the same time as the summary courts martial presided over by Colonel Gerinaldo Marquez, which aimed with the execution OT all officers OT the army who had taken prisoner by the revolutionaries. The last court martial was trat OT Jose Raquel Morcada. Ursula. Government was best we've ever had in Macondo. Told Colonel Orliano L. Don't nave to tell you anything about his good affection toward us, UKMWTTZN anyone. Orliano Buruia gave a disapproving icoke. L. Can't take over job OT administering justice, he replied. If you have something to say, tell it to TTE court martial. Jersula only did TTET she also brought all OT Motmers OT revolutionary officers who lived in Macondo to testity. Or by one TRE old women Ted OT town, several OT whom Ted taken part in daring cross at OT TRE Mortains, praised TRE virtues OT Getpril Morda. Idrisilla was last in line. GMMY Dinty, wait OT name, then Vinning Veterans OT Tur declaration made TRE scale OT justice restate Tor a moment. You have taken this memorable game very seriously you have done well you are doing your duty, told the members OT TTE court. But don't forget TTBT as gives us light we will still mothers matter revolutionary you may be, we have the rig to pull down your pants and give you a whipping at first sign OT to as those words still shade in a skull that had been turned into a barracks. At midnight General Jose Raquel Moncada was to death. Colonel Aureliano Buendía, in spite of the violent recriminations of Ursula, refused to commute the Centro ASMRT while Don the Demarand man and used as a cell. Old friend, told him. I'm rot you. It's revolution that's snooting you. General Moncada did even get up from the cot when saw him go to Triard, until that moment, ever Sim W's return. Colorful Orliarchs, Buendía had given himself the opportunity to see Tim with his heart. He was startled to see he tzd his tzNDS sook, and the pertilious conformity with which awaited death, then he telled a great disgust with himself, which he met ed with the pity. You better than said, that all courts-martial are farces and that you're really paying crimes other twas this time we're going to win TTE war at any price. Wouldn't you have Dory TRE same in my place? General Moncada, up to clean his thick on his shirt tail. Probably, said. But what worries me not your shootered me, twas after all, Tormple like us it's a natural death laid his glasses on TRE bed took ODT his watch and chain what worries me, went on, is that out OT much tor military, out OT tiding much thirking about them so much, you've verded as bad as Treyar. And our ideal in light is worth that much basems. At his wedding ring and the Virgin BL and put Trem alongside his glasses and watch. At this rate, you'll rot only the end dictator in our history, but you'll STMT my dear Triand Ursula in an attempt to pacify your Nursian. Colonel Aureliano Buendía stood there impassively. General Moncada Tren gave the medal, watch, his torn. But I didn't centaur you to scold you, he said. Wanted to ask you the favor OTTMS eatings to my while. Colonel Aureliano Buendía put them in his kits. Is still in Monor? She's still in Maror, General Moncada Comi Remed, in the same house the church where you sent her? I'll glad to, Jose Raquel, Colonel Aureliano Buendía said. When he whirled out into blue air of mist his face grew damp as on some other dawn and TRE passed and only trend did he realize that he had ordered the Centro to carried out in the courtyard and at the cemetery wall. The Triard squad, drawn up opposite TRE CMR, paid Tim the Tunner's a read state. They brim him out row, he chapter 9 Kalofkal Jerry Neldo Markai _Jez was the first to the war. In his vice-session as civil art military leader Macy, Andu would have versatiers with Colonel Aureliano Buendía. At first those would determine TRE it Lesnan blood war, the which told them at any moment exact SGX, it was and the prediction its tutor direction. ALTH0LQH he never let Rimseld into the area Conta Dirksens, by his Aureliano Gerda still had at that time the Tamilier tone that made it feasible to identity him at wire. Many times he would prolong the tack expected limit and let drift into comments of a domestic nature. Little by little, however, as the war more intense his image was fattered away into a universe of reality. Characteristics of his were more irks retain, and cam to jet x2r and bind to form words that were gradually lozerk all me nirk. Colonel Marquez limited himself to just listening, by the impression that he was in telegraphic contact with a stranger from Ampner world. Understard, or Liam, would come lud on key. Long live Ral party, finally lost all knack with the war. What in other Ted a real activity, an irresistible passion of his youth, a remote point of reference toward him, and his refuge was Amarantus he would visit every afternoon. Like to watch Gnarls as she curled frothy cloth in machine TTET was kept in motion by the they spent many Miswitmet speakirk, content with a reciprocal company, but while Amar Antab was inwardly in attire his devotion alive was unaware of the secret designs of that decipherable when the ruse his return reached her, Amar Ardad had been smotered by anxiety. But she saw enter the muse in middle Colonel Aureliano Royce escort and STE saw how had been mistreated by the rigors exile, made old by age oblivion, dirty with sweat dust, like a ugly, with his ETT arm in a sling, she tell tan with disillusion urt. My tug height. This wasn't I was waiting for. On day, however, he came back to the house shaved and clean, with his mustache with lavender water and Whitmet sling.
brought her a prayer in Mother Ot Pearl. How strange men are, she said, twas she knowed rot ot else to say. They tree her lives tiding agarst priests tran give prayer tmks as gifts. From that time on, even durer the most critical days ot the war, he visited every arena. Many times, beauty was wrought preseri, it was WM turned the real on TRE's sewing makir. Amar Antat held upset by the loyalty, stfiasinus ot that man was invested with so much authority art who revertrilis odt his sidearm in the living so that into sewing witness we cx, ars, but tour years he kept his love art sre would always tyro away to reject rim without hurting him, tor even thot4, h had not in him could longer live without rim. Remedios the beauty, who seemed indifferent to everything and was tug-high to mentally was not insensitive to so much devo. Chenard SNE intervened in Colorel Gerardo Marquez's favor. Amar Antas suddenly TTZT girl had was just entering adolescence, was already the most T-auditol creature that had even T and seen in SM felt in the Rarker that she had felt in days Torrit Pika, Ard Begim Ra to impel her into the extreme state OT wishing. Dead, she barred from sewing RWN. It was a rarely that time that Colonel Gerardo Marquez began to reel TRE boredom OT the war. He summered his reserves OT his broad turturance, ready to give up Tor Amar Arda a glory that had cost him TRE's sacrifice OT his best years. But he could suck convincing her. Or in August at Arene, by the weight OT her own obstinacy, Amar Anta LCX asterisk ed rare selt in rare bedresks, to weep over solitude death at her final answer to Terpsius suitor, let's forget him at Egypt forever, she told we're old Tor this sort OT now. Colonel Gerardo Marquez had a call from Colonel Orly Arrel, Buruia that a turnkin. It was a retire conversation which was not going to bring him at any break in a stagnant war. At end, Gerardo Marquez I coped at TTE desolate streets, TTE crystal water on the Alma percent trees, and found himself lost in solitude. Orly Arrel, he said sadly on the key, it's raining in Mesa percent O was a silercy on the line. Suddenly the apparatus jerks, D with pitiless letters Trom Colorel Orleano Buruia. A jackass, Gerardo, CBLS said. It's torrid to raining in August. Remedy had each tour such a long time TTET Colonel Gerardo Marquez was upset by the aggressiveness OTTRE reaction. 2 months later, however, when Colonel Orly and Buendia returned to Macondo, upset was changed to even Ursula was surprised at how much he nagged with mice, no in a cloak in spite OT the heat, and with wee mistresses, whom he installed in the same muse, WRERE he most OT his time in a scarcely read asterisk graphic dispatches that re-FMED routine operations. On one occasion Colonel General de Marquez asked him for instructions for evacuation of a spot on the border WRERE Trier was a danger that TRE conflict would become an irregular national affair. Me with he him. Consult divine providence. It was perhaps TRE most critical moment OTTRE war. The liberal landowners, TZD revolution and TED made with TTE conservative landowners in order to stop TRE revision OT property titles. GX, Letitians slide Tor war Trom exile had PL Nickley repudiated drastic aims OT colored Orleano Buendia, but even that Whitmer while OT authorization did not seem to TX. There had returned to his poetry, which tilled more than live volumes lay forgotten at the Tmam OT his trunk. At night or at time he would call OT his women to his and obtain a rudimentary satisfaction from her, and then he would sleep like a storm that was by slagnest indication OT worry. Only knew at that time that his used heart was condemned to her certiority forever. At first, by glory OT his return, by his remarkable head into TTE abyss OT great res. He took pleasure in keeping by his right hand the OT Marltex, rough, his great teakmer in the art OT war, whose attire OT skits and tiger claws aroused the OT adults TRE OT children. It was that human beir 4 rot even, Jersula, null to him than 10 feet. In the center OT the chalk circle that his aides would draw wherever he which only could hear, he would with brief orders that nad know upon the fate OT TRE world. TRE Tears time Trat NE was in Maror after OT General Moore Ada, hastened to his victim's last wish, and the widow took TRE glasses, the medal, the watch, and TRE rim, but SRE would rot him in. You can't TNNE in, Colorel, she told him. You may be in command OT your war, I'm in OT my house. Orleano Gumia did MT snow any sign of anger, but his spirit only calmed down when his TX, Digard Tud sacked the widow's TL, use reduced it to ashes. Watch out your heart, Orlean, Colonel Gerinaldo Marquez would say to Hinton. You're rotting alive. About that time Ree called together a second assembly OT principal commanders. Found all idealists, ambitious and virtuous, those with social resentments, and women criminals. There was even a former conservative tertiary TZD taken reading the revolt to a judgment or misappropriation OT to ruse. Mary OT did know why TMY were tiding in midst OTTTET motley crowd. WRNSE Ditterix OT values were on TRE verge OT cause ergon IRE ernal explosion, one gloomy unready out, TE6TI10 Vargas. Was an Iruian, untamed, illiterate, and arrowed with quiet wiles and a messianic that atarticism in his men. Orleano Buruia called TRE meeting with the aim OT unfrying the rebel command against Mamuver OT the GX, Letitians. General Teotilio Vargas forward with his intentions, in a tomb as he shattered coalition OT COMMR there's charge OT the main he's a wild TMST worth watcherg, Colonel Orleano Buruia told his officers. That man is more dame roused to us than Minister OT war a very captain who had always teamed tore his timidity raised the cautious index timer. It's quite simple, Bill, has to Colonel Orleano Buendia was wrought alarmed by the OT but by the way in which, by attraction OT it had anticipated his own months. Me to give an order like that, said. He did rot give it, as a matter OT tact. But 2 weeks later General Teodoro Vargas was cut to bits by machetes in an ambush and Colonel Orleano Buendia assumed TRE main command. The same Nictotrat his authority was Rion Zedby all the rebel commands, he woke in a fright, calling for a blarket. An inner cold rest which shattered his TX, rest and tortured him /n and TRE read OT TRE's son would him sleep tore several months, it a habit. The intoxicaton OT began to break apart Euro or waves OT discountered. Searching tor a cure against chill, he Ted the officer had murder OT General Teodoro Vargas STNT. His orders were bear carried out even tray were given, even tmugan OT TMY always much what would have dared Naveton do. Lost in solitude OT his immersed Cymer, he TX, Ganta was by pull him in nake boring villages. Re-imagine that tray were TRE's same careers tray gave Vernme. Every day, he met MKED at him with his own eyes, WMSG, K to him with his own voice, who greeted him with TRE's same mistrust with which them, who said they were sots. He felt scattered about, multiplied, more solitary than ever. EB was conversed that his own were lying to him. He with Duke OT Marldal, rough. The trier percenta has, would say at that time, is or who has just died. He was weary OT or certirety, OT vicious circle OT TTET eternal war that always toured him in the same place, but always older, wearier, even more in the OT crewing why, or how, or Tenro was always stormed outside OT TRE chalk circle. Some war who read Moat, someone who had a son with cough, or someone to go and sleep forever he could not start to shit taste OT the war in his mouth ard who, nevertheless, at attention to Irium him, everything normal, Nlornell. And normality was precisely the most tertal part OT that I'm right war, thing ever alone, by his premonitures, fleeing the chill that was to accompany Rim until death, resaltual last in Macdu in the warmth OT his oldest memories. His was so serious TTETTMY the arrival OT a commission from his party that was authorized to discuss the stalemate of the war, rolled over in his hammock with completely waking take TMM to Umras, said. Trey were 6 lawyers in frock coats and top hats roared violent November sun with stilled stoicism. Ursula put them up in house. TMY greater part OT the day closeted in the bedman hermetic courterenses and at dusk TMY tour an escort and some Meridian players over Cata. Reno's store. Leave Trem alone, Colonel Orleano Buruia ordered.
At all, I crow what want. At OT a review, which many had foreseen as an interminable argument, was resolved in less than an in the parlor, beside TRE Spectre OT TRE Bjarnla shrouded in a white sheet. Colonel Orleano Buendia did sit down that time inside CTBLK circle that his aides had drawn. Sat in a chair between his advisors Aru and his blanket, in silencey to the brief OT the emissaries. They asked Tirst that he renerks the revision OT property titles in order to get back subs, RTOT landowners. TMY asked, secondly, that renerks the title against clerical influence in order to obtain TTE subpage, RTOT Catholic masses. They finally, TTZT aim OT equal rignies for natural art illegitimate children in order to preserve TRE integrity OT that means, Colonel Orleano Buendia said, smiling when TRE was over, he had all we're is GX, WER. They're tactical chams, one OT TRE delegates replied. Right TRE main to broaden the GX, puller OT the war. Then we'll have a not or one OT Colorel Orali Arogandias Critical Advisors Naster to intervene. It's an reardictiori he said. It means TTET conservative regime is good. It we so meet in broadening TREBX, puller base OT. War with them, as you people say, it meets that regime tis a broad base. It means, in sport, that tore almost 20 years we've been tiding against sentiments OT nation. He was going to go on, but Colonel Oraliaro Buruia stopped him with a signal. Waste your time, Mer he said. The important thing is TTET Tromro on will be tattooing only Tor still smilirg. He took TTE documents the delegates gave him made ready to sign since that's way it is, concluded, we nave no objection to acting. His men looked at Unter in consternation. Excuse me, Colonel Gerardo Marquez said softly, but this a TX, trail. Colonel Orali Aaron Buendia rel the ink pen and TTE air discharged weight OT his authority on him. Surur your we \XJNS, he ordered. Colonel Gerardo Marquez STCXXD up in his sidearms on table. To TTE barracks, Colonel Orali Aaron Burua ordered him. Put yourself at the OT the Revolutionary Court. Tien he signed TTE declaration gave the sheets OT paper to TTE emissaries, saying to TMM, #re in your PIRs, gentlemen. You can get some out OT 2 days later, Colonel Gerardo Marquez, accused OT tie treason, was condemned to death lying in Colonel Orleano Buendia was insensible to TRE please tor clemency. On the EU OT the execution, disobeyed him the order to him, Ursula him in his air as in black, invested with a rare solemnity, she stood the 3 minutes OT the interview. I'll know that you're ping to Gerardo, she said calmly, and that I can't do anything to stop it. But I give you ORP Warneru as soon as I see his body I swear to you by of my am mother, by the memory of Jose Arcadio Buruia, I swear to you before God that I will drag you out Tromur and kill you with my own 2 TZNDS. War the RCX, Whitmet waited tor any reply, STE Concolelx 1 ed, it's same as it UTL, RN with a tail OT a pig. During that interminable night while Colonel Gerardo Marquez trotted his dead arenes in Amarantis Colonel Orleano Buruia scracked tor Maritners trier to break TTE Nardstel OT tis Solitude. His only happy memories, Sime that remote arene later had taken him to see ice, had taken place in his silver workshop WRERE he passed TRE time putting little gold TZD had to start THRTY.2 wars and had to violate all OT his pacts with death and wallow like a Raj in dung heap OT glory in order to discover the OT simplicity almost 40 years late. At dawn, worn out by tormented vigil, appeared in cell and Larcy is over, old Triarchst, he said to Colonel Gerardo Marquez. Let's get out OT here before TRE Mesquitas and Tier execute you. Colonel Gerardo Marquez wrought the disdain that was inspired in him by that ADLX1E. No, Aurelian he replied. I dead TTB and you changed into a bloody tyrant. You me, Colonel Orleano Buendia said. Put on your NTPLP me get this steady war over with when said it did not know that it was easier to start a war TTN to one. It took him almost a year tirs RBLCMY at her to torce the government of PR0CX, in conditions favorable to the other year to convince RIS own partisans the convenience trem. He went to immovable cruelty to put down RETX, Leon his own officers resisted called for victory, and he fierily relied on enemy forces to make trem SL2, MIT. Was a greater soldier TTN at that time. The nerd that he was teenily tiding toward his own liberation and not toward abstract ideals, toward slogans that null twist let and rigan to the tilled him with an ardent enthusiasm. Colonel Gerardo Marquez, rode tough toward defeat with as much conviction and loyalty as had previously took toward victory, reproached him toward his useless temerity. CHNT worry, would say, smiling. Dialogue is much more difficult than one imagines. In his case it was certainty that his day was assigned gave him a mysterious immunity, an immortality, or a fixed TTZT made him invulnerable to risks war and in the end him to win a defeat that was much more difficult, much more bloody costly than victory. In almost 20 years war, Colonel Orleano Buendia had been at his many times, but state with which always the military retinue that accompanied him everywhere, TRE or legend that glowed ATL. His presence which even, Jersula was aware, him IRI0 a stranger in TTE end. The last time that he was in Macondo H0 USE tore his 3 cubines, he was seen in on Ori on 2 or 3 Zions when he had the time to accept an invitation to dire. Remedios the beauty and the twins, middle the war, scarcely him. Amar Anta could rot reconcile her image the brother who had SI and his adolescent little gold with that mythical warrior Ted a disdainy 10 feet between himself and TRE rest humanity. Gut when the approach armistic TMA known and they TTET would return changed back imo a human delivered at last for the hearts RIS own the family dormitor such a time, were riddle, RN stronger than ever. We'll fierily have a man in house again Ursula said. Amar Antad was the tears to suspect that trade had lost him forever. Or weak armistice, when irrered without and by 2 Barum orderlies row deposited on TTE porch the saddle trom the mule and truck OTGMTRY, all TTZT was let former baggage, she saw him pass by the sewing and SRE called to him. Colorful Orly and Buendia had trottle, it's Amar Arda, she said good-humoredly, nappy at his return, him hard with a black bardage. LCX, K. Colorful Orleano Buendia smiled at rare TRE same way as when he tud first seen with a bardage on that remote morning when TZD back to Macondo CORR to death how awful, said, the way time passes. TTE regular army had to protect the muse. Arrived amid assaults, spat war in order to sell it Torah prig. He was tremblered with lever cold and his armpits were studded with sores again. 6 months when she had heard talk ATL, the armistice, Jersula had paired up swept out the bridal champ tud burned myrrh in the kerners, thinking TTZT he would back ready to grow old slowly among Remedios musty doll's gut actually, during the last 2 years Rerad paid his to life, including grow at old. When he passed by the silver SMP, which Ursula had prepared with esftual diligeme, Re did not even retia that the keys were in a did minute. Tier ad destratuntion TTBT time had wreaked on the rouse art that, after such a proloy absurse, would have like a disaster to any man who had kept his memories alive. He was pied by the TRE whitewash on TRE walls or TRE dirty, cobwebs and or dust on becnias or the veins led on by the termites or the moss on TRE hinges or any the insidious traps that nostalgia offered him. He sat down on RCH, wrapped in his blanket and with his BMTS still on, as it only waited toward it to clear. Re spent TRE roll Ataroon watching it rain on TX, Gorias. Jersula that TMY would have him fume Torlorg. It's rot war, she trot, it can ori death it was a supposition that was so nerving that identified it as a premonition. That night, at Din Rare, the supposed Orlian Segundo broke his bread with his right TZND and drank his with his left. Twin brother, Jose Arcadio Segundo, broke his bread with his left hand and drank his with his right. Was there coordination that TMY did not MK like two brothers sitting opposite each other but like a trick with mirrors? The spectacle that the twits TZD aware that were equal was in OT the new arrival. But Colorel Orleano Buendia did not notice it. He's so alien to that he did not notice the beauty as SRE passed by naked on her way to her bedroom. Ursula was TRE only one dared disturb his abstraction. It you have to go away again, STE said Naltway through din rare, at least try to how we were taunt. Trent Colonel Orleano Buendia realized, without surprise, that Ursula was only human who Ted and GM entering his misery, tore the first time in many years he looked rare in attack. Her skin was leathery, her teeth decayed, hair and colorless, her MK frightened. Bared her with TRE oldest memory trait he nad OT her, the Ataroon when re-read the premonition that at OTTX, Eiling was to tall table, and found her broken to pieces. In an instant rediscovered TRE scratches, the welts, the ulcers, and the scan that Ted led on by more than half a century OT daily life, and he saw that those damages did rot even arouse a feeling OT pity in him. TMN made last effort to search in his martor the platen where his attention had rotted away and he could rot tyro it. On our other occasion, felt at a Corey-used sense of shame FOURK1 the smell of Ursula on his own skin, and more than once he telt rare trots irritated with his. But all OT that TZD out by the war. Even his wife, at that moment was a hazy image OT someone who might have been his daughter. The countless women he had KMWN on desert OT ove and who Ted spread his all along the coast had let RO trace in his tealings. Most OT trem had come into his in the dark and had let dawn, and on the following day TMY were running but a touch OT to Teague in his TX, dilly memory. TTE only affection that against time and the war was TTE Udic had felt toward his brother Arcadio Rentre were children, and it was not based on love but on complicity. I'm sorry, re-excused himself Traumasila's request. It's just that the war has done away with everything. During the toll-owing days busied himself destroying all trace OT his passage through the world. The silver shop Erdal all TTET were objects, gave his clotra away to TRE orderlies, reburied his in courtyard with same feeling OT with which Lather Nad buried spear that Tut killed Pruder Eio Aguilar. Kept only one pistol with bullet in it. Ursula did only time him was when he was about to destroy TRE daguerreotype OT Remedios that was kept in parlor lighted by an eternal lamp. That picture TX210RONG to you a long time ago, SRE told him. It's a family relic. On TRE Eve OT the armistice, when Simul object that would let him be was led in a truck OT to the bakery when Santa Socia de Lopyadad was making ready to line it with this, and he told her, handing her TRE first roll OT yellowish PIRs. It will, burn Tomas TTX2Y re old Santa Sofia de Lopyadad, silent one, the condescending rever contradicted anyone, rot and rare own children, tut impression that it was a forbidden act. They are important papers, STE said. Nothing OT sort, said. They are that a person writes to himself. In that case, she said, you burn TMM, he not only did that, but re-broke up TRE trunk with a hatchet and Taihu IRI0 tire. B. Burspilar Ternra had to visit him. After so many years OT rot seeing poor, Colonel Orliaro Buendia was startled at old and tat she Ted and much she Ted OT splendor OT laugh, but was also startled at TTE depths STE had reacted in reading OT the cards. Watch old Tor your mouth told him, and he the other time had told him that during the reign OT his glory it had wrought been a surprisingly vision OT his fate. ASMRT time later, when physician Tinis Red removed his sores, asked him, without showing any particular rehearsed, exact KXation OT was. The DCX Tor with his entrand painted a circle on tis crete with a piece OT cotton and TRET's day OT the armistice doored warm and rainy. Colonel Orleano Burdia Apmerd and Kick Live OCKXK had his usual black cotty without you came into the world on a day like this, Ursula told him. Every city was at your eyes did pay any attention because he was to the Tormim OT the troops, the sound OT the NOT command TTET were shattered at the dawn. Even though after many years OT war TTPY should have sounded Tammy liar to him, this time he felt the same in his and same tingling in skin that he TZD felt in his youth and TREOT in Naked Woman. Eth hide confusedly, Tina captive in a trap of nostalgia, that perhaps if had married her would nave a man witness war without glory, a nameless artisan, a nappy animal. That tardy shudder which had in his torrid mug and made his breakfast bitter. At 7 in morning, Ren Colonel Jarinaldo Marquez came to touch him, in OT officers, he him more taciturn than ever, more and solitary. Ursula tried to do a rap over his smulders. What will she told him? TM while figure that you've surrendered because you didn't have any trurg let to buy a cloak with but would not act it. WMN was at DCX, he let put an old felt hat OT Jose Arcadio Buendias on his reed. Or Liam, Ursula said to him, promise me TTZT at you TTZT it's a bad tor you treer that you'll think OT your mother gave her a distory smile, raising his with all fingers extended, and witness saying a word he ETT the house raised TRE shouts, insults, and TTET would follow him till he let town. Ursula put the bar on the door, raving decided to take it down tor TRE rest OT her light. We'll rot in here, we'll turn to in this house without men. But we won't give this miserable town TRE pleasure OT's Sirgus weep TRE whole morning KX, King Tor a memory OT's son and most hidden kerners, could Tindramani place Titin Tram Accordo in the STZDE OT a gigantic sabatry around which the town OT near Landia would be tounded later. Delegates Tram government and party commission OT the rebels who were laying down their arms were served by a noisy group OT novies in white habits who MKED like a OT doves that ted by the rain Colorel Orleano Buendia arrived on a muddy mule. Nad not shaved, more by the pain OT than by the great failure OT dreams, Tori had reached TRE and OT all hope, glory our TRE nostalgia OT glory. In accord arse with his arrangements there was no music, RN fireworks. RN bells, no shouts OT victory, or airy otter manifestation that might alter Moriul character OT armistice. An itimern who the only picture OT Tim that could have been preserved was torced to smash his plates with developing TTE ceremony lasted Ori the time Rex sorry to sign admits. Aruru rustic table in center OT a packed circus tent the delegates that were last officers were tate little to Colonel Orleano Burua. Before TAC had signatures, the delegate OT the presidiary OT Republic tried to read TTE Act OT surrender aloud, but Colonel Orleano Burua was against it. Let's waste time on formalities, said and to sign Whitman reading them. Or OT his officers ten broke soporific silercy OT the tent. Colorel, he said, please do us TRE taver OT not be at the tiers to sign Colonel Orliar, when DCX earnings went all arary table. In the midst OT asylwi that was so pure that one could nave the signatures from the scratching OT the on the first lyre was still blur K Colonel Orliaro Burua prepared to till it. Amther OT his said, still time tor to come out right. Witness Cha at NG expression, Colonel Orleano first copy. Nad not finished signing the last one Ren a Ritpl Colorella prepared in DCX, Ruea Mule 2 CMSTS. In spite OT entire youth he nad a dry MKR the patient expression. Was the treasurer OT the revolution in Macdo region had made a difficult journey OT 6 days, along the mule, who was Dime OT hut, in order to arrive at the armistice on time. With an exasperating parsimony down CMSTS, Ogun TMM, and on the table, won by OAE, 72 gold bricks, everyone had gotten a sisters of that for turb. In the disorder of the past year, Central Comaru tell apart and TRE revolution degenerated Erlo a bloody rivalry OT baiters, it was to determine any gold OT the revolution, melted into blocks that were then covered with baked clay, was all Colonel Orleano Buendia had 72 bricks inclixed in the inventory OT Surriar and closed TRE ceremony without allowing any TM filthy him, looking into his eyes with his own calm, SYNV colored eyes. Else? Colonel Orleano Buendia asked him. TRE young Colorel tighter at his mouth the said. Colonel Orleano Buendia wrote it out in his own hand. Then he nad a glass OT lemonade and a OT biscuit that were around and retired to a tiled tent which had prepared toward him in case was the rest. He his shirt, set on the edge OT and at tie titin in the adrenaline his pistol ard shot himself in TTE circle that his pursual physician Ted on his chest. At that moment in Macdo, J Ursula the ODT the pot OT milk on TRE stove, wondering why it was tack add so lore to boil, and it lull OT worms. They've killed Orleano, SRE exclaimed. She LCX, ked toward the nurtyard, a habit OT solidity. TMN SRE saw Jose Arcadio Gurdia, wet and sad and TRE Reynard much older than had TMY shot in the back. Ursula said more precisely, Ard no ORP was charitable Enoch to close his eyes. At dusk through her tears saw the swift and luminous discs TTET sky like an exhalation and SRE tmont that it was a signal OT death she was still Euro or the crescent tree, at whose barks they brought in Colonel Orleano. Gurdia. Inna that was stiff WIT and Drive looked CRE with NIS eyes open in rage. Was old OT Darude. TM bullet had followed such a renat path that doctor was able to put a cord soaked in and trough TRE crest Witterod from the back. TTBT was my said with satisfaction it was only Udra a bullet could pass through without harm Gary vital organ Colonel Orleano Burdia saw himself by charitable who intoned desperate psalms tor TREOT his soul Tren Re was sorry that had shot himself in the OT mouth as had considered it Ori to mock the prediction OT Pilar Terrera. It I still had authority, told DCX Tor, I'd have you SMT out OT hard. Not Tor raving save my light but Tor raving made a OT me failure OT his death back is lost in a few hours. Same inverted TTE story that Nad sold war Tora with walls made OT bricks delirned the attempt at suicide as an act OT horn and him a martyr. Tren, when rejected TRE order OT merit awarded him by the president OT Repnik, his most bitter the asked him to withdraw recognition OT TRE armistice to start a Ru war. Muse was with gifts Miri as amends. Finally by the massive support OTRIS Tormater trades in arms, Colorel Orali Arogandia did put aside GX, civility OT pleasing them. On the uncertain moment he seemed so enthusiastic with the idea OTA to war that Colorel Gerinaldo Marquez thought that was only waiting for a pretext to PRCX learn it. The pretext was uttered, intact, when the President OT the refused to award any military to former combatants, or conservative, until each case was examined by a small commission and the award approved by that's an outrage, Colonel Orali Buendia. TYX, Y2 die OT old age wait and tore the mail to for the tears time relet the rocker that Ursula had mug height for his convalescrum, and, Walker KTMT dictated a strict message to TRE presider IOT the Republic. In that telegram which was made PT Nick, denounced first violation OT treaty OT Neerlandia threatened to proclaim war to death at TTE assignment OT was not within to his that Heideke was so just that it allowed him to even tour the support OT Tormater conservative combat arts. But only reply Trom government was the reinforcement OT military guard that had been placed at TRE Ger OT Tistnius with a pretext OT protected him, and prohibition OT all OT visits. Similar were all TRE country with otter leaders Ro TX, rewatching. It was an operation that was so timely, drastic, that 2 months after armistice, when Orleano had recovered, his most dedicated conspirators were dead or exiled or had forever into PT2, Lick administration colorful Orleano Buendia let his in and it was sufficient for him to at GX, RCH in order to think about war again. With a vitality that seemed at her age, Ursula had rejuvenated TTE house again. To who I am, she said she saw that son was to live. There won't be a better, more open H0 USE in all the world than this mad news. She had it wasn't and painted, CHARG2D furniture, the garden and planted flowers, and off-paid doors and windows so that the light OT summer would even earlo she an end to the numerous periods OT morning art she rare selt X rigorous old gowers tore youthful clothing. TM music OT the pianola again made the house merry. Ran she reared it, Amar Antati H0 Ch OT Pietro Crespi, his gardenia, and his smell OT lavender, in the depths OT her wittered heart a clean raymer flourished, puritied by time. Or afternoon when was trying to put parlor in order, Jersula asked OT the soldiers row regarding the rouse. The young commander OT the guard gave Trem little by little, Jersula began assigning new chores. Invited Trem to eat, gave Trem clothing and STOES, talked to them road to read write. Wittenru the guard, OT live in house and was in her service to many years. On New Year's Day, driven mad by rebuff Strom Rearmist the young Mander OT guard was tour dead under window. Chapter 10 years later on his deathbed oral IRL, 8. Guan 0 would rally at Arene and Jur ran he went into the bedroom to meet RIS first son. Even though the tild was languid weepy, with Mark OT Aburdia, he did rot knave to thirk twice about naming him. We'll call him Arcadio, said Ferranda del Carpio, the T Auditul woman he rad married the year T Tor. Jersula, on other hand, null not a vag ton telim OT D012. T throughout the Ong history OT the tamely TRE resistant OT names nad made her draw some CONC Lucius that is certain. While the Orleanos were withdrawn, but with unad minds, the Jose Arcadios were impulsive and enterprising, but TMY were with a tragic sign. TM only cases that were impossible to classify were TTKN of Jose Arcadio Segundo and Orleano. They were so alike, so mischievous during that MT even Santa Sofia de la Piedad could tell apart. On the day OTMR Anta put bracelets on with Tmir names and dressed them in different colored clothes marked with each or WS initials, but when they TX, gan to go to SCHCX, LTMY to exchange clothing and bracelets are call each by opposite names. Melchor Escalona, to Arcadio Segurdo by his green shirt, out OT his mind when NE discovered that latter was wearing Orleam Segundo's bracelet. That other one said, Renverdenless, that his name was Orleano Segundo in spite of the fact that he was wearing white shirt. Re the bracelet with Jose Arcadio from then on was sure was WM. Even when they grew up and life made different. Ursula still worried if they themselves might made a mistake in some momry intricate game of caught fusion and had become charged forever. Until OT adolescent Trey were two synchronized mock ires. They would wake up at same time, have the urge to go to bathrooms, at same time, suffer same upsets and filth, and they even dreamed it's jit same things. In the it was tmug high TTET they coordinated actions with a simple desire to confuse. RO1 realized what realty was happy near Gurtil or de ran Saria de la gave one OT a glass OT lemonade and as tasted it TRE other one said that it needed stir. Saria Solia de la Piedad had forgotten to put sugar in lemonade, told Jersula Amatit. That's what they're all like, SRE said without surprise. Crazy Trombirth. In time less the came out OT the game OT contusion with a ream OT oral IARCs. Segundo grew to monumental size like his grandfather's, one kept the OT Arcadio Segurdo grew to TM1Y like TRE Colorel, and TRE Ori third trait cut in common was TTE Tamely's solitary air. Perhaps it was that crossing OT stature, names, character that made Ursula suspect that they had been shuttled like a deck OT card Sim child hoxed. TRE decisive deterrence was revealed in midst OT war. Lieutenant Jose Arcadio Segundo Colonel Gerardo Martins to let him see an execution. A guide BT Asilas Tedder judgmental his whispers were satisfied. Orleano Segundo, on other hand, at mere idea OT witness him and preter to stay Rome. At the OT 12 he asked Ursula what was in the KX Ked answered. BCX, KS and that rewrote in his last years. Instead OT him. TRE answer increased his soul with such insistor that he would rot mistreat TRE things, that Ursula gave Rim the keys. No OAE nad gone into the again Sim they had taken Melchiad's TNDY out Ted put on the Apad K whose parts had come fused to jet M with rust. But Ren Orleano. Segundo the Wirios a familiar light urter that seemed accustomed to lighting the everyday entry was TRE slightest trace OT dust or was swept clean. Swept and cleaner than on the day OT the burial, and the nad not dried up in TREIR Quelro had oxidation demirished churn OT metals had the gore out water WRERE Jose Arcadio Burua had mercury. On the stoves were in a cardex, ard-like material, pale, like human skin, and manuscripts were intact. In spite OTMMs have been shut up tor many years, ere than in OT the house was so recent that several weeks later, Ren Ursula went into the RCXJM with a pail OT water a brush to wash there was tor her to do. Orleano Segundo was deep in TRE reading OT although it had no cover the title did not anymore, enjoyed story OT. A woman sat at a table ate rotting but carols OT rai, which STE picked up with a pin. The story OT fisherman who TL wrote a wait tour RNT trauma nights. RN Ren gave him a 1 ish in payment. Later it had a diamond in its stomach, and the one a lamp TTET and flying. He asked Ursula if all that was true. She answered him that it was, that many years had brought magic and flying. Mats to what's happening, SRE is that the world is slowly to an era and thims don't anymore. When he tinished the mock, in which many OT the stories had no endings. Tmas were Missir for oral IRL, and 2 Gur 0 sedima deciphering the manuscripts. It was impossible. TRE letters coke like clotra hung out to dry on a line. TMY more like musical notation than writing. Or in time, while he was janering over the manuscripts, he sensed that he was rot alor inagerst the like Trom Weirdow, sitting with his TZNDS on his knees, was Melchiades. Was under 40 years OT, was wearing TRE's same old-fashioned vest and hat that looked like a raven's wings, and across NIS pale temples there flowed the grease from his hair that had been melted by the teat, just as Orliar and Arcadio had seen him. They were children. Orleano Segundo recognized him at Ors. Twas that hereditary memory had trom generation to generation and ted to him through the memory OT his grardtatter. Hello, Orleano said. Hello, man, said Melquiades. From then on, for several years, they saw each other almost every eterncan. Melquiades talked to him atmt the world, tried to elude him with his old wisdom, but he refused to translate manuscripts. No one must KRNW meaning until he has reached 100 years OT age, he explained. Orleano kept those meetings forever. On Kmazion he felt TTET his private world nad tall and apart. Tmas Idrisala came in when Melquiades was in TRERCXJM. But did him. Were you talker to? Asked him. Not dy, Orliar, 8, Gur 0 said. That's what your great-grandfather did, Jersala, said used to talk to himself. Jose Arcadio Segumo, in the meantime, had satisfied his wish to essayisting. For the OT life he would live it flash OT the 6 simultaneous shots and TRE echo OT TRE discharge as it broke against TRE hills and sad smile and eyes OT the man TX, ing shot, while his shirt became soaked with blood, and who was still smilling even when him trauma put him in a tild with quick lime. Alive, he thug height. TTPYRE going to bury him alive. It made such an impression on him that Tramon detested military and war. OT the executions but because OT the horrifying custom OT the victims alive. Noon KRW / then exactly he to ring bells in church tower and assist Fader Ariano Isabel, the successor to TRE Pup, at Mass, and take can OT tiding in courtyard OT perished muse. Gerinaldo Marca S turu out re-wold at him strugly tor lernirg OCC asterisk ions by the tac G, he answered, live out to a conservative. He believed it as it had TMN determined by late. Colorel Gerinaldo Martins, told, Jersala ATL, UT it. It's better that way, STE approved. Let's that he becomes a priest so that we'll finally into this muse. It was discovered that Father Antonio was preparing him for his first communion. He was teaching catechism as he OT his arsenas. Explained to him with simple examples, as he put TRE brooding Erlo RNSTS, how it had to on the day OT creation that chickens would formed inside OT an egg. From that time on the parish to the siggers OT senility that would lead to say years later that the devil tut probably won his against God, that was the one sat on Mavenly throne, without revealing identity in order to trap TRE unwary. Warmed up by the OT his murder, in a 2 months Arcadio came to as adept into logical tricks to confuse the devil as he was skilled in the tricks OT TRE pit. Amaranta made him a Lorenz suit with a collar and tie, TX. Ughide him a pair OT tied his name in gilt letters on the rib OT the candle. 2 nights after TRE tears Murian, Fat Rarianil himself with him in the sacristy to hear his confession with the OT dictionary OT sins. It was such a list that the priest, to at 6 OCKXK, tell asleep in chair it was over. There was a revelation to Jose Arcadio Segundo. It did rot surprise him TTET priest him it he ted done bad things with women. And he Tneslet answered no, But he was el set wit and the question as to rather had done with animals. The first Friday in May received communion, tortured by curiosity. Later on asked Petronio, the sickly sexton who lived in TX, LTRY who, to what they said, Ted on bats, ATL, UT it, and Petronio, answered him, there are some CORRL4, T twistians who do trier with female door asterisks. Jose Arcadio 8. Goon 0 still so much curiosity asked so many questions that Petronio lost his picture. Tuesday nights, he if you promise not to tell anyone I'll take you Rix Tuesday on lowing Tuesday Petronio down out OT tower with an SM which until then RN or had known the use OT, he Jose Arcadio Segundo to a nearby pasture. The so taken with those nocturnal raids that it was a long time before was seen at Catarairos. Heat Mamayan fig and man. Take those creatures else, Jersula ordered him tears times saw him come in with his tiding birds. RCY, stirs have already much bitterance to this house you to bring us any more? Jose Arcadio Segur feet, tram away without any argument, but continued them at the muse ot Pilar Ternera, grandma, gave him everything he needed in exchange to navred him in her house. He displayed in Capit the wisdom TTET Antonio TZD given him, he made enough money not only to enrich his brigade but also to MK to a mad satisfactions. Ursula him with his at that time and could rot Euro or stand row the twins, who MKED like the same Jason and Child Hoxed, head up differently. GX, perplexity did not last very long, Torquitscan Orleano Segmo began to show signs of laziness and dissipation. Util was shut up in Melchiades was drawn Erlo himself the way Colonel Orleano Gurdia had been in his youth. Got a sport time after the treaty OT and Herlandia, OT him out OT his wit Ronsel and made him dis the reality OT the world. A young woman who was selling number S4 raffle of an accordion greeted him WIT and a great deal of familiarity. Orleano Segundo was not surprised, Torre was frequently confused with his brat ER. But did clear up mistake. Even girl tried to soften his with sobs, and SRE ended taking him to Tur RCX, M. She liked him so much trom that first that she so that would win the Akmerdian in the rattle. At era OT 2 weeks Orlian Segundo realized that TRE woman had going to alternately with him his brother, their asterisking that were same man, instead OT making Trurgs clear, to prolong the situation. He did return to wood his arenes in courtyard. Leered to play the accordion by ear over TRE protests OT Ursula, at TTZT time had forbidden music in house Tmaz OT and WRN. In addition, despised TRE accordion as an instrument worthy Ori OT the vagabond airs OT Frarisk the man Orali Aral. 8. Goon 0 Mame a virtuoso on TRE accordion he still was at a retud married and had children and was OT man in Macondo. For almost 2 months he shared the woman with his brother. Would watch him, mix up plans, when he was sure TTET Jose Arcadio 8, Gur 0 was not going to visit Trier common mistress that Nigtu, would go sleep with her. Orn morning TTZT was sick. 2 days later found his brother CLI at NG to a Epham in the bathroom, soaked in sweat and with tears down, TMN understood it. Brought her to him that the woman nad settle him away because NE nad given her what she called a low-light sickness. Also told him how Pilar Ternera had to cure him. Orleano Segundo submitted secretly to TRE Buring Batters OT Permanganate and to diuretic waters, TX, TH were cured separately at Hermans OT Jose Arcadio Segmo did rot CTRE woman again. Orleano Segumo her pardon stayed with her until death. Her name was Petra Coates. She nad arrived in Macondo in the middle of war with a chalice roll lived ODT rattles. Ren TRE man died she was a clean young mulatto woman with yellow almond shaped eyes that gave her to the Terra City OT a partner, but SRE had a generous and a magnetory VCR Asian love. WMN, Jersula that Jose Arcadio Segundo was a cocktight man and that Orliarx, Segundo played the accordion at his Cubine's Myci parties. She tmug would mad with a combination it was as it TRE detects OT TRE tamely MNE OT TRE virtues had in TX, TH. Then she that again would Orleano or Jose Arcadio. Yet Ren Orleano Segundo had tis first son she did derogarst his will. All Rin,
Idrisilla said, but on Orkoryushin, I will breed Tim 14. Although was already 100 years old on the GX, int OT blind trom cataracts, still net her physical dynamism, her nigrity OT tractor, her balance intact. Would able TTN to shape TTE virtuous man who would restore the prestige OTTRE family, a man who would Vermard talk OT war, CMKS, bad women, or wild undertakings, tour calamities that, according to what Idrisilla Trot, had determined downfall. OT their line. This or will a priest, she solemnly. And if God gives me light real be Pope Sunday. THPY all laughed TMY heard only in the but all the muse, Orleano Segundo's rowdy friends were get pred. TRE war, relegated to the attic OT bad memories, was momentarily with the OT champagnels. To Malth OT the Orleano 8, Gur 0 guests toasted in a chorus. Tren the man OT the house played the Akmerdian, fireworks were set 0, and drums event throughout the town. At dawn TRE guests, soaked in champagne, sacritist 6 cows ard Putin street at the disksal of crowd. No OAE was scar realized. Sime Orleano Segundo had taken charge OTTRE Roustros festivities were a common thing, when there was motive as birth OTA in a 2 years, without at hurt, simply by link, Re had accumulated 1 OT the largest in swamp TTZNKS to proliferation OT his animals. His mares would bear triplets, his tans laid twice a day, and his hogs tatemmed with TTZT could explain such disorderly mare deity except through TRE use OT black magic. Save something now, Idrisilla would tell wild great Grark's son. This is rotting to last all your life. But Orleano Segundo paid RO attention to PERTRE more real paired champ agar to soak his more wildly animals gave birth and the more he was that his lucky star was rot a matter OT tiskindlet but an lures OT Petra codes, his love had the virtue OT nature. Was that this was the origin OT his fortune that Rever kept Petra codes tar away from his breeding grounds even when and had children he continued living with her with TRE cot sent OT Fernanda. Monumental like his grandfather's, but with a joie de vivre and an irresistible humor that TMY did rut knave, Orleano Segundo scarcely had time to atter his animals. All he had to do was to take Petra course to grounds her right across his lard in order to have every animal marked with his brand summon to plague OT proliferation. Like all the good things that in his long light, Tremordo's torture had its origins in chance. Until end OT wars Petra codes continued to support rare selt with TRE returns from rare rattles and Oraliaro Segamo was able to sack, Jairsilis from time to time. They were a frivolous COT4, LE, with other worries except to bet every nigni, even on Torbidden days, and their Erdil dawn. That woman has your ruershin, Jairsila would smut at rare great grams and rents she saw him into TRE rouse like a sleepwalker. She's got you so to it. HD that of days I'm goer to see you twist Adaruru with colic with a toad in your Jose Arcadio a time to discover that TZD was unable to understand his brother's passion. EB remembered Petra Coates as an ordinary woman, rather lazy and completely in any tour love McKeerg. 2. Jairsila's clamor and TTE Tzirg OT his brother, Orleano only at that time OT finding a trade that would allow him to maintain a Tnus tour Petra Coates, and to die with her, on top OT her underneath her. A night OT feverish license. When Colonel Orali Arl, Bunda opened up his workshop again, seduced at last by TRE charms OT old age, Orleano thought that it would be earns to devote himself to the manufacture OT a little gold distance. EB spent many months in the hot hard smets OT metal, worked by Lonel with the inconceivable paydirs OT disillusionment, were slowly being inverted into the work seemed so latmias to end the OT Petra Coates was so persistent and pressed that after 3 weeks disappeared from workshop. It was that time TTET to Petra Coates to rattle ODT rabbits. They grew up so fast that Trier was barely time to sell tickets to a rattle. At first Oral Iron 8, Goon 0 did not alarming profit OT the proliferation. Gut ORP when in town wanted to ATL. UT the rabbit rattle anymore, Marta noise by Nertyard CNNT get worried, Petra, Coates said. It's only TRE rabbits. They could rot slip, by the uproar OT the animals.
At dawn Orleano Segurdo the door and saw the courtyard paved with rabbits, blue in the glow. Ot Don Petra dying with lagna, could rot resist temptation. Ot teasing him. Those are TREOAs who were TNRN last night, she ate. Oh Mikesy, said. Why don't you rattle off CNWS? A few days later, in an attempt to clean out courtyard, Petra Coates excrand the rabbits tore a cow, row 2 more tons later gave birth to triplets. That was things overnight. Orly Arl, and 2 gur 0 hour ot land and livestock asterisk and re barely had time to enlarge his overt low iron barns and pigmass. It was a delirious ttet even made him laugh, he could tell doing crazy things to release his good humor. Seas, cows, light as sword, wood smut. Jersula what entanglements had into, whether he might stealing, whether he had to mum a rustler, every time SRE saw him ermerking champagne just a pleasure. Ot ring foam his head, STE would shout at him and scold him tore TRE waste. It annoyed him so much that one day he awoke in a merry Orly Arl, segundo apmerd with a distol ot money, a can ot paste, a brush, and singing at TRE top ot his old ot framistel, the man, he inside out and trom top to tmom, with or peso banknotes. Old mansion, painted white the time TMY had brought the pianola, on strange MKOT a mosque. In TRE midst ot TRE excite merd ot the tamed of the ot Ursula, joy ot the street to watch TTET ot deering. Orleano Segurdo teenies read by paperier TRETL, used from the front to kitchen, Ludum bathrix, RNS and threw the leftover bills into the courtyard. Now, said in a final way, L that in this muse ever talks to me about Moet again. TTZT was WTZT, Jersula had the bills taken down, stuck to great cakes ot whitewash, our TRE house was painted white again. Dear Lord, she make us again the way we were when we this town so that you will not collect for this squanderum in TRE other light prayers were in reverse. Or an ot workman bills IRI0 an enormous plaster statue ot San Joseph that someone rad led in TRE roused during last years of war hollow figure broke to pieces on FMR. It nad been studded with gold coins. Or could remember Roe had brought that life-sized saint. 3 men brought it. Amar antag us to keep it until TRE rains were I told Trem to put it treer in the core where RNTX, DY would bump Erlo it, and TMY put it, very carefully, there it's sign because they rever came back tore it. Later on, Jersula Tud put cardinals on it and had prostrated, not suspecting that instead ot as saint she was adoring almost turbo ruled ot gold. The tardy evidence ot involuntary paganism made her even more upset. SM spat on Uller pile ot coins, put Trem in 3 canvas sacks, and buried Trem in a secret place, tunting that or later unknown men would come to reclaim Trem. Later, during the difficult years ot ter decrepitude, Ursula would intervene in conversations ot many travelers came by at that time asked Trem if they had led a plaster St. Joseph there during war to take an ot Earl till rains things like that which gave Ursula such consternation, were commonplace in those days. McCordle was in a miraculous prosks, righty. The Dnesses ot the tug been replaced by brick buildings with wooden blur %s and which made suffocating ot to OCKXK in the Aderworks, and more arable. All that remired at that time ot Jose Arcadio Gurdia's Archean village were the dusty omen to the most arduous ot circumstances. RTRE River ot Clearwater VVMSE prehistoric stones had been pulverized by traritic hammers ot Jose Arcadio 8. GUR 0 set ATL, UT0 FPNIMTRE channel in order to establish a TNAT Lire. It was a mad dream, comparable to those ot his great Grard Tather, Tor RCXKY the numerous rapids prevented navigation from Macondo to the sea but Jose Arcadio Segurdo, in an erdry scene burst ot temerity, STLLTX, RNLY kept on with the project. Until then Re had shown no sign ot imagination. Except for his precarious adventure with Petra Coates, had Remeter known a woman. Ursula had considered Tim TTE quietest example TRE tamely had ever in all its history, imappable ot starting out even as a handler ot Colonel Orleano Buru I had told Tim story ot TRE Spanish galleon aground 8 miles from the sea, the Treme ot which he tzd seen himself during war. TTE story, Budic tour so many years had seemed fantastic to so many people, was the revelation tour. Jose Arcadio auctioned his RC-ness to TRET Ignace bidder, recruited men, TMGHTMS, and set about the awesome task OT break at Storns, Carrels, Away Rapids, even Harnessed waterfalls. El Crow all OT this by Terd, Idrisala Woodsnet. It's as it time TZD alert and we were back at TX, Ginning. He thought that the river was navigable. Jose Arcadio Segundo gave his brother a detailed account OT plats and the latter gave him the morning tour the Enterprise. He disappeared tour a long time. It had been said that his plan to buy a TX, was nothing but a trick to make with his morning news spread that a Strarge Krat was approaching TTE town. TTE inhabit arts OT longer colossal undertakings. OT Jose Arcadio Buruya ran to the river bar *, saw with eyes pop Irgan disbelief at the arrival OT first and last TX. At Everton in town it was but a log rat drawn by thick ROIS pulled by 20 men who walked along the bank. In the prow, with a glow OT satisfaction in his eyes, Jose Arcadio Segundo was the arduous maneuver. Trier arrived with him a rich grok OT splendid matrons who were protecting themselves from burning sun with gaudy parasols, wore on their strouders tined silk kerchiefs, with colored creams on Trier tatties and natural flowers and Tmir hair on their arms and diamonds in their teeth. The log raft was TRE only vessel that Jose Arcadio Segundo was able to bring to Macdo, only but failure OT his enterprise, but proclaimed his deed as a victory OT will viswer. He gave a scrupulous accounting to WSM very plunged back into routine OT cockfights. The only third that remained OT that erdetonate verger was the breath OT renovation TTET matrons Trom brought, as their magnetic arts transformed traditional metrods OT love and their set SEOT well-being Caterham's plaque and street into a bizarre OT Japanese land airs nostalgic Handor Gars. They were the promoters OT the carnival TTET blew into delirium 3 days and whose only last-aired consequence was having given Orly and Segundo opportunity to meet Fernanda del Carpo. Remedios the beauty was proclaimed queen. Ursula shuddered at disquieted Tmuti OT her great-granddaughter, Prevari until Tren Ste had succeeded in keeping rare ODTTRE streets unless it was to go to mass with Amar Arya, but made her with a black the most impious men. Those who would disguise themselves as priests to say sacrilegious masses in Caterino's store, would go to church with an aim to see. It only tore an instant. The race OT Remedios the beauty, WTO's legendary good MKS were OT with excitement throughout swamp. It was a time they were able to do so. It would have been better tor tramit Trainver had. Twas most OT them habits OT the man who made it Sybil, a forager, lost his serenity forever. Became involved in the sloughs OTATW misery, and years later was cut to pikes by a train after he ragtalled asleep on the tracks. From TRE moment he was sent in a church, wearing a green velvet suit and embroidered vest. One doubted that came Tromtar away, perhaps from some distant city outside OT Nuntry, attracted by magical fascination OT Rearmus beauty. Was so nardsome, so elegant our dig mead, with such prisme, that Pietro Crespi would have a mirror top him and many women with spiteful smiles that he was the one who really should have worn the thrall. Didn't speak to anyone in Macondo. Appeared at dawn on Sumi like a Percy in a fairy tale, riding a force with silver sturry 4E and a velvet blur *ET, and he ETT town after mass. TTE power OT his presence was such that Trom TRE first time he was seen in church every city at Tor TTZT a silent tense duel had established between him Remedios the beauty, a secret pact, an irrevocable slinge that would end rot only in love but also in death. On 6th Sunday gentleman appeared with a yellow rose in his hand. He reared Masterurg, as always did, at he stepped my in iron OT Remedios beauty and offered TRE solitary rose. She took it with a natural gesture, as it SRE tutor that homage, then gave her TTZNKS with a smile. That was all SRE did. Not only tore TRE gentlemen, but tore all the men had unfortunate OT that was an eternal instant. From then on TTE gentlemen to bam *OT musicians play beside OT beauty, sometimes until dawn. Orleano was Ori one felt a cordial compassion toward him and tried to break his waste your time any more, told him night. Women in this TL, use are worse than mules ordered him histrions *P, invited him to bathe in Champagne, tried to make him understand that females his family nad insides made tlint, but he could rot weaken his obstinacy. By the irredeemable night's music, Colonel Orlier, Bunda threatened to cure his affliction with 2 pistol shots. Wing made him desist accept his own lamentable state demoralization. From a neat individual became filthy and ragged. It was rumored that he had abandoned and fortune in Distillery Nation, although origins were actually crown. He became argumentative, a barroom brawler, and he would wake up Rollin in his own tilth in Caterier's store. The part drama was that Remedios the beauty did rot him rot even when he appeared in church dressed like a prince. Accepted yellow G. Whitman bit of malice, amused, rather, by tre extravagars OTTTE act, and SRE lilted her shawl to show hers. Actually, Remedios tre beauty was rot a creature this world. Until was well along in put X, Rudy Saria Solia de La had to bathe and dress her, and even rent she could take care rare selt it was Rex sorry to keep an eye on so TTZT would paint little animals on walls with a stick in own excrement. STE reached 20 without no row to read or write, unable to use silver at table, read through the rare nature rejected all man rare conversion. When TRE young commander the guard ovtor her, rejected him simply his frivolity startled see simple he asked she told Amar Antak. Says that Rees dying twas me, as it I were a bad lick. WMN, Ireed, found him dead beside rare window, Remedios tre beauty quarter terst impression. You see, she comm was an complete simpleton. It seemed as if some penetrator lucidity permitted her to say the reality OTTX, beyond any formalism. That at least was GX, in view Colonel Orleano Buendia, toward whom Remedios tre beauty was in RN way mentally retarded, as was generally but quite ox, sight. It's as if she's back from 20 years war, he would say. Ursula, tore her part, thank God Tor awarded family with a creature exceptional purity, but at the same time she was disturbed by her for it seemed that Conrad Eistry virtue to her, a diabolical trap at center it was that reason that SRE decided to keep rare away from the world, to imitate her from all earthly temptation, knowing that from time she was in her mother's womb, was sake trom any it never entered her ttet would elect muti qtmnot caraval partimorium. But Orleano, Segundo, excited at the Capri disguised himself as a tiger brought Antonio to the house in order to converse Ursula that the caraval was not a pagan least, as she said, but a Catholic tradition. Finally even Trinug reluctantly, she to nation. Tre ruse that Remedios Buendia was goer to the sovereign ruler OTTTE festival when TX, Yurd limits OT swamp in a fumes, reached distant places where Tre prestige OT her beauty was known, and it aroused the anxiety OT those who still tmug height OT her last name as a SYMTX, LOT stmertion. The anxiety was baseless. It any or had become harmless at that time it was disillusioned Colonel Orleano Baraya, was slowly losing all contact with TTE reality OTTRE nation closed in his workshop, his orgy relationship with the rest the world was his business in Little Gold Orn the soldiers who had guarded his TL, used during the terst days peace would go sell in the the swamp and return loaded down with news. That the conservative government, he would say, with TTE backing was reforming so that every president null remain in Tor and newer years. That TTE concordat with the Holy See Tud finally signed a cardinal had come from Rome with a crown diamonds a throne solid gold, that the Litmal Miristers had tree or pictures taken on knees in the act kissing his RIR for that leading lady a Spanish company through the capital had team kidnapped by a bard masked Higuain on Sunday had in nude at the summer house OTTRE president OTTRE republic. Don't talk to me about phonetics, Nlonal would tell him. Our business is little the rumor that he did rot want to rear anything about the situation in it because he was rich in his work stunt maid, Jersula laughed when at her ears. With her terrible practical sense she could rot understand TRE business as he little Tor, ins and then Coyers Erlo little Tishas, and so on, with the result that Re had to work all the harder with TRE more. Sold in order to satisfy an vicious circle. Actually, what interested him was TRE business but TRE work. Read so much concentration to scales, tit minute rubies Earl Lamir gills, and put on that there was not TTE's smallest empty moment let tore him to till with tis disillusioned OT war. Was a Tyrian by delicacy OT his artistry that in a stir time re-tud aged more than during all TRE years OT TRE war, and his had spine work DBD used his but implacable concentration awarded him with a piece OT TRE spirit. Last time was seen to take an interest in some matter to war was a group OT veterans Trom TX, TH parties sug to his tour the approval OT light time which had always promised and were always to put into effect. Forget about it, he told them. You can see how I reduce my in order to get rid OT torture OT wait at it till day I died. At first Reinaldo Marquez would visit him at dusk Trey would sit in a street DCX, our talk ATMT past. But Amaranta could memories that man, WRNSE bald res had plunged him into TRE abyss OT premature old age, in her, and she would tormerize him with snide remarks until he did come back except on special Kmazians and retinalty disappeared, extinguished by paralysis. Taciturn silent, irsensible to the breath OT vitality that was shaking the house, Colorel Orleano Gandaya understand only that the OT old age is simply an honorable pact with solitude. Would get active in the atter light sleep, knave ris eternal mug OT bitter in kitchen, shut himself up all day in workshop, and at tour in it works, and he would on trejnrch dragging a stool, not even dissing the tire OT the OT the hour or the OT Amaranta, whose malam only made the noise OT at nilling JNT, which was technically acceptable at dusk, he would sit in the street as would allow him to. Some war dared to disturb his solitude home. How are you, Colorful? Asked in passing. Right tier, Riar's word. Wait at tor my tural perexation to pass that the anxiety by public reprars OT his family name. Naverg to do with TRE coronation OT remedios TRE beauty, was baseless. Many did third TTET way, OT tragedy that it, town into TTE main square in a rosy OT merriment. The caravel had its highest level OT madness or liar, 8. Gur 0 had Sithi steed at last his dream OT dress added up like a tiger was walking along the wild through Trom so Roaru when on the swamp road a parade OTs several appeared carrying in a gilded utter the most fascinating woman that imagination could conceive. For a moment the inhabit Eris OT ODT treer masks in order to get a better look at the dazzlered creature with a crown OT emeralds and an ermine with legitimate authority, and was wrought merely as sovereign OT bargles and crepe paper. Trier were many Ted Sudasiri sight to that it was a question OT propsation. But Orleano Segundo immediately conquered his perplexity declared the arrivals to guests OT netter, and with wisdom OT he seated Remedios the beauty and TRE intruding queen on the same dais. Until midnight disguised as Bedouins, part in a delirium and even it with sumptuous tire works and acrobatic skills trap made one think OT the art OT gypsy as suddenly, during OT's celebration, some warn broke the delicate balance. Live Liberal Party, snooted. Live Colonel Orly Arrel, Gerdia, rifle shots out the splatter OT fireworks and the cries OT terror drowned out the music and joyed into panic. Many years later there were TMSE still TTET Royal Guard OT the ironing queen was a squad OT regular army soldiers who were government issue rifles under the rich the governor denied charge in Ismail and promised a complete investigation OT the BMDY episode. But truth never came to light. The version always that Royal Guard, without provocation OT any took up combat positions as Sigil Tromptmir and Mander Tire Whitmet pity on the crowd. WMNCOM was restored, Rot 1 OT the false Bedouins remained in town Trier were many dead and lying on the square, Rhine clowns, Tour Severine playing card cards, or devil, tv minstrels, 2 pairs OT frars, art 3 Japanese in, Emusion OT panic Jose Arcadio 8. Gur 0 managed to rescue Remedios TRE beauty art Orleano Segundo carried the intruding into house in his arms, torn ermine stared with blockade. Her name was Fernanda del Carpo. She had been Tunson as most OT5 most women in the lard and TMY Nad brought her to Mesa % with a promise OT named Turkine OT Madagascar. Ursula care OT her as it were own daughter. The town, instead OT doubt Erginasurs, pitted candor. 6 months after the massacre, worded had last flowers on mass grave had withered, Orleano Segurdo went to touch her trom tre distant city she with her married her in with a noisy celebration trat lasted 20 days. Chapter I won the marriage was on ot up at her to Orleano Segundo, in an attempt to placate Petra Coates, nad a picture taken ot as Queen ot Madagascar. When fair ended towned out it she repacked her bridal trucks and left Macordo without saying w.d. bye. Orleano caught up with on the swamp road. After much pleading and promises ot reform he succeeded in getting her to come home ard he abardoried his Petra Coates, aware ot her strode no ot worry. She had made a man ot while was still a chid she had drawn him out ot Melchiades his TMD full of fantastic ideas and lacking any contact with reality, she had given him a platinum world. Nature Ted made him reserved and withdrawn. Witn terlersies toward solitary meditation. And she had molded an side distractor in him, one that was vital, expansive, and had **ected him with a joy for living and a pleasure in and celebrate and had converted him inside out, into the man she had dreamed of for herself ever since adolescence. He married, as all sons marry or later. Did dare tell her RNWS. Assumed an attitude that was quite childish under the circumstances, feigning anger and imaginary so that Petra Coates would bring about the break. One day, Orleano Segurdo reproached unjustly, eluded trap put things in their plan. What it all means, said, is that you want to marry Queen. Orleano esteemed, pretended an attack ot rage, said that was misunderstood and abused, and did not visit again. Petra Coates, Whitmet GX, ISEOT a wild TMST in Taurus single story, heard music and fireworks from wedding, the wild bustle of the celebration as if all of it were raw third but some rude piece ot mischief on the part ot Orleano Segundo. Her tate were with a smile. Worry, she told Queen's run Eraris Tormi. To a Rigber woman brought her a set ot cardinals so that she could light up the picture ot lost lover with TMM, she said with an enigmatic security. The only card ETTET will make him is always just as she had seen. Orleano Segurdo went back to muse as the Horner was brought his usual old friends, a traveling photographer, tre gown ermine cape soiled with that Fernarua had worn during carnival. In the ot the merry that broke old that eve nirg, he had Petra Coates dress up as queen, crowned rare absolute and lifetime ruler ot Madagascar, and tended out ot the picture to his friends. Ste rut or went alord with a game, but she telled sorry tore him inside, thir asterisking that must have very to have cormed OTTTZT extravagant means OT recourse aliatushan at SE / in the evening, still dressed as TRE queen, she him and he TZDTMN married scarcely 2 months, but at once that trings were not goyerg. Well in TRE nuptial she tugged a delicious pleasure OT 2 days later, however, did rot there return but sent an intermediary to TRE terms OT the separation, that she was going to RNED more patience TT and she had he seemed ready to sacrifice himself tor TRE's sake OT nor did get upset that time. Once again she made easy with a submission that TN murmed the billet trat she was a devil, and TRE only souvenir she kept OT Orleano was a pair OT patent bather TMTS, which, according to what he himself nad said, were the ones Re wanted to wear in his SM kept in cloth and TX, them OTA and made ready to teed on memories, waiting without despair. He has to come sooner or later, told even if it's just to put on ooze TXX, TS. She did to wait as had imagined. Actually, Orleano Segundo URR stud trom TRE night OT his wedding that he would return to OT Petra Coates much SCX, na TTN would have to put on patent bather trots. Fernando was a woman was lost in world. She had in a city 6 away, a GMMY city on ghostly nights TRE coaches OT TRE viceroys still rattled TT rough TRE cobbled streets, 32 a dirge at 6 in a Doreen in Manor House, which was paved with tomb-like slate, the sun was Mercine TTE air nad died in the cypresses in courtyard, in pale OT in dripping arcuize OT the garden OT perennials. Until PNRTY Fernarua had our own news OT the world ex Mellertl, Lee piano lessons taken in by Hutor years nad the drive not to take a siesta. In the OT her sick matmr, green yellow under GX, Unreal again trom the wear percent opanes, she would listen to TRE methodical, stillborn, heartless scales and therex that TTZT music was in world while she was enswinged as she wove dural reeds. Her mother, perspiring with 5 o'clock ever, spoke to her OT splendor OT past. WMN was a little girl, on Orm lit night Fernarda saw AT auditul woman dressed in right crossing TRE garden toward what most ATL, UTTTET vision was that felt it was exactly like her, as if she had seen herself 20 years in advars. It was your great-grandmother the Queen, told her during a truce in her caulking. She died OT's some bad vap, ours while she was cutting at OT bulbs. Many years later, TX, gan to feel she was the OT great. Grandma pair, Fernanda doubted rare childhood vision, but rare mother scolded her we are immensely rich and GW you're full, told one day you will be a queen. She it. Even Tmug TMY were at table with a linen tablecloth silver service to have a OT watered crocolate and a sweet bun. Until day OT ATL, UT a legendary inspired OT tack that rare rather, Fernando, had to mortgage the TUS in order to buy trousseau. It was not or delusions OT grardeur. That was TMY Nad brought her up. Sime she had had the OT reason she remembered dorn duty in a with family crest on it. SM led to tears time at TRE age OT 12 in a coach horses that had to travel only 2 BLCXKS to take her to the convert where TTZT sat apart tram in a chair with a very high back end that would not even with SM's dillary. Nuns would explain STWS goer to a queen per schoolmates believe this twas she was already most multitool, distinguished, discreet girl had ever at the end OT 8 years, after having learned to write Latin poetry, play TRE clavichord, talk ATL, UT falconry. With Geraldine with archbishops, discuss affairs OT state with foreign rulers and attires OT with the Pope, she returned to her prairies to WW funeral wreaths. She rounded all that was let was TRE turniture that was absolutely essery, the silver candelabra and table service, tore the everyday utensils TBDs sold by or to underwrite costs OT her education. Her mother had to tiv o'clock fever. Father, Fernando, in black with a stilt and a gold watch chain, would give rare as silver coin on Mondays toward the household expenses, and the funeral wreaths week would taken away. He OT his time shut up in his study and the 2 times Strat Re went out he would return to Rosary with SM had Iriamate with 1. She had Eva reared mention OT the wars that were the SRE conine at piano at 3 and aftereen she had even began to lose the illusion OT a queen when 2 peremptory raps OT the crew asterisk sounded at and it to a military with ceremonious man rares rotunda scar on his creek a gold medal on his chest. He timsled with lather in study. 2 later came to get her in the sewing RCX, get your TTERGs together, told her. You knave to take a long trip. That was her to in one day, with a brutal slap, light through on top OT her TRE roll weight OT a reality that her parents had kept hidden from her tor many years. WMN she shut herself up in her to weep, in the terror to furner percent O's pleas and explanators as to erase the scars OT that joke. SM had sworn to rare selt rever to leave her until SRE died when Orleano Segundo came to get her. It was an act OT late, twas in OT her indignation, in the Tory OT her shame, had lied to him so that he would NE/RKMW real identity. Only real clues that Orly Arl, Segundo had he ETT to Icoke tore her were her unmistakable Highland accent and her trait as a weaver OT funeral wreaths. He certain without cease. With the temerity with which Jose Arcadio Buruia had crossed the mountains to round with blurry pride with which Clemel Orleano had undertaken his truthless wars, WITNTRE mad tenacity with which Ursula watched over the survival OT learn, Orleano 8, Gun 0 Fernarda, Witneta si at e moment OT respite. When he asked where they sold dural wreaths TTPYTCX, K him trom to house so that could WMN he asked tor the most beautiful woman WM had ever seen on this earth, all the women him their DAT4, hunters. Tmame in misty byways, in times re-served tor oblivion, in OT dissip, intimate. Crossed a yellow plain the OM's anxiety brought on premonitory mirages. After sterile weeks he came to an unknown city where all were toler gaderge. Although he had never seen RERNOAE had ever described them to him he immediately recognized TRE walls eaten away by salt, broken down balconies gutted by nail to the outside door, almost erased by rain, TTE's saddest cardboard sign in TRE world, funeral wreaths tour sale. From that moment until the icy morning when Ferner percent let rare rouse care OT the Mother Superior trier was barely enough time toward the nuns to so trousseau in 6 trxs put the Caruelabra, silver service, RTREWD along with TRE countless and useless remairs OT of family catastrophe that had too late in its totilment. Fernardo declared TRE invitation to go along. He promised to later had his affairs. Trom Montgomery gave his daughter tis blessing he shut himself in his study again to write out the enmoncements with mournful and the family OT arms, which would the tearst human contact that Fernanda and her later would have had in all lives. TTZT was the real date OT birth toward her. For Orleano it was almost simultaneously TRE and TRE OT happiness. Farina a delicate calerdar with small keys on which her spiritual advisor had marked in purple TRE dates OT venereal abstirance. Not counting week, Surdays, TL, lead days OT obligation, First Fridays, retreats, sacrifices, art cyclical impediments, her effective year was reduced to 42 days TTET were spread out through a web OT purple kirkmes. Orly convinced that time would break that Rostile retwork, prolonged the wedding celebration the time. Tired OT throwing out many empty brandy and champagne bottles so that TTPY would rot clutter up the rouse and at same time irritated by the tack TTET Newlyweds slept at different times and in separate rooms while the tire works art music and the slaughtering OT cattle went on. Jersala owned and wondered for Nama Migme have a chastity TLT too rich would so err or later provoke jokes in town or give rise to a tragedy gut Fernanda confessed that she was just letting 2 weeks go by before allowing the tearst contact with Terhus Baru. Indeed, when was over, she her with a resignation worthy OT an expiatory victim and Orleano Segundo saw TRE most beautiful woman on earth, with glorious eyes OT a trident admiral and her copper-colored hair spread out across TTE pillow. EBU was so fascinated with that vision that in a moment to realize that Fernalda was a white nightgown that reached down to her ankles, with long sleeves with a large, round buttonhole. Delicately at level OT lower stomach Orleano Segundo could rot suppress an explosion OT laughter. That's most absurd thing I've seen in my life, he with a laugh that troughed the tenuous. El married a sister OT Charity? A moral later, in his while to take it for her rigging gown, Nad pictured taken OT Petra Coates dressed as a queen. Later on, when he infernaled it to come back home, gave in to his enlever OT reconciliation. But SRE could rot give him the repose re had dreamed ATL. UT went to Techin City with 32 Orleano Segundo town only a deep reeling OT desolation in PER or right. A short time first child was fair enda that husband Ted in secret to the EED OT Petra Coates. That's what admitted. Ard he in a torn OT prostrate resignation, I had to do it so trad the animals would keep on breeding. He read a little time to rare about such as tran asterisk excadien. But he finally did by means OTPRTX, TSTTZT irrefutable, only promised that Fernanda demanded from him was that he should rot surprised by death in his in that way the OT them Ryan living without each other. Orliro Segundo, punctual, and loving with MTH,